Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's our first live Wednesday show because the schedule did change in 2025 to be live Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday when we are not covering court. And of course, those dates or days may change depending on live court hearings, which is why you need the Lawnerd app at lawnerd.com so I can keep you in the loop. This week, we are live yesterday for Karen Reed. We are live today going over the trilogy that is It Ends with Litigation. And tomorrow we are off because we have to do all the things we would do on Friday, because Friday we will be covering the Supreme Court oral arguments regarding TikTok together. I'm interested to see what the Supreme Court asks. I'm interested to see what they understand and what we can learn from the questioning of the justices with regard to the Supreme Court. If you have been following this litigation, I'm sure you're ready to dive in. If you have not been following this litigation, don't worry, I'll bring you up to speed. If you do not watch Quick Bits, it's okay, I've got you. If you do watch Quick Bits, yes, I'm recycling the same joke I made in Quick Bit with the title being It Ends with Litigation. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Look, it worked once, we're doing it again. So today we're going through the trilogy of lawsuits. We're going to talk about what is a lawsuit, what isn't a lawsuit, and all the things. We're going to go through all of them. I'm going to talk about really how I'm approaching this. And for those of you that are like, I need your thoughts, I will give you thoughts on the lawsuit. As I always do, for those of you new to the channel based on this topic, yes, I talk a lot. That's what we do on this channel. It's always funny when I see, it's like, you're still talking. It's like, would you like me to do interpretive dance of the lawsuit? Because I don't know if I'm that creative, but I don't know how to describe the lawsuits without talking. So, yep, that's what I do. Because I know new people have found me and found this channel and Quick Bits because of this litigation. I also am not here to say, who's good, who's bad, who's right, who's wrong. I am here to evaluate the lawsuits and ask questions. I am not here to say this person is clearly in the right, this person is clearly in the wrong, unless I see it, but we're just at the complaint stage and I haven't seen that yet. There are very, very few litigations that I look at and be like, not a chance. The TikTok psychic one is one of those litigations where we looked at the litigation and I was like, no, what? No, what are we? Stop it. But there's very few of those. Most of the time, especially in civil litigation, we are looking at a mess of a mess and trying to parse through the mess. But I'm also not here. I don't know any of these people personally. I don't think many of us do. So it's not my role as a legal commentator to talk about who's right, who's wrong, who's good, who's bad. And I've seen so much of that on the internet regarding this case. I would just keep in mind, because all of you went through this. The Lawnerds, the OGs went through this, right? All of you saw this happen when we covered the Gwyneth Paltrow ski crash litigation, right? A lot of people went into that and were like, we don't really love Gwyneth. Like, Gwyneth seems out of touch, don't like her, the diet that she's pushing on people. At the time, there was a lot of like bone broth conversation. Don't like the, how long, oh, we're only 4 minutes into this video. The hoo-ha scented candles, don't like the goop of it all. Don't like anything that she's doing, that she's about, like hate the beige mom vibes. Fine. But then we got through that trial and people were like, look, still don't love Gwyneth. But this dude never should have sued her. She's clearly not in the wrong. He's clearly in the wrong. And even though I don't love her, like a Hollywood Gwyneth actress, and though I went into this feeling incredibly sympathetic for this dude who had this ski crash and his whole life changed, I got through the middle of it and went, dude, you caused all this and you're suing her to try to get money? Come on.
Bruh.
What are you doing? So two things can be true at once. So for those of you that have strong feelings on either of these parties, try to ask questions. What I have found when we're covering lawsuits where people have strong feelings about either of the parties is whenever I question that party, it feels like an attack to them. We're not here to attack. We are here to ask questions because guess what happens in court? Questions are asked. This is an adversarial proceeding. This is a mess because there are so many lawsuits, and we're going to break down the law. I appreciate all of you. It's the OG law nerds know. So we're just going to go through it and try to figure out what the lawsuits say, where our questions are. It's why I say I have questions. I have questions. I have questions. I have questions. Because I have questions. All right, law nerds, we're going to roll the intro. We've got a few other things to talk about. I've seen a lot of questions in the chat about Los Angeles. Don't worry, we'll chat about that in just a minute. And let us away. Let's roll the intro and then let's get into it. Am I going to talk about it too much? No. Does it concern me? Yes. But let's roll the intro and let's go from there. Am I looking for the intro? Yes. Is everything changed with the new setup? Yes, it is. Are we still dialing it in? Yes, we are.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
I have seen so many comments of concern, thoughts, well wishes. Yes, Los Angeles is quite a lot on fire. I think as of this morning, there are 3 or 4 separate fires. The wind is incredibly bad. I was talking to my my brother who works for LA County Fire yesterday. The wind is really going to be a huge, huge issue in this. They knew that this windstorm was coming. It's pretty unprecedented. You grow up in LA long enough, you see quite a lot of fires go through. I've not seen wind like this in connection with dry weather and fire in my memory at all. So I have so many thoughts on a very personal note. I don't think we've talked about this. My family, friends, and those that I know are physically safe. I don't think anyone has lost homes at this point. My immediate family is not at risk for that at this point. The winds are crazy. Many have lost their homes. Many will have difficulty with smoke and damage and water damage, even if they don't lose their homes. But this is something that's touched our family too. My father-in-law lost his home the weekend of my wedding to Dr. B, or our wedding to the wedding. But we were watching the news and saw Dr. B's childhood home on the news after our wedding, like the night of our wedding, or maybe the morning. I don't remember if it was after midnight, before. So we have absolutely had this impact us too. It is something living in California and Southern California that you know happens. Look, if they say evacuate, evacuate. Even if you're like, I think we'll be good, not evacuating puts fire and law enforcement in danger as well. Does anyone remember Channel 5 where the news truck, was it Channel 5 that the news truck caught on fire? Like while they were doing a live remote and they were like running down the street. Winds change quickly. Abandoning cars to run makes it harder for firefighters to get in. So yeah, I've never seen anything like I've never seen anything like this. And so it's scary, and it's scary. So yes, our family's safe. Keep fire safe by evacuating, even if it seems early, because fires move quick and it's really hard to tell at night. And I know the Floridians are like, look, I get it. When we get told to evacuate, sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Fire's different than hurricanes. So look, all y'all who can go somewhere else, if you are in the zones to go somewhere else, go. The air quality is going to be terrible, not just for you, but for your pets. Just if you need to go, go. That's all. We have C. Dan Run said, former wildland firefighter, if we ask you to leave, leave. Yes, and they're giving people like, hey, this is the zone where you might need to leave. Just if you can, go. But it is concerning. My thoughts are with Los Angeles. It's kind of wild to see. I've seen a lot of fires burning over Santa Monica from just growing up in the South Bay and standing out on the Strand and being like, oh shit, that's really a lot of smoke. But I've also sat and watched like fires from riots as well, because Los Angeles. So it's really wild to see the zones of impact. But I've never seen anything like this. A lot of you in the chat are echoing that. Fires move so fast, and this is an unprecedented one. So be careful. Remember, when there are fires like this is I'm going to channel my inner Ryan Hall, y'all, and not get all emo about it, or try not to get all emo about it. I'm going to channel my inner Ryan Hall. And if you guys don't live in an area where you have severe weather like tornadoes and stuff, you might not be familiar with the internet's weatherman, but Ryan Hall runs a weather YouTube channel. He live streams weather events and tells, prepared, not scared, and helps people figure out paths of storms and how to evacuate, and literally saves lives. I just talk about the law. I just want us to understand he actually saved lives. Love his channel. When they say evacuate, get to safety. But also, when you have fire impacts like this, you might not have cell reception to know that you need to evacuate. You might not have power. You might not have cell. Like, charge your shit now, charge your backup batteries. You might not have power or cell reception, because when the cell towers go down and the internet goes down, you might not have a way of being alerted. So if you are in those zones, be prepared. Take your important documents, put them in your car now, put backup clothes in your car now. Do what you can in advance, even though it feels like, well, this might not be something I need. If you need it, it's life-saving. Grab your medications, grab your important documents, grab your backup hard drives with your photos on them, and put them in whatever your escape vehicle is. I know some of you are saying get a radio. Sam, unfortunately, if you don't already have a radio, it's too late now, probably. So there are satellite functions on the iPhones, so you can call family, but make sure you are charged and ready to go. So be safe, stay safe. And what was heartbreaking last night is watching, well, there were many things that were heartbreaking. One of the things that was really troubling to see is how many people were trying to get out and ditch their cars. And they were trying to bring in bulldozers to move the cars out of the way so fire can get in. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's going to make everything more difficult for fire and law enforcement. So don't do that. Happy Sunshine said some people can't afford to evacuate. These are life-threatening fires. There are many places for people to go, and they are life-threatening fires. So when they say go, they have to go. LA also does not have great public transportation, so making a plan early, but there are lots of areas for people to go to that are set up that are completely free of cost. So go if you can. So these are life-threatening fires, and they've already taken some of the fires, because there are multiple fires burning, a number of lives and lots of injuries. And it's difficult to get people out when the roads are blocked, and those canyon roads, man. Well, anyone who lives in that area knows. I don't need to tell you that, knows it. And yes, chat is bae. Mustang MG05 said, if you abandon your car, leave the keys in it so it can be moved. I think in Los Angeles, people get very worried about their car being stolen, but don't ditch your car in a way that you can't move it out of the way, because then fire can't get through. So, Chada, will you said our company will help displaced employees, which is fantastic. Also, ask your work, but there are places set up in Pasadena. We'll put links in at the end of the show, because there are links for resources. I'm sure that anyone who is in fire threat is not coming here for resources. You're coming here to talk about the tea and the law and to talk about something else. Close your windows, take care of yourself. If you have air filtration, that's fantastic. If you have loved ones that are sensitive to air quality, now is the time to help them figure out where to go, and take care of yourselves. Look, take care of yourselves, y'all. Check your insurance, take your insurance with you. But I know that the entirety of Southern California smells like fire, and everything's going to. So be careful, stay safe, and prepare early. Look, it's so much better to put all your shit in your car and not have to go than to have to go and have no time, because again, fires move fast. Fires move fast. And lots of the shelters in California do take pets. So make sure that you have that. Though I know in the canyons with the larger animals, there are rescues that come out, but everyone who lives in the canyons knows who can come out and help take horses and what have you. So stay safe, take care of yourselves. We're going to talk about, well, it's not all of the allegations are lighter, but we're going to talk about some text messages and some tea instead, because I don't need to get all emo. Also, all of you, yes, I finished the Throne of Glass series I've been reading. I am now rereading Fourth Ring. I love the fantasy romantasy books. I'm still not okay. For all of you that have read Throne of Glass, like, I won't spoil, no spoilers in the chat. I'm still not okay. Just finished the last book, still not okay. I'm still not okay. I'm still not okay at all. Like, I'm just not all right. So if anyone's like, Emily, are you okay? No, I'm not. I'm ready for Onyx Storm to come out later this month. I'm terrified about what's going to happen in the third book. I'm not okay. I'm very book anxious. Emily, is your life fine? My life is fine. My book friends are not all right. So therefore, I am not all right. Laura Data said, this is why I haven't read Throne of Glass. I'm scared. Look, man, it is an adventure. It is gut-wrenching, but it's lovely. It is lovely. So Cumulus Cloud, my family is safe. I know it's going to be a lot for brother will be busy with work. Some of the beaches have already had damage and fire damage. Brother will be busy with work, but they are safe. We've had team members from Team Baker voluntarily evacuate. Today is going to be a really windy day, but the South Bay so far is all good. It's just very, very, very smoky. So the air quality is what I worry about most with my folks, but they will be okay. So let's see. Jessica said, what genre would you put it under? Throne of Glass is fantasy, low spice, great world building, an in-depth book series. Loved it. There were parts where I had to pause and get back in. It's a lot of world building. And when you are not a visual person, sometimes that can be hard to stay in when you audiobook. But I'm so glad I went through the entire series. That is fantasy light spice. Fourth Wing's a bit spicier. Fourth Wing's a bit spicier, but dragons all the way around. Well, okay, I'm not going to get into the technical differences between dragons and wyverns. We're not here for that today, Emily. We're not here to have a full fantasy nerd session. We will do that another time. So, romantasy, don't know if I would say high fantasy. For Fourth Wing, definitely more spice. For Throne of Glass, less spice. If you're going into Throne of Glass looking for more spice, you are going to be disappointed. It is light spice in the later books and lots of fantasy. So it just depends. Chat. I see all of your, nobody put in heartbreaking quotes or I'll start crying. I love the good books. Don't put in the heartbreaking ones because I will literally, I'm still not okay. Those of you who know. But we're going to talk about movies. We're going to talk about movies adapted from a book in a whole different way. But first I have put my chat on wrong. So I've got to put my chat on correctly because apparently I'm not like logged into YouTube. This is not helpful. Because I went to go reply in the chat on YouTube and I'm like, oh, I'm not signed in. What have I done? Emily, what have you done? I don't know. Someone is going to be like 20 minutes in. We're still not talking about this. We're getting there. We were in court yesterday. We're getting there. This is why we timestamp. Let's see. I'm going to get to, okay. Hopefully this won't echo. Let me pop out chat real quick. And then I will be ready to go. So it's going to be a long one today with all of these lawsuits, but it's going to be good. And then we will be back Friday to cover the Supreme Court. I find sometimes the Supreme Court listening only can be difficult. We're going to audiobook it together, but we're going to listen. We're going to listen together to the Supreme Court arguments. I'm very interested. I love Delaney. I love this. I get it. I get it. I feel like everybody needs one, or at least everyone that's read that series needs one. I get it. I get it. Okay. So let us talk about all the things. I am Kelly. I know it. I need to look up at my lights more. I am still working on the lighting. Maybe we will. Why does Crescent City get no love? Kelly gets lots of love. I just haven't read it yet. I haven't read Crescent City yet. I just finished, just finished Throne of Glass. So I haven't read Crescent City yet. That's why. There were other things. Also, with the ADHD, I find myself when a new book in a series comes out needing to reread the entire series because there are things I will forget. So I need to do a full reread every single time a new book comes out. So I have reread some of these series multiple times, but I also, without the physical book, I just start the audiobooks over. So I've been busy. Also, it's been a lot of litigation to read. Crescent City's on the list though. Don't worry. Crescent City's on the list for this year, Cal. It's not that I'm not giving it love. It's just that I haven't read it yet. Don't worry. All right. Let's get into Fred. Let's not get into Fred. Fred, seriously? Fred's like, New Year, same me, bitch. What? I'm gonna be Fredding all the way around. So, all right. Welcome, Sadie. Thank you. We're gonna get into law in a minute. First, we were gonna talk about fantasy books. Look, I feel like I am just like harkening back to OG Emily when I was the kid in class. Look, everybody's ADHD is different, but I find that there are some similarities that sometimes you need part of your brain to be doing one thing so you can focus on the other thing, right? A friend of mine in law school did this. We watched movies. We each had like an earbud sometimes. Sometimes it was just closed captioning, but we had like a movie on one laptop and me taking notes on the other laptop while we were in class together. It worked perfect. Part of my brain was occupied. Part of my brain was focused on what we were doing. If the occupied part of my brain is not allowed to be occupied, then nothing is getting focused on at all. So growing up, I would be in class with fantasy at the time, like fantasy under my desk, reading while I was listening to teachers. And teachers would just be like, you can't read in class. I'm like, I can't listen to you if I'm not doing something else. So I'm either going to wiggle, talk, or read. Because at least when I'm reading, my brain can talk to itself. Like it can have a conversation with my book. But if you don't want me doing this, then you're going to have to let me just read under my desk. So I would also get in trouble as a kid with my parents being like, you need to go to bed. I'm like, I can't put this down. Emily, when you were studying for the bar, did you go to midnight releases of books and take days off to read the book? Yes, because my brain was like, I need to know what happens. Best thing I ever did. Look, you got to take breaks when studying for something like that. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. So I did that all the time. But for non-neurodivergent people, I understand that sometimes having stuff going on in the background doesn't work for your brain. I get it. But I hate the advice of like, you can't have anything else on while you're studying. I have to have something else on while I'm studying. Have to. So even when I'm reading lawsuits, this is why I like a rewatch of like a TV series, because I won't always pick up what's going on the thing, but I need something on. So do it all the time. All right. So with that, I have tea? I have tea this morning. I already coffeed. And it is just a cold day here. So I have lavender mint tea being kept warm in the mug. All right. Let's see. I saw a question. How did I not know I had ADHD? Aubrey, probably because people made you feel like you just need to try harder and they didn't actually try to figure out that effort was not the thing, that brains just work differently. Look, man, brains just work differently. I think we need to stop being like, that one's typical, that one's different. Brains work differently. And there are groupings. I am warning, I promise we're going to get into content, but I am not a neurologist, psychologist, or expert in any way. I like lots of experts. I have lived experience. That's all I got. This is my theory based on my lived experience. being a neurospicy, being married to someone who is neurospicy, who doesn't think that they're neurospicy, that is learning more and more about the fact that they're neurospicy, and having kids who are neurospicy. This is what I have learned. Brains operate differently. And I think it's like computer systems. This is my analogy. Some people are a Mac, some people are Windows, some people are Unix, some people are Linux. And look, the Windows people are like, I don't even know how that iOS system works. Like, what is Mac OS even? And the people on Linux and Unix are like, nobody even knows we exist, so don't worry about us. Those who get it, get it. Brains are different. And once we figure out how to group functioning together, I think it's easier to look at people and be like, oh, do you need this information visually? Do you need to draw it out? Do you need to write it out? Do you need to listen to it? We all work differently. And there are some similarities between brain types and processing types, but I think the more we identify those things like auditory versus visual will help. And when we start calling one thing typical, it will help everybody. I really think it's like A, B, C, D. I don't care what they call it, but there are different processing styles. Look, I process faster than a lot in some areas, but is that area getting clothes from the dryer to put away? No, they're in the dryer. They're clean. They're fine. Wrinkled, but fine. But when we're talking, if somebody is much more methodical and parsed in the way they talk, do I want to put them on 2 times speed in real life? Yeah, I do. Because my auditory processing is at like a 20. My visual processing is like at a 3. So yeah, all different. And my reading is somewhere else because dyslexic. So all of it is just different. And they can see those things on brain scans now. So I'm waiting for them to just start grouping them together and teaching people about, like the Myers-Briggs test. Let's just give them letters or numbers or whatever. It's like, my brain's a 724 and have it mean something. I don't know. I just think it would be so much more helpful if we just grouped things together and not like, hey, these people are really good at these superpowers. Some of the things that we call executive functioning, not their strong suit. Fine, but it's not like a moral failing. And it's so frustrating when it's like, well, if you just tried harder, if you were just more interesting, I wouldn't have to try so hard. When teachers are like, if you just tried harder to get your homework done, make it interesting. I'll get it done. Look, man, I can build an entire civilization in Civ in like 12 hours without even getting up to go to the bathroom. But sitting down to do whatever the fuck this is you've asked me to do, boring as hell. I'm not doing it. Don't be boring. I won't have to try. That's all. All right. So for all of you that have felt that, there we go. Steph XM said, you mean like pattern recognition? Exactly. Like pattern recognition. Exactly. Corey said, and some of us operate differently on any given day. Yeah. Sleep is a definite factor for me, especially as I get older. So now I want to watch you play Civ. Members, we will talk about this on a members only live. I have a very long story about Civ in my life. Wait, there's a snake one? Oh, of course there is, because we're going into Year of the Snake. No, I didn't. I haven't been to Starbucks I have been giving my home coffee machine the love that it deserves, but that's on my list for tomorrow. Chat, you guys are giving me life. It's so good to see you. Amen. As a former educator, I've made this analogy in case too. I feel validated. This Miss Marvel, look, we just need to do that. This is the problem, Alley Cat. What is sleep? Exactly. Because my books have been booking. Ari, good to see you, friend. My books have been booking. And so my sleep has been less than ideal. My kids have been doing excellently with sleep. Scorpion, all of us are going to just hold hands and hug in the chat because me too. And I think most of the chat probably too. I got this. She just needs to apply herself. I just, now that I'm an adult, I just want to be like, look, I can apply myself perfectly. I can tell you, because I have done that. When you're in the ADHD zone, you will figure out how to recode an entire website at 3 a.m. because you just need to get it done. But if you give me something boring to do, it is not going to get done. There's no matter of applying myself. It's boring. And my brain is like, you're going to die. we're not doing this. And that's it. Oh, the you have so much potential is hard. It really is. Here's the thing with you have so much potential. A, it's a total diss, but B, it's also true. And here's why. When you unlock what makes your brain hum and where you feel valued and where you can work in the way that you work, you are unlimited. The problem is people are like, you have so much potential, but then they want you to operate within the little box that they've created that doesn't work for you. And if you try to work in that little box, you're never going to be able to function in that box. You have to tell them this box doesn't work. I can't modify myself to your box, but if you let me work the way I work, we'll all be good. Which is why I think we see so many neurospicy folks in jobs that do not require the strict structures. Like, you know, all of you folks that work in like the ER who are like, this is perfect. I show up and it's just like, and I want to do my best work at 3 a.m. Perfect. Overnight. Let's go. It's great. You find things that work for you. Show up, get it done. I think every ER doc I've ever met that loves it is like, I come in, I do my work, I do light charting, and then I'm done. There's limited follow-up and something is new. Every single time I show up to work, things happen, I handle it. That's it. Let's go. Let's go. Show up, things happen, let's go. Same with all of you in you know, all of the service industries. It's like, show up, handle the shit in front of me, go home for the day. Perfect. No follow-up, let's go. All right, we should get into this, but I love all of this. So yes, I always make sure the world conforms to them. It's perfect. And we're learning so much more. Lucinda said emergency services. This is where we all are. Yep. Law enforcement. Yep. Also, Sparkling Rutabaga says, my mom still tells me that I never stop talking. Me. There were adults in my life when I was a kid that would look at my parents and be like, does she have an off switch? No. And then there's people that ask me, they're like, you streamed for a very long time. Yes. So not hyperactive physically, but the hyperverbal, yes, I can express myself through words. It's why research attorney, I learned a lot, not my favorite gig. You sit in silence for like 12 hours a day, reading and writing. Not my best. But in court, litigating, my best. And now I have found a thing that I can do, that I love to do, that seems to be helpful to all of you. It's perfect. Let's go. Let's talk about all the things. Are we ready? Yes. For all of you who were told you had too much energy as a kid, the adults around you just weren't medicated. You know, they just didn't know. And I try to remember that, especially for those of us that have neurospicy parents that grew up in a generation that did not diagnose them as such, they did the best they could. They did not know. The hard thing in my house is that there's lots of hyperverbalness in our house. So that everybody's just talking over everybody. And then Dr. B, who does not verbally process, is like, all of you are talking too much. I'm like, That's true. We are. All of us are talking quite a lot. All right. I'm going to swoop. Yes, Carmela, we are going to talk about the lawsuit. We just haven't had a little ADHD chat yet. For the new year. So there we go. New year. Don't worry. Replay crew, love you. Timestamps are below. You love it. We love it. Look, it's like the ADHD chat was just the opening act. We talked fantasy books. We talked ADHD. We talked all the things. All right. We talked litigation. We talked Los Angeles. So y'all keep LA in your thoughts. Be safe. Let us go. Are we ready? All righty. For those of you that are new here, yes, we stream. Streams are meant to be long. They are not short. We do not short stream. There are no short streams, just long ones. All right. Chat, you ready? Law nerds, it's good to be back with you in 2025 for our first Wednesday stream. Feels like a celebration because now we're streaming 3 days a week. All right. Let's talk. It starts with and ends with litigation. Let's give an overview of where we're at. If you're not following this case, do not worry. If you are following this case, we're going through all the documents. If you are coming from the timestamp to getting into this, I am not here to tell you who is right and who is wrong. If that is what you expect, you will not find it here. I am here to go through the documents and ask questions of all of them. Why? Because we have questions. We're here to talk about how this process works. We are at the beginning of a very long litigation process that's going to play out in the media and is going to play out in the courts. Right now, there are three lawsuits and one administrative action. All of this popped off with a New York Times article and administrative action in California. The New York Times article was, "We can bury anyone." That was the headline. We're going to talk a lot about it, don't worry. So there was a New York Times article, and the New York Times, no paywall for that article for at least the first bit. I don't know if it's paywalled now. I mean, I imagine that it is with all the talk. With all the talk about it, you know what the New York Times is going to do? They're going to get those clicks and views. They're going to get those clicks and views, and it's probably paywalled now. So the New York Times article, one of the lawyers will attach it to their lawsuit if they haven't already. But the New York Times article attached Blake Lively's administrative complaint in California. Okay. The administrative action in California is with the California Civil Rights Board. We have seen this in other actions in California. This is a necessary step in employment law. Federal has a step like this. States have steps like this, but you have to take this step before you can just file a lawsuit in California if it is an employment-related lawsuit. I broke that complaint down on Quick Bits. Are we going to go over it again? Yes, but in a different way, because it's since been mostly refiled in New York. So that complaint was an administrative complaint. Would that complaint have been public? No. So for Baldoni's team and his lawyer, Brian Freeman, have been like, this was all put out there by the New York Times and this was given to the New York Times? Yes, it is. It is put out there by somebody on Blake's team because they had to give it to the New York Times because otherwise the New York Times wouldn't have it. This is not the type of thing where you can just track the media portal of the LA court website and find a filing. That's not happening at all. Oh, Camilla, I didn't think you were being rude. You were keeping me on track. I didn't read it that way at all. No worries. I didn't read it that way at all. I read it as a keeping us on track. I didn't at all. So the administrative action would not have ever been public. That is true. So when the team from Baldoni says this never would have been public, true. Those administrative actions are not public unless they end up in a lawsuit and are filed down the road. This has since been filed. Pixie Patty said, is it wrong to give it to the paper? No. I mean, if you're Baldoni's team, yes. But if you're their team, no, they can do what they want. It's theirs. But it's when Baldoni's team is saying this wouldn't have been public, that's accurate. It wouldn't have been. This was given to the New York Times. Does that surprise anyone? No. I mean, I'm not surprised. This is how we learn about so many things. This happens all the time. TMZ has the heads up on shit well before there's ever a filing stamp on it. This is part of the game. Is it wrong? I don't know. That becomes a moral question. Is it wrong for lawyers to do that? They do it all the time. Lawyers function as quasi-PR these days anyway. And we've seen that in numerous lawsuits. We saw this so much with filings in the Britney Spears conservatorship because TMZ had everything being filed by yeeted Father Spears's legal team before it ever hit the public court docket, before sometimes the other legal team said they have it. So yeah, we see this all the time. So this is part of the game. That's it. This is part of the game. So can you go to the LA court system and pull that complaint? No. But I linked it in the app. I can link it down below too. If you haven't downloaded it and you want to read it, we can do that. I linked it in the app, but I'll link it down here. And in the app members, if you guys want the rest of these to read, I will put them in the app this afternoon. Miguelina, just make a note so I don't forget when I get done streaming and start rearranging my bookshelf. So we don't forget. So yes, that was given to the New York Times, as were all the text messages. How did the text messages get to the New York Times? We're going to go over that in another lawsuit. So the New York Times puts out an article. They attach the complaint. The complaint is not a lawsuit. You have to get a right to sue letter in California or let the California Civil Rights Division go and do their own investigation, which we saw in the Blizzard Act Division stuff that I covered on the Emily Show podcast a million years ago, because they had gone through the Civil Rights Board. There were findings, and then they brought a lawsuit. So you can get a right to sue letter, or you can let the California Civil Rights Board do an investigation. At the beginning of this, I believed that Lively's team was looking for a right to sue letter. And I said that on QuickBits, and I think I've said that in my interviews with Vial Files. I have said that I thought what Lively's team was going to do was get a right to sue letter and then sue Baldoni. I have changed my mind on that. I think because Blake Lively has now filed a very similar, almost identical lawsuit in New York, that they might allow the California Civil Rights Division to do their own investigation and not get a right to sue letter, because now they've sued in New York, which is interesting to me. We'll get there. So we might see not a lot come from that California complaint. That's an administrative action. Went over it in QuickBits. We'll link it below, not going over it today. There are 3 other lawsuits. There is a trilogy of lawsuits. The trilogy of lawsuits are the PR company that had worked with Baldoni has an employment rift with 2 of the PR agents that are still working with Baldoni. So that Joneswork lawsuit gives us background on how we get the text messages. That's filed in state court in New York. That is a lawsuit with the Joneswork PR company and Baldoni, Wayfarer, and others. So that's number 1. We're going to go through that first. That's how we get the text messages. We'll scoot through that one. Then Baldoni filed, et al. These are all et al. Baldoni et al. Filed in New York filed in LA against Blake Lively. No, against the New York Times. See, this is the trilogy. Filed against the New York Times in LA. Also interesting. I have a lot of thoughts about filing it in LA. I mean, those thoughts are in the forms of questions. Then, like same on New Year's Eve. Emily, were you looking for court filings on New Year's Eve? No, fuck off. I'm not. What was I doing on New Year's Eve? Well, I mean, celebrating East Coast New Year's, which when I lived in California was a lot more fun. Because at 9 p.m. we're like, woo, let's go to bed. Tell me you're old without telling me you're old. But we were watching Anderson Cooper giggle after being plied with shots by Andy Cohen, because that's what we do on New Year's Eve. My son came down and was like, didn't his hair used to be darker? I'm like, do not talk about Andy Cohen that way. He's like, but what I love is my 16-year-old is like, we have been watching these 2 on New Year's Eve like my entire life. I'm like, that's probably true. But I very much enjoy watching the one time of year that Anderson Cooper seems to drink and it being on TV. His giggles give me the giggles. I think it's funny. And then we watched some of the New Year's Eve bash in Nashville from the warmth of my couch with the fire crackling. It was lovely. Little whiskey. Great night, 10 out of 10. Made steaks with the family, hung out. Do I ever want to be out in massive crowds of people on New Year's Eve? No. Members, remind me this month on Members Only to tell you about the New Year's Eve that I went to Las Vegas for New Year's. Nope. So, big crowds of people like that, I prefer to watch it on TV. Lots of fun from the comfort of my house. I have no FOMO. I love watching everyone else do it. So New Year's Eve, we get these filings popping off. I'm just like, stop it. So we get Baldoni's et al.'s lawsuit against the New York Times, which is a libel suit. I will use libel and defamation interchangeably. Libel is the written form of defamation. So technically defamation law is libel and slander being spoken, libel being written. I will use them synonymously because defamation is the umbrella, right? Then we get Lively's lawsuit in New York. So Lively filed essentially the exact same complaint that was filed to the California, or that the New York Times said was filed to the California Civil Rights Board, because the California Civil Rights Board won't say what is or is not filed. We get like the exact same thing filed in New York. Why New York? What? So, I don't know. Potato asked, anyone can tell me if the movie was any good. I didn't see the movie or read the book, Potato. I can't help. But what I love is that Super Chats have a reply. So for those of you in the chat, you can go hit reply on the Super Chat and let Potato know. Because I don't know. I haven't seen the movie. For me, the movie doesn't really help give me any context to any of this, because we're just going to evaluate what they're saying is happening. We are at the very early stages of all of this litigation. Litigation filed in California, civil litigation filed in California is not going to get a trial date till like 2027 at this point. California courts are so incredibly backed up that the California case is going to move incredibly slowly. New York State might move faster. Federal will probably move the fastest. So, for those of you that do not know the subject of the book and the movie, the subject of the book, and again, I read the Wikipedia of the book, the subject of the book is the author's own telling of the story of her parents and their domestic violence relationship, and the mother leaving the father. The author of the book has talked about wanting to focus on the book's resiliency, or the resiliency of the lead character in this book. The author says that this is kind of a fictionalized telling of her parents' story. So the book centers around themes of domestic violence, of leaving a violent relationship and starting over. And that is where the title of the book comes from. This is the most basic overview of the book that I can give. The It Ends With Us title is the breaking the cycle and walking away with the lead character in the book, and then her daughter being the author in this context. And then the movie was made from that book, an incredibly popular book by Colleen Hoover, who has quite a lot of incredibly popular books. There is a sequel. So that is my understanding. Again, if the wiki is wrong, then I am wrong, because I have not read the book. It's my understanding that there are no dragons. So look, you know what I'm reading. I am reading court documents. I am reading court documents. I am reading the MIT series books that I love about things like how fables inform language, and I am reading fantasy. Those are my genres. Lawsuits, fantasy, and then almost anything from the MIT series that tend to be deeply almost academic papers exploring subject matters that I am interested in. So, you know, that's where I'm at. So I have not read it. All right. So with all of that, a bunch of shit happened behind the scenes in the movie, or in the filming of the movie, and that seemed to pop all of this off. So what was going on set? Well, I don't know. But have we seen sets go awry before? Yes, we covered everything that happened in the Rust case. There's still civil litigation going on in the Rust matters that we need to pop back on. So much happens on movie sets. I'm sure some of you in the chat have worked on movie sets. I have not. I grew up in Los Angeles, so I have friends in many areas of Hollywood, from costuming to sets and lighting to sound, to acting on screen. Do I talk often with them about what set is like? No. I think the only time I really wanted an answer to a question was a friend that worked in costuming and worked on a movie with Keanu Reeves. And I normally don't ask questions about celebrities or how people work. It just, do I care? Not really. I was more excited running into people on the LA Kings when I lived in LA, and people who worked in reality television. That thrilled me. But I had to ask about Keanu. And so I was like, please tell me about Keanu Reeves. And she was like, he is the loveliest person, just the loveliest human, lovely on set, lovely with everyone on set, spends time with crew during downtime, just absolutely the loveliest human. And I was like, I feel so validated because everyone who has ever worked with him has said that. And there are some things you want to be true so badly. And that is one of them. I'm like, yes, perfect. That is. We talked about a few directors and because I was curious and I'm like, yeah, well, that's exactly as it would expect. Do I expect people in Hollywood to not have egos? No, I don't. No, I don't. But I did want to hear about how lovely Keanu was. And yes, lovely, lovely, lovely. All right. We are going to start with the PR lawsuit first because it gives us context of where all these text messages came from. And I think that context is helpful. For all of you that need a chart, bust out a piece of paper. There's going to be a lot of names. You're going to want a chart by the end of this. All right. Emily, where is it? There it is. My folder now has like 5 subfolders. So we're going to get all of the subfolders for the documents. Let's pull this up and get into lawsuit number 1. I'm going to just call it the PR lawsuit because this one's actually from the PR company. So we're calling it the PR lawsuit because actually what it is. Hopefully that was not a short summary of what any of this is. Miguelina, I'll have to give a better summary for you later. But right now that was not great. It was a very long summary. All right, PR lawsuit. There we go. Looks like we can see it just fine. Let's do it. I need to make this a little bigger so I can see it actually. I meant over the break. That's going to be better. I meant over the break to figure out why things weren't. Emily, this bugged you before the break and it's bugging you again. Yes. Things had gone full screen in the past and now they are not. And I don't understand why, but let's try this way and see if it's any better. Yeah, actually a bit better. Okay. So now I can see and y'all can see. Is some of this going to be covered? Hopefully not. I want to make sure that the writing is big so I can read it and that I don't cover up the beginning of words because it will make all of us crazy. All right, there we go. The one I pulled had not been file stamped yet from December 24th. It has since been file stamped. I just didn't go download it again because I already had it. But this has since been approved by the clerk. This is moving through the process. Subpoenas have been issued. This is filed in the state court in New York by Stephanie Jones from Joneswork LLC, Jennifer Abel, Melissa Nathan, Justin Baldoni, Wayfarer Studios, and John Doe's 1 through 10, which means there's still people they don't know. Nature of the case. Defendants Abel and Nathan secretly conspired for months to publicly and privately attack Jones and Joneswork to breach multiple contracts and induce contractual breaches and to steal clients and business prospects. Well, whoop, there it is. That is what the heart of this lawsuit is about. Joneswork had been the PR company for Wayfarer Studios and Baldoni. Then there was a breaking up of the employment relationship. So again, this is Joneswork's telling of what happened in the employment with defendants Nathan and Abel, names that will come up in all of these lawsuits because they are some of the PR individuals that are in all of this. But the reason we're going through this suit, and we're not going to go through all of it, but the reason we're going through this suit is to determine at least how they're saying we got the text messages. There will probably be a countersuit in this lawsuit because I imagine that some of the PR will identify who as we go through it because I don't want to transpose them. And Wayfarer and Baldoni might allege down the road that if there was not a proper subpoena, that Stephanie Jones could have violated the employment contract with particularly Baldoni and Wayfarer by releasing these text messages. Most NDAs have a clause that says by proper court process, you can be forced to turn them over. Some NDAs have steps where you have to notify the other party if you are subpoenaed. So, hey, an NDA can't stop you from complying with legal process, but an NDA can request, and most employment contracts and PR are going to have NDAs, but most NDAs or NDAs can, I can't say most, NDAs can have a request that, hey, if you are subpoenaed with anything relating to our work together, you need to tell me and you need to fight it. So it's going to really depend on, it's going to really depend on how that NDA is written. And I wonder if we will see that in a countersuit, because I can imagine that we will see Baldoni and Wayfarer saying your disclosure of these text messages also violates contracts with us. So if you're suing us, we're suing you. Lily Tree said lots of names already. Should I start a chart? Yes. And it should be color coded. Because there's going to be more. There's going to be more. All right. They are saying that Nathan and Abel conspired for months to publicly and privately attack Jones and Joneswork, breach the contract, and behind Jones's back, secretly coordinated with Baldoni and Wayfarer to implement an aggressive media smear campaign against Baldoni's film co-star, and then use the crisis as an opportunity to drive a wedge between Jones and Baldoni and to publicly pin blame for the smear campaign to Jones. When Jones had no knowledge or involvement of it. It goes on to say, to this day, Abel and Nathan continue to point the finger falsely at Jones now that their own misconduct is coming to light, and to defame and attack Jones in the industry. So Jones is saying that the PR company or the PR agents that Lively is saying smeared her and orchestrated a smear campaign against her, also orchestrated a smear campaign against Jones and Joneswork, even though Jones and Joneswork were the PR company that was working with Baldoni and Wayfarer when this all started. So 3 PR agents, 1 PR firm. So they say that Jones says that Jones and Joneswork did not know what the plan was being executed. It goes on to say, to this day, and this day, by the way, was Christmas Eve. To this day, Abel and Nathan continue to point the finger falsely at Jones now that their own misconduct is coming to light, and defame and attack Jones in the industry. Baldoni and Wayfarer have since parted ways with Joneswork, have repudiated their contractual obligations with Jonesworks, and rebuffed Jones's effort to settle this dispute privately in arbitration. I wonder if, again, I've got questions. I wonder if, for those of you new, this is my speculation bell. I just wonder if Baldoni and Wayfarer looked at the text messages that went to the New York Times and went, oh, you want to settle this privately? Fuck yourself. We're not settling this privately. You turned over all the text messages. So we're going to turn around and sue you for breach of contract. You want to say we breached contract? You want to say that we didn't finish paying you? You turned over text messages. How'd the New York Times get a full Celebrite extraction of a cell phone? You. So no, we're not turning it over. That is speculation. I am wondering. They go on to say, defendants will not stop attacking Jones and have refused any efforts to resolve these issues out of court. Again, I wonder why. Could it be that they are big mad because this was filed 4 days after everything came out in the New York Times? Could it be that they're big mad? When did they try to resolve this? I don't know. The lawsuit seeks to finally put a stop to their continued misconduct and to compensate Jones and Joneswork for the damages defendants' conduct and scheme has inflicted. They say that Stephanie Jones is a highly respected. This is I always call it the resume portion. It's the I am great. These other people are not. There were 5 pages of this when we were looking at the Logan Paul CoffeeZilla suit of just puffery about Logan Paul. There's always a bit of and I am amazing in anyone's lawsuit, because again, this is their light most favorable to them. This is their allegations and shade. And of course, if you're saying they defamed me, you've got to say, and I am defamable because I have a stellar reputation until they did XYZ. So Stephanie Jones, they say, is a highly respected public relations expert who focuses on corporate and personal publicity. Through her company, Joneswork, she has represented many high-profile celebrities, athletes, companies, and business people. Among Joneswork's clients were Baldoni, a well-known actor, director, producer, and Wayfair, his production company. They say that Baldoni produced, directed, and co-starred in It Ends With Us. Again, I don't know if that's ever a good idea. I don't know the film industry. It seems like a lot. It seems like a lot to star, direct, and produce a film. It seems like a lot. So it just seems like a lot. It says, in connection with the film's release in August 2024, Baldoni began to fear that the media might report on allegations of misogynistic and toxic on-set behavior, and that the fallout would be harmful to his reputation and career. Determined to protect his reputation, Baldoni and Wayfair's CEO, Jamie, I put an R in there somewhere that it doesn't belong. Jamie Heath turned to Abel. Heath is another name you're going to see a lot. It's just going to go by Heath. Just put it in there, Heath. Heath turned to Abel, who had become the point person at Joneswork on the Baldoni and Wayfair account. That doesn't surprise me. Abel brought in crisis fixer Melissa Nathan. So Abel was the point person at Joneswork. Stephanie Jones was like the head of the company. Abel was the point person for this account. Melissa Nathan is the crisis PR person. Brought in a crisis fixer to help her manage the situation. Together, Abel and Nathan, with Heath's encouragement, conspired to shut Jones out of the process and keep their strategy hidden from her. Well, she kind of has to say that they're pointing this on me. And if they're pointing this on me, then I have to say that I don't know anything about it. Abel and Nathan sprang into action, scheming to, quote, bury and destroy co-star Blake Lively to protect Baldoni. And again, we're going to get to Baldoni's lawsuit that refutes this and others. So just read all of this with, this is all refuted. So this is the PR lawsuit. This is all refuted by Baldoni's team. To, quote, bury and destroy co-star Lively and protect Baldoni. Their plan was, quote, covert and deliberately concealed from Jones. Jones is like, I knew nothing. I imagine, again, speculation, I imagine that Jones or Jones's attorneys are working closely with Lively and Lively's attorneys, or at least working in somewhat of a cooperative way, because a phone extraction was turned over pretty quickly. That is my speculation. I wouldn't be surprised. And now we're getting Joneswork coming out in court and saying, yeah, I was PR for Wayfair and Baldoni when this all started, but I didn't know anything about it. The employees went rogue. They went rogue. I don't know. They all went rogue. I don't know how PR firms work. Is it conceivable that the head of a firm, depending on how large the firm is, doesn't know what each individual PR agent is doing? Possible. I guess it's possible, right? I don't think every partner at a law firm knows everything their law firm's doing. So I'm just assuming same. Let's see. Their plan was covert, deliberately concealed from Jones, and went far beyond the legitimate scope of Abel's employment. At the same time, Abel and Nathan were pursuing a far more selfish purpose, tearing down Jones's reputation to take her clients and enrich themselves upon Abel's planned departure from Joneswork. And this is where we start getting into texts that are from what seems to be a celebrate extraction. It could be a different technology, but this is from a cell phone extraction. Why do I say that? These are not screenshots. So it doesn't say the name of the phone, though. So disappointed. Just give me the whole report at this point. Just send me all of the reports. But these are from a cell phone extraction. You can tell with the way that they are formatted. You can tell with the way that the date code is at the bottom. You can tell by the color that they are. This is from Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel, owner of the phone. Jennifer Abel, owner of the phone, worked at Joneswork. If that is your work phone, can your employer take your work phone and extract it if they want to? Yeah. Can they? Most employers have a disclosure that says your emails will be monitored, your phone calls can be monitored, your phone, if you're using it for work, can be monitored. Depending on what industry you work in, if you do work stuff on your personal phone can end up part of this and being extracted. So this is the reason that we end up with Abel's phone, because Abel worked for Joneswork, and Joneswork extracted the phone because it was theirs to do. So the employer owns the phone and the text messages and all the rest of it. So Melissa Nathan says to Jennifer Abel, I know, and once you are gone, we will be on accounts together and make really good money and be happy. Am I shocked that somebody wants to leave their employment? No. For all of you saying, Hannah in the chat said, cough, Proctor, cough, cough. Exactly. Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel. This one is a little bit blurry. What a terrible, terrible way to cut it into a lawsuit, but whatever. Let's keep seeing it that way and take this fucking client and never talk to her again. I swear to God. What's helpful for me with the extractions that I will complain about in the other lawsuit is that we have the date stamps from the extraction. So it's helpful to see when these are done. These texts are not in the same conversation thread. These are not on the same day. One is from July 29th. The other is from August 9th. So the ... covers a lot of fucking ground here. The ellipses is covering days. But these are, hey, let's keep steering it that way. I don't know what that's referring to because we don't have the immediate preceding text message, or no, these are cut and paste. Let's just keep steering that way. And you take this fucking client and never talk to her again. I swear to God. Seems like they were planning to leave. If the client also wanted to leave, who knows? Right? Avarice. Not any sincere appreciation for Baldoni was Nathan and Abel's motivation. Abel's candid communication revealed that she felt that she in fact held Baldoni personally in extremely low regard. This is just shade. This is just shade. Is this necessary? This is shade. Jennifer Abel texting someone, we don't know. It has been redacted. This is from January 14th, 2024. I can't stand him. He's so pompous. A men's retreat during release. Is he crazy? They say that they're talking about Baldoni. I don't see his name in here. And being off the grid for the summer because he's just so overworked. Like, calm down. You're not that important and nobody gives a shit how hard your life is. This is just shade. Jennifer Abel said to someone else on January 14th. Let's see. One of these is at 1857 UTC. The next one's at 1900. So this seems to be in connection. It says, he doesn't need a retreat. He needs to be humbled. When his movie flops, he's going to try to blame every person around him for it. Is that what we're seeing now? I don't know. Did the movie flop? I also don't know. But this is in here for shade. It's not in here to say that they stole this client. It's not in here for any other shade, just shade. But these are texts extracted. Are they talking about Baldoni? The lawsuit says they are. We'll see. They're talking about somebody who had a movie. But now we see Blake's name in here. So maybe. It goes on to say from Jennifer Abel, same day, January 14th. He may fire us because even if we put together an amazing campaign, it's not going to change the fact that he's so unlikable and unrealistic as a leading man. There's no chemistry with him and Blake. That seems to indicate they are in fact talking about Baldoni. You and I both know that she will be resistant to promote this movie and press will be reluctant to do anything with Justin without Blake being part of it. So those are my thoughts. Okay. It says months earlier, Abel had voiced the same opinion in connection with the film kissing scene between Baldoni and Lively, which described to Abel as, quote, so gross, revealed that Abel was aware that Lively's on-set complaints about Baldoni's behavior. Let's read them and see. Does this series of screenshot of text from the extraction indicate to us that Abel is aware of Lively's on-set complaints? Abel says on January 13th, so this is what, the day before? It's so cringy. His face. Okay. Ellipses to later in that conversation. Blake was probably grossed out too. Yeah. And filed a cease and desist. Again, I can read this a lot of ways. I can read this as a joke, being like, yeah, and filed a cease and desist to stop scenes in the movie. You can read this as truth, but have we seen anything that says Blake filed a cease and desist? No. So could this be a joke? Maybe. The thing is, in court, anything that you say as a joke is going to be read as not a joke. You guys learned this. If you send it as a spicy text, a lawyer might stand up in court and read it 4 times as not a spicy text. We know that lawyers will suck the humor out of anything, but is it facetious? Is it not? Is it and filed a cease and desist because ew, gross? I don't know. They might be joking. They might not. Who knows? But they say Blake was probably grossed out too. It seems that they're talking about it. But again, all of these are going to be viewed in this complaint in the light most favorable to the person filing the complaint. Again, it's all fun and games until your texts get read in court. Has anyone ever said to you, text like your lawyer is watching? Look, it's all fun and games until your texts get read in court. At the same time as Abel and Nathan were working to protect Baldoni from negative press attention, they were actively working their media contacts to plant negative stories about Jones and Joneswork. This is again mirroring what Lively has said in Lively's complaint. Central to Abel and Nathan's personal vendetta against Jones was an August 2024 Business Insider article titled "Who's Afraid of Stephanie Jones?" that Abel and Nathan coordinated with a friendly reporter. Indeed, as early as July 29th, Abel and Nathan were coordinating their outreach to Katie Warren, the Business Insider reporter, who eventually published the article attacking Jones. Do people talk to reporters on background? Yes. Does that happen all the time? Yes. What I will say is when people talk to reporters on background, do they always know the direction of the article? Not always. Sometimes you can glean that. And I imagine PR people are incredibly savvy with this because they talk to reporters all the time. Sometimes you can glean the direction something is going in. Sometimes you can't. We'll see. This is from Abel to Nathan. Did you by chance chat with Katie, the journo? This is from July 29th, 2024. And then from Nathan back to Abel, no, she's calling me soon. Actually, should be very soon, probably in the next 10 minutes. Okay, so they had a conversation with a journalist named Katie, who then later wrote a what they are saying is a unflattering article about Stephanie Jones. Conversations between Abel and Nathan show close coordination with Warren, including numerous lengthy phone calls between Abel and Warren. And again, they extracted a phone call so they would have the phone records. Between July 30th and August 12th, they say Abel facilitated Warren's outreach to former clients of Jones. Look, how would somebody know? How would somebody know who the former clients are? Because most people don't disclose. And I will try to remember to make this smaller again, but for the text messages, I have to zoom in or I can't read them because I can't see them. Look, man, there's an age where the eyesight starts to get squirrely with you. And I don't want to be leaning in like I'm on a Zoom call. So how would you know who somebody's former clients were without somebody inside telling someone? Sure. They're saying that's deliberate interference with Jones's business. Could it be? I don't know, maybe. Jennifer Abel says, FYI, Katie's going to try you again by phone to confirm if blank is a client. I would definitely call her ASAP and say off record she's not, and to not have her included in the piece. It says on the eve of the article's release, Nathan boasted about the destructive effect of the story on Jones, mocking Jones in a text to Abel and jokingly suggesting that Abel should tell Jones. Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel. Stephanie, are you aware there is a kill story dropping this week on you? And if you hadn't have blown us up, we would not have been in such a bad place. That's from August 14th, 2024. Again, it seems to indicate they know the story's coming. Sure seems to indicate that. Abel and Nathan's conspiracy to take Jones down was virulent and effective, which they themselves recognize was fueled by society's natural willingness to tear down successful women, and they capitalize on this for their own gain. Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel. It's actually sad because it just shows you have people really want to hate on women. This is from August 10th, 2024. I'm just going to put a note here. And this is going to highlight when you don't have everything in context, you don't know. Am I surprised a lawsuit's going to pick and choose what text message to use? No, of course they are. This same message is used for a completely different purpose in Lively's lawsuit. Because in Lively's lawsuit, Lively says that this particular text is about her. And in Abel's lawsuit, Abel says that this text is about her. So it just goes to show that the one text is being used in two completely different ways. And when we don't know the rest of the thread of the conversation on August 10th, could it be either? Because again, the kill story dropping this week text is from August 14th. It just shows that people want to hate on women is from August 10th. So who knows? But it's used in two different ways in two different lawsuits. Same text. This is from that same thread. I know it's sad. And then follow up, but then like, don't be a see you next Tuesday. For those of you asking, why are they not including more? Because it's their suit and they are going to paint everything in the light most favorable to them. This is used in another lawsuit in a totally different way. It says, as her planned departure neared, Abel boasted to Nathan about the damage she was doing to Joneswork, her then current employer. Nathan goaded her on. Jennifer Abel, we are going to war. Okay, this is on August 13th. I feel so alive. This is also on August 13th. What's the context of we are going to war? They're in PR. Context could be anything. Megan in the chat, thank you, said the Business Insider story was published on August 15th. So, Melissa Nathan, going out of JW with a bang. This is on August 13th at 15:54:20. So this does seem to be in the same thread at least. But could that be going to war on a different PR campaign? Maybe. Abel and Nathan also conspired to ensure that Wayfair and Baldoni would leave Joneswork and come with Abel and her planned new firm. Stealing clients is going to be interesting in light of an employment contract. We'll see. Oh, I'm going to have to make this bigger or I can't see it. Just had a nice conversation with Justin, just him and me. I explained to him a few things. In my conversations with Leslie, he's like, don't help her. I'm like, I'm not helping her. I'm telling her what we're not doing, and she needs to also not do anything. And my last conversation with her was last Wednesday or so. And then I couldn't help myself. This is all from August 19th. I ended it with, and these are all Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel. I ended it with litigation. I ended it with, and I'm just going to step out of line before I go to bed and tell you, Jen is amazing. She's so loyal and she loves you so much. And you have to go with her. And he was like, oh my God, of course I'm going with her. Don't kill me. Okay, bye. So this is Melissa Nathan saying, I talked to Justin Baldoni and I said, you have to go with Jen. And Jen's like, ha, 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 OMG, love you. And then thanks for chatting with him. By the time Jones became aware of the plot in August 2024 and terminated Abel, it was too late and the damage had been done. I mean, I wonder what day this was. Was this after the kill article or the kill what did they call it? The kill article. After the kill article came out. I mean, I guess it works with the we're going to war. By the time Jones became aware of the plot, Abel had already stolen more than 70 proprietary and sensitive business documents and additional client leads from Jones. Beyond those documents, Abel left Joneswork with Baldoni and Wayfarer in tow and immediately opened shop at her own competing firm, which she had set up while still working at Joneswork. These are going to be employment law problems, which is the heart really of this lawsuit. For their part, encouraging Abel to leave with her, Wayfarer and Baldoni breached their own contract with Joneswork and then poured salt in the wound by baselessly refusing to pay and the remaining amount owed. So they left, they joined a new firm, and they didn't pay the rest of their contract. It goes on to say Abel and Nathan's covert takedown and smear campaigns were revealed in black and white on Abel's company issued phone following her termination, which Joneswork forensically preserved and examined in detail after receiving a subpoena for the phone's contents. I just wonder how they knew she had the phone. However, that's going to be the subject, likely, of a countersuit in this lawsuit, I would suspect. Was there a friendly conversation between lawyers saying, yes, we have the phone, and they say, we'll send you a subpoena. Like, I can't just give it to you. We'll send you a subpoena. Okay. Like, how friendly was that conversation? We'll see. The dates are left out of all of this. Really wish I knew. Really wish I knew more specifically when in August we're talking about. We have text messages up to August 14th we've seen. Really wish I knew. Really, really, really want some more dates. So the allegation here is that Abel and Nathan conspired to take Baldoni and Wayfarer as clients away from Joneswork to smear Joneswork, and then Wayfarer failed to pay the rest of their contract. They say that Abel continues to point fingers at Jones. Jones has tried in good faith to resolve the dispute. Then we're going to talk about the parties. New York. Jurisdiction, New York. Factual allegations. We've gone through most of it. I'm not going to go through the rest of it. We are going to get more in depth to other lawsuits today. So we're not going to go through everything. There's going to be more of what Joneswork does. Jennifer Abel started working for Joneswork in July 2020. I just want to see when the departure was. If it says, let's see. Shortly after executing the employment agreement, Joneswork began referring to Abel as a partner, but Abel remained an employee. Fine. But when? It doesn't say when employment separated. Wayfarer and Baldoni began working with Joneswork in 2019. Joneswork began representing the company and began working with Baldoni in 2017. So this is a long-standing relationship between Joneswork and Baldoni, and then Baldoni's a part owner in Wayfarer. In May 2020, Joneswork began to work with Wayfarer for strategic communication services. This was a $20,000 per month plus expenses contract and a 20% commission for speaking engagements and a 10% commission for third-party agreements. So this seems to me as a quasi management plus PR contract, but that's $20,000 a month flat rate plus 20% commission plus then 10% commission plus expenses is quite a lot. Like that seems, it's in connection, it seems like a lot, but this seems like a hybrid between a PR contract and a like representation contract. So let us continue with that. Wayfarer agreed not to solicit any Joneswork employees. That's going to be in every employment contract. Wayfarer agreed that either party could terminate only if the other party materially breached its terms and failed to cure those. I think we will see some of this come up in a countersuit because the attorneys for Wayfarer, Brian Friedman, has said everybody's getting sued. Like literally the Oprah of lawyers at the moment, like you get a lawsuit, everyone will be sued. So I imagine that this will come up. The Wayfarer agreement is governed by New York law. The contract had a 1-year term that automatically renewed for an additional 1-year period unless the party gave notice 90 days before renewal. That's a long time. A 90-day notice is a lot, but that's neither here nor there, really. It's just lawyer interest. Neither Joneswork nor Wayfarer ever gave notice under this provision. The contract most recently renewed for a 1-year period from May 7th, 2024 to expire on May 6th, 2025. And it seemed that they left somewhere in August of 2024. So I assume they want to be paid out for the rest of the 25,000 per month. And Wayfair and Baldoni are like, yeah, no. Until the dispute described in this complaint, Wayfair and Baldoni paid invoices each month for $25,000 because they added Baldoni personally to the contract. Shortly after commencing employment at Joneswork, Abel began working with Baldoni and Wayfair. As times passed, Jones grew confident in Abel's abilities, and Abel ultimately was entrusted as the primary Joneswork point of contact for Baldoni and Wayfair. They get into Melissa Nathan, who was brought in as crisis. They say that there was a scheme. We saw that at the beginning to, they say, attack Jones's reputation and steal business and steal proprietary information. They talk about it ends with us. We're going to go through past that. They put in some of the scenario planning document. We're going to see that in the other litigation we're covering today, so we're not going to cover it here. I also covered this a bit in quick bits. They say that this memo, along with overall strategy, was kept secret from Jones, which is interesting because they go on to say this strategy and document was kept secret from Jones. Was it kept secret, or did they just not loop her in? I don't know. What was their normal pattern of work? We'll see. They say it was explicitly recommended weaponizing Baldoni's perceived history as a longtime activist and advocate of and for women in Hollywood to be used against Lively, and at the same time sought to discredit Lively's negative onset experiences with Baldoni by painting her in the press as the one who had weaponized feminism for her own benefit. I went through this on Quick Bits. It's going to be in Lively's suit. We'll go through it then. They say this aggressive strategy was apparently still not tough enough for Baldoni, who texted Abel and Heath that he was, quote, not in love with the document Nathan sent. Not sure I'm feeling the protection I felt on the call. These texts are also in the New York Times article, and they're also in Lively's suit. Abel relayed Baldoni's concerns to Nathan, telling Nathan that Baldoni needed a stronger showing of strength, explaining, and this is from August 2nd, you can, of course, and this is Abel to Nathan, you can, of course, do that, but I think he needs to know I'm going to confidentially send you something he's texting me and Heath on the side just to arm you before the call. I think you guys need to be tough and show the strength of what you guys can do in these scenarios. He wants to feel like she can be buried. We've seen this, and this was the kind of top of the New York Times article. Nathan immediately responded. Again, this is on August 2nd, 2024. Nathan responded to Abel, of course, but you know, when we send over documents, we can't send over the work we will or could do because that could get us in a lot of trouble. These were really the heart of that New York Times article, and these are central to Lively's suit as well. We can't write it down for him. We can't write, we will destroy her. We will go to this. We will do this. We will do this. We will do this. And then Abel responds on August, same conversation. These are in quick succession. Of course not, but I told him that's the point of talking, though. Nathan goes back to Abel. He has to look at this as an information document for us to be armed with. That's all. Imagine if a document saying all the things that he wants ends up in the wrong hands. This was the central part of the New York Times article. Ellipses. So now we're jumping in time. I mean, I don't know what's cut out of here. We're not jumping that far in time. We're going from 1349.03 to 1350.10. From Nathan to Abel. You know, we can bury anyone, but I can't write that to him. I'll be very tough. There's something missing there. At least they put an ellipses to indicate that there's something missing. Curious what that is. Let's see if we see it in Baldoni's suit, because there's a lot of text messages there too. What is in between this text from 1349 to 1350? What's missing in the middle there? It goes on to say in the days that followed, Baldoni and Heath made clear to Abel that they expected Abel and Nathan's strategy to include a social media activation plan, and Abel and Nathan immediately complied in its implementation. Footnote 2, Nathan and Abel's behind-the-scenes efforts for Baldoni and Heath also included frantically working to squash emerging media reports about certain human resources complaints that had been filed against Baldoni in connection with the film. That comes up again. We'll get into it. Let's look at what this footnote is. For example, On August 5th, Baldoni sent Abel a screenshot of an attack campaign against Hailey Bieber, painting her as having, quote, a history of bullying many women, and told Abel, quote, this is what we would need. And they put in against Lively. We'll see that in Lively's complaint. That came up with the Times too. They go on to say, on information and belief, which is lawyer speak for our clients told us, but we have not yet verified. Nathan and Abel also use their industry connections to plant negative stories about Lively in the press. Again, this has been denied from the lawyer Freeman representing the lawsuit against the New York Times. They say, including Daily Mail and the New York Post, page 6, and leverage their teams to create and perpetuate negative content about Lively on social media platforms such as Reddit and TikTok. Well, right, because anything can spurn on Reddit. Footnote 3. C, and then they have the is Blake Lively set to be canceled? String of, quote, hard to watch videos have surfaced following, quote, tone deaf Q&A to promote It Ends With Us. Could tarnish 30-year-old star's golden Hollywood image for good. That's from the Daily Mail on August 16th. And then another article from Sarah Nathan. Yes, related to PR Nathan. We'll get into that in there. Sarah Nathan, who's writing for page 6, is related to Melissa Nathan in this lawsuit. But Sarah Nathan, Blake Lively approved final cut of It Ends With Us amid feud with co-star Justin Baldoni. So that is another connection that we will get into later. They go on to say again, for her part, Jones, who was kept in the dark about this coordinated strategy and was not aware that Wayfarer had actively approved and participated in it, objected to Wayfarer's hiring of Nathan and advocated a positive press strategy instead. Wayfarer's president immediately reported Jones's comments to Abel. And this, they say, is from the president of Wayfarer. Let's make this a little bigger because this one's hard to read. This is from, last name, it looks like Hanks. Jennifer Abel, text from Stephanie about the HR article and us hiring Melissa for crisis. Quote, this wasn't planted by Leslie. This is playbook by Melissa. There is, and this again is a wonky looking text. I just want to see the extraction at this point. I don't know if it copy and pasted. Weird. There are allegations in the next lawsuit we get to that these, not this specific text, but some texts were altered. We will get to that. It looks wonky to me. We would need, again, to see the extraction for any of it. So just a reminder, law nerds, I know that there are new law nerds in the chat because of the subject matter. I'm not telling anyone that you have to like individuals, that you can't have feelings about individuals. I do say no name calling. So I appreciate no name calling in the chat. That goes for everyone. Look, we were able to not name call Jamie Spears. We did give him the nickname Yeeted, but if we were able to not name call Jamie Spears, we can not name call others as well. So thank you, chat. But just a reminder, I know a lot of you have feelings, and in other places on the internet, name calling is kind of the de facto. But here, opinions and conversation, name calling is not productive for any of those things. It's fair to ask questions. So thank you. This is, let's see, we're looking at Wayfarer, like the head at Wayfarer texting Jennifer Abel about oh my God. It's like when your kid is trying to tell you about a conversation that happened in lunch amongst people you don't know. So, oh my God. Stephanie was talking to Tara, and then Tara told Jennifer exactly what Stephanie said about Melissa. Oh. Okay. So Stephanie Jones PR plaintiff in this lawsuit, was talking to Wayfarer and then was talking to Wayfarer about Abel, and then Wayfarer looped Abel in on all of this to talk about Melissa. Oh my God. Stephanie. Text from Stephanie about the HR article and us hiring Melissa for crisis. This wasn't planted by Leslie. This is playbook by Melissa. There is no New York Post story. She kept at bay. Melissa's sister works at page 6. We need to flood zones with positive press and push back on claims. There's no counter to claims in story. his complimentary sound bites of Blake need to be covered on high SEO sites. So the plaintiff in this suit is saying, look, I didn't know that they were running a quote unquote negative PR campaign. I wanted to flood the positive stuff. And of course the plaintiff is going to say that, because the plaintiff in this case is telling the story from their perspective and saying, look, these people left my firm, trashed me, and took my clients. So of course, that's how this is going to be positioned. Excluding Jones from the conversation, Heath, does that say Heath up there? No, that says Hanks. Excluding Jones from the conversation, Heath flatly rejected any pivot to a positive strategy in a text to Abel. And again, this is one text out of likely a thread on August 14th. It seems that these texts are the same day that the quote unquote kill story is coming out about Stephanie Jones, suggesting that Jones should be shut out for undermining their strategy. He also called Jones's influence on the situation poison. Well, it seems that this might be the same day that that article is coming out. Heath to Abel, I don't like the idea that there is continued cannibalization from within the same side, meaning, quote, Joneswork, i.e. Stephanie and the crisis team. This does seem to separate Stephanie and the crisis team, because the crisis team is not part of Joneswork. That's Melissa Nathan. I only want us to be communicating with people who are working together and not with ones who are undermining others within our team. Stephanie is casting doubt, and that can have an effect like poison. I don't think he called her poison in this. I'm going to bed. A first for me and forever. Let's chat more tomorrow about this. Well, I think that's completely reasonable to say I am logging off for the night. They say Abel and Nathan drive a wedge between Jones and Baldoni and attack Jones's reputation in the press. This is going to go to that article. I want to look at the text messages. The suit says, ironically, Abel and Nathan recognized that their success on both fronts reflected a societal desire to tear down successful women like Lively and Jones, but they remain undeterred in their agenda. They've used these text messages in like 4 different contexts, which I hate. It's actually sad. This is the same text we saw in the New York Times. What are these texts referring to? I need the text before. I need the text after. I've just got questions about these texts. Stella, this is the only correct response in the chat. That girl is poison. Yes. Yes. Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel. It's actually sad because it just shows you have people really want to hate on women. I know it's sad, says Jennifer Abel. And then but then like, don't be a see you next Tuesday. We've seen these texts a bunch now. They're in this lawsuit twice, just in case anyone missed them. They're in this lawsuit again. Abel's trashing of women even extended to Nathan herself, whom she privately badmouthed for months before cynically hitching her star to Nathan to steal from Jones. This is just shade. This is just shade. This is from someone to Jennifer Abel, MN. They're saying that means Melissa Nathan kind of talks out of both sides of her mouth. And Jennifer Abel says, you think? There's no context for this at all. And then, are these even on the same date? Okay, this is May 4th, 2024, between unknown person and Jennifer Abel. I think this is put in the lawsuit this is my opinion, to drive a wedge between Jennifer Abel and Melissa Nathan, who are both defendants here and in multiple of these other lawsuits, right? Is this needed? No. Is this needed at all? No. This is just she was talking shit about you. This is a fucking Real Housewives reunion right now. Just so you know, this lawsuit, just so you know, she was talking shit about you too. And then kind of talks out of both sides of her mouth. She's a PR crisis manager. What is she talking both sides of her mouth about? Oh yeah, I'd love to come to that event. Sounds great. Okay. So Jennifer Abel's talking to somebody in May of 2024 that Melissa Nathan kind of talks out of both sides of her mouth. I'm shocked that a PR agent would ever be accused of such. This is my shocked face. Jennifer says, you think? Jennifer then says, let's see, 180345, 180350, then says she's a piece of shit. Is there anything in between those two? Don't know. Jennifer Abel then says, I honestly used to like her and now I see her for how she really is. Oh, okay. Working together, Nathan and Abel's stated goal in all of this was to position themselves to be able to steal Wayfair, Baldoni, and other clients from Joneswork to the new firm. I mean, if you're starting a new business with somebody who's like, hey, I'll pay you $25,000 a month and 20% of this and this and this and that, I can see it. I mean, it probably violates her employment contract, but I can see why they're doing it. Let's see. They go on to say these clients would then be serviced jointly by Abel and Nathan's new firms instead of Joneswork. Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel, I know. And once you are gone, we will both be on accounts together. We've seen this twice. Abel and Nathan explicitly discussed their plan to steal Wayfair and Baldoni away from Joneswork. Let's just keep it steering that way. Again, we've seen this twice now. With a response exactly. As Nathan made plain, quote, really good money. As Nathan made plain, quote, really good money was the motivating force behind this scheme, not any special affection for Baldoni. Shock me with the fact that you're telling me that PR agents don't always love the clients they're doing PR for. I mean, do you think lawyers love all of their clients? I think lawyers like most of their clients, but do I think lawyers love all of their clients? No, I don't know. So do I think PR agents love everyone that they work with in Hollywood? No. Can I imagine that they all talk shit about the people that they work with behind the scenes? 100%. 100%. Okay. Lauren, this is completely off topic and I love it. I'm pulling it up because you're probably watching behind the scenes, but I will have to, Lauren, you need to clip this and send this to Ryan Hall. Lauren said, Ryan Hall actually did save my life. He reported the tornado on the ground 10 minutes before the NSSL. He said it was headed directly for our house. We left and it hit our house 11 minutes later. I'm sure you have shared this with him, but this is, look, if I can help people find resources, as we were talking about the California fires earlier, I don't know if there are channels that cover it like Ryan does, but Ryan does absolutely incredible work. So Lauren, thank you for sharing that. And I'm going to have to star this so I can also make sure that he sees that. For everyone, Catherine, yes. Empire Records is amazing. Shock Me was an Empire rep. For all of you that are like, Buffy reference, that was a Vampire record. That was an Empire. Did I say vampire? Both. It was a Vampire Records reference. Let's do a crossover. Buffy slaying vampires in a record store in the 90s. Shock me. So no, I'm not shocked by any of this. Like I'm really just not. However, is this an employment law issue? If you are stealing clients and violating your employment contract, possibly. What's the response to all of that? Money. That's why we have a civil suit. Do we need any of them talking shit about Baldoni in here to say, like, does your employment lawsuit need, they don't even like him? No. This suit could be, hey, this client had an employment relationship with us. This employee had a contract with us. This employee left in violation of their contract and took client in violation of their contract. Does it need and they think he's gross? No. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. But is this part of putting a narrative out in the public? Yes. Yes, it is. Kristen, thank you. Thank you. YSA DJ said, interesting to see how lawsuits can be used as PR now. Lawsuits are hugely used as PR. If there's any takeaway from today, it is that lawsuits are hugely used as PR. Most of the chat can say why, because they know. But why? Why? There's no TikTok privilege, but litigation privilege? Right. When you look at defamation law, it says a non-privileged communication. What is an example of a privileged communication? A lawsuit. A lawsuit is a privileged communication. So yes, there are guidelines about putting things in a lawsuit that have a factual basis. Does it have a factual basis that these individuals are talking shit about each other and said that Justin Baldoni was gross? Sure. Is it 100% necessary? No. Can they be sued for defamation based on what they say in a lawsuit? No. What am I expecting to see from all of these lawsuits? I'm here for pulling the curtain back and taking a look at what's going on with Hollywood PR, because this is not my world at all. This is not my world at all. And I'm curious. Let's take a look. Let's take a look behind the curtain and watch everybody pick fingers at each other saying their PR team was doing this and their PR team was doing this and all these other PR teams were doing that. Let's just see. Is any of it real? Like, is any of it real? And it leads us to better questions, right? Do I really feel this way based on me, or am I supposed to feel this way because I am being manipulated by the way the headlines are written, or by the fact that I look at a headline and go, oh, fuck, I can bury anybody. What's going on? Or am I looking at a headline like that going, oh, yeah, I thought PR agents would do that. And then that headline validates what I already think, so I'm not really going to question it. I'm not saying this happened here. I'm saying this is where the good questions lie. Is that validating something I already want to believe? And so I'm not even going to ask questions because I'm like, no, I want to believe that. So is any of it real? Or is it all just, did I really choose this sweater? Or was this sweater chosen for me by the conversation of the people in this room? Because that sweater's not just blue, it's cerulean. So when you go back to the master work, The Devil Wears Prada, and look at that speech, did you choose this for yourself, or was it chosen for you? Was it chosen for you by the narratives that are getting pushed? Was it chosen for you by what you are seeing in the headlines? And we can ask ourselves, is this validating what I already think and that's why I'm not questioning it? Or do we just go back to question everything? Look, I am cuspy Gen X. I'm here for fuck it, believe nothing, question everything. I was raised on the X-Files, man. Believe everything. No, believe nothing, question everything. If you believe everything, it's going to be a mess. And I think that it allows us to ask critical questions when we're looking at something. Or do we want to believe it's true? Do I want to believe that the ridiculously expensive mixer that I bought because it had a beautiful wooden bowl and it was green, do I want to believe that that turns me into a woman that is going to enjoy making bread all of the time? I want to believe that about myself. I really do. I want to believe this version of myself that I see in my head. But also, do I need to buy the mixer for that to happen? No. But does the mixer make me feel better? Yes. Because I want to believe that version. So it's the same with all of these. Do we want to believe without questioning? No. Look, let's just question everything. Let's just question everything. I know, I love that mixer so much. And my teen looked at me and was like, so what? You're just like a millennial bread mom? And I'm like, yeah, bitches. Mount up. And did I immediately make bread? Yes. Do I love it? Yes, I do. And do I feel like, I love this? Yes, I do. But also there are things that we do because we want to believe that version of ourselves. I believe that I question things well, but I also know about myself because I went to law school and I am prone to evaluating and questioning everything. I also know that there are times when I see a positive article about the Dave Matthews Band that I'm like, fuck yeah, that's my band. If anyone says these songs all sound the same, I'm like, I can't hear you. Like you cannot tell me otherwise. So it's helpful when we can evaluate what we're seeing in the media, because look, man, all of it has a purpose. Follow the money. What I love about the world that we are living in right now is that the media, as it is, the kind of legacy media, is in this push-pull fight over power and attention, because you can find, well, we couldn't have found this complaint from Lively anywhere else. The initial complaint from Lively, only the New York Times had it, only place you can find it, until everybody grabbed it from the New York Times and re-uploaded it onto Scribd or whatever. But they were the only ones who had access. But access is getting distributed and attention is getting distributed, and there are more voices to have the conversations that are needed. So do the headlines start to lose power? A little bit, but are they fighting to hold on to that access and power? Absolutely. Legacy media is fighting to circle the wagons to hold on to the access, because they're like, we're the only ones who can bring you the story. We're the only ones that can bring you the story. These lawsuits are going to pull back the curtain on all of that, because there is a in-group that is having these conversations, and most of us are not part of the in-group. So what do we get to do? We get to look at the lawsuits and we get to ask a bunch of questions. So, and then we get to follow the money. Look, do I think that the New York Times has been discussed in a more positive way from December 20th to whenever Baldoni filed his lawsuit? Probably. Do I think the New York Times is also fighting for relevance in the world of pop culture? Yes. Do I also think that the New York Times probably sees the benefit in showing what they perceive to be going on behind the scenes? Yes. It fits what they want to do. So did they, we'll get to it. We'll get to it when we get to the Baldoni lawsuit, which I want to do soon. So we've now seen these text messages repeated twice. Why are they repeated twice in this lawsuit? I don't know. Because they wanna. Months later, Abel was even more explicit in her disdain for Baldoni. Is this necessary in this lawsuit? No. Is this shade? Yes. Does this serve a purpose? Shade. Shade is the purpose. Jennifer Abel to someone. I can't stand him. He's so pompous. Again, this is the second time we've seen these in these complaints. They really wanted you to read these. Is it inconceivable to me that a PR agent would find a celebrity that they work for pompous? No, I'm not shocked. Is this more, just tell me what you think. Is this more a shot at Jennifer Abel from Stephanie Jones, where Jones is like, oh, you're going to just ask. Oh, you're going to take my clients. You're going to take a $25,000 a month plus percentages client. You're going to pin your dirty deeds on me. Well, guess what? I've got your text messages. And what I'm going to put in a lawsuit that you can't sue me over unless you countersue. But you can't sue me for defamation. What I'm going to put in a lawsuit is you talking shit about the client that you stole and you talking shit about the partner that you're working with. Have fun having these conversations behind the scenes, because now we've got all of your text on blast. This is very Housewives reunion with a Lucy apple juicy length of text messages. Did you place this story? Here are the texts. You said this, you said that, you said all of this. Jessica, I actually said to my husband that I am a baker, and so I needed the KitchenAid mixer with the wooden bowl. Did I have a KitchenAid mixer at the time? No. But then I made all of the bread and cookies for the holidays, and I'm like, I am a baker. Now, just by marriage, it's just the last name that I got. But I was like, I am a baker. I need to bake. I also very much enjoy it because it slows the things down. So is this a part of the publicity war? Yeah, it is. Does it mean the text messages aren't true? No, not at all. Both things can be true. It's just what is the purpose for these in the lawsuit? Maybe to continue to drive a wedge and make Jennifer Abel have some really uncomfortable conversations with the people she was talking about in text. It goes on to say, to further their plan, Abel and Nathan contrived to plant stories in media outlets, including the Daily Mail and Business Insider. And again, they say they didn't do this. They also back-channeled with Wayfair and Baldoni to paint Jones in a negative light. For example, following the premiere of the film, the Daily Mail published an article reporting on tensions between Baldoni and Lively, footnote 4. The article relied exclusively on social media posts that had been identified for Abel earlier the same day, either a shocking coincidence or a confirmation that Abel planted the story. I feel like we're going to get into the semantics of what planting a story is at some point, where you're going to get somebody saying, I didn't tell him to write a story. I just said, aren't these posts interesting? I was just on background providing information. I didn't tell them what to write. I didn't tell them what headline to make. I didn't know exactly what they would do with it. We were just providing information. But isn't that literally the point of PR? Isn't the point of PR to be like, hey, you might be interested in this? Is that planting a question? Is that planning a story? Is that not planning a story? Is that on background information? Like, we're going to get into semantics on this as this gets fought over. This is an interesting connection to me. This is going to come up in the other two lawsuits as well. It's interesting to me that they are saying that the article reporting tensions relied on social media posts that had been identified for Abel earlier the same day. Interesting. But if they were also identified for Abel, couldn't the same person have identified them to the Daily Mail? On information and belief, Abel and Nathan conspired to plant this story in the Daily Mail in pursuit of dual objectives. What does that even mean? We'll see. First, they say the negative story cemented Baldoni's need for Nathan's crisis management services, ensuring herself an ongoing paycheck. Second, they arranged for Baldoni and Wayfarer to believe that Jones was the cited, quote, insider, and created a false story that Jones had publicly blamed Lively for the article, thus sowing discord between Baldoni and Wayfarer on the one hand and Jones on the other. So they're saying, look, these stories were taking shots at Blake Lively, but also they blamed it on Jones and said, she's the one planning these articles. She's making it worse. Now we have to fix everything that she did. So you should leave her firm and work with us, because now we have to fix all this shit that she's doing. That's what is being alleged. They allege that the scheme worked. When the article was published, at first, key players in the film's release, including Josh Greenstein, the president of Sony Pictures Motion Picture Group, believed, quote, correctly that Abel was the person responsible for the story. This is a text message from the president of Sony to Jennifer Abel. Hi, Jen. Been informed you've been speaking to sites about bad blood between Blake and Justin. He was good on Today's Show. If a negative story breaks, it would hurt the movie. Period. Josh. This is from 8/8. But Abel denied being the source and instead falsely told Sony that Jones was the leak. Look, and in the other lawsuit, they're going to say that Jones was the leak. I am so glad you think so. Katharina said this lawsuit might be more interesting than Blake's complaint or Baldoni's libel suit. They're messy in PR. This is where the tea is. This is where the tea is. This is why we did this one first. So Jones is saying that Abel, in talking to Sony, was like, it wasn't me. We didn't do it. Jones did it. And then that would give, I would imagine, Baldoni and Wayfarer the impression that if Jones did this, she was working against their objectives. And then she was breaching their contract. So is that a reason that when she said, hey, you need to pay me for the rest of the year, Wayfair was like, yeah, fuck that. You breached your contract. We're out. We'll see. We are now at, let's see, the Aurora H. White said the PR teams know all and will spill all if needed. Everyone is in save yourself mode. And it's going to be knives out on save yourself mode. Everybody is in save yourselves mode. Mm-hmm. But Abel denied being the source and instead falsely told Sony Communications that Jones was the leak. This false allegation stuck. Rumors that Jones was behind the article began to make their way back to Wayfair, causing Heath to respond with hostility. Well, I could imagine why he'd be pissed if he thinks his PR company that he's paying $25,000 a month to is doing things that harm the release of the movie. I'd be mad too, wouldn't you? This is from Heath to Steph Jones to Hanks, who's also Wayfair, and to Jennifer Abel. Seemingly in light of the Daily Mail article. I am hearing from Sony that, quote, someone named Stephanie Jones has responded out to Daily Mail saying that Blake is to blame, and now this has escalated it all. We were purposely not responding to anything as to not fuel. This has fueled it. Everyone, stand down. That should be in all caps. Stand down. Unless I am aware of any moves. I don't care who was supposed to do what. I am more interested in that. I am interested only in a strategy being run by me. I need all to understand that. All of you. Stop unless it goes through me. So even Abel is saying that Jones is doing this. Jones is saying that this is a master plan to destroy Jones and to steal clients. Everybody thinks they're playing 3D chess. And Sony is like, the fuck are you doing? We're distributing a movie. This isn't going to help. When Jones stated her intent to contact Sony to correct the misimpression, Heath instructed her to stand down. So Jones is saying, I wanted to go directly to Sony and say, it wasn't me. Everybody's shaggy today. It wasn't me. And he said no. Steph Jones to the rest of the text thread to clarify again, I have not spoken to Daily Mail. The above isn't true. I also don't believe Danny or Kim at Sony are saying that above. Quote also has space as if it was just being drafted. So on August 8th, Steph Jones is like, who's lying on my name? Who's lying on my name? Because I don't believe it. Steph Jones then says, I am not contacting press, but is concerning if Danny or Kim are saying I have escalated this as I haven't even touched this. I am going to contact them. And then Heath says, Stephanie, I imagine that's the tone, Stephanie, as your client and the one that pays for your services, I am stating to not contact anyone regarding Wayfair or Sony at this time. If you do after this text, it will be a major problem. This needs to be respected now, period. So this was August, and I can see why when the contract broke up, Wayfair might not have been inclined to mediate. By mediate, we mean pay. So, they allege that Heath went a step further and threatened Jones directly that he would issue a public press release stating that Baldoni and Wayfair had terminated Joneswork if she took any steps to contact Sony or others to clear her name, menacingly reminding her. When have we seen menacingly used in a lawsuit? It's been a minute. Menacingly reminding her that she didn't need that kind of negative publicity for herself or her business. This is all happening after the kill article happened. So, hey, Stephanie, we're going to leave and say that you suck. Wouldn't that be unfortunate in light of the Business Insider article? And if this is as alleged, then Abel is the Svengali behind all of it. planning the stories about Stephanie Jones and then driving a wedge between her and her clients. This is what they're alleging. Driving a wedge between her and her clients. And then her clients are using that to say, what you don't need right now is more negative press. Wouldn't that be bad for you? Yeah, I thought so. So why don't you just stop? So it's very, very interesting to see how they're alleging this is all orchestrated behind the scenes. The allegations here are similar to the way Lively alleges that things were orchestrated. When we get to the next lawsuit, we're going to see the other side saying, this isn't what we were doing at all. They think we're doing some master manipulation. That's not what's happening. But it's interesting. Okay. It's just wild. They go on to say on August 9th, the Daily Mail published another article, this time reporting on Baldoni's abusive on-set behavior, citing, quote, insiders as the source for the article. Footnote 5, on information and belief, that means our client says, Abel and Nathan conspired to plant this story in further pursuit of their goal to cement Baldoni's and Wayfarer's need for Nathan's services and turn them against Jones. They say Heath and Abel bragged about the success of this strategy, jokingly referring to, quote, the leak as being, quote, the best decision of a press trip that Abel and Nathan were accompanying Heath and Wayfarer on which Jones did not attend. This is from August 10th. Here's the thing. These other texts are, let's see. Oh no, those are close in time. I thought these were September. These are August 8th. So that is actually close in time. I thought they weren't. This is from Heath to Abel. Best decision of this whole trip, 20 rows separated from the leak. Now, do we need more context to this? Sure. Is this being presented in the light most favorable to those filing? Yeah, but do I really want to know what the other text messages are right in there? Sure fucking do. Sure fucking do. Tell me. Tell me. I want to know it all. Tell me. So for all of you that are like, oh, this is where the real tea is. Yeah, this is where the real tea is. And I see this one as the cornerstone. And then we take Baldoni's and Lively suits and check them back against this one. Because this is where the tea is. In parallel with their efforts in the Daily Mail on information and belief, Abel and Nathan contrived to have Business Insider publish a hostile article about Jones, which was intended to encourage Wayfarer and Baldoni and other clients to want to end their relationship with Joneswork and weaken Jones's business. Indeed, as early as January 29th, this is all above. This is all about the kill piece. And they've already alleged this. We've already seen these texts. This is redundant to a fault at this point. They say, in addition, on August 9th, Abel suggested and asked for Heath's approval to try to get Business Insider to remove reference to a letter of support for Jones that Baldoni had previously written. Oh, there's more. But wait, there's more. And falsely tell Warren that Baldoni and Wayfarer had terminated their relationships with Joneswork, Warren, the reporter, when they had not. Jennifer Abel. Just thought of something. Should I try to get Justin's letter removed from Business Insider? I would need to tell her on background that both Justin and Wayfarer have severed ties. On background means, like, don't quote me, but FYI. Like, on background, on DL. We'll just do it that way, on DL. Let's see. So... and this is Abel to Heath on August 9th. So not sure if your lawyers would recommend that, as she would need to print that, and not sure if that would cause any issues. On August 12th, just 3 days before the article was published, Business Insider's Warren reporter asked Abel to call her back. This is awfully blurry. Katie Warren to Jennifer Abel. Hey, would you mind giving a call back when you have a minute? Just a quick question. This is from August 12th. Abel called Warren 11 minutes later, right? Because they have all the phone records. The day before the article was published, Nathan texted Abel boasting about the destructive effect it would have. This is the kill story text message. Immediately after the article was published, Nathan texted Abel that, quote, just got a text from my source to say the article is going live imminently. When Abel asked which article Nathan was referencing, Nathan responded, I just shook my head at your response. The only article. Abel responded, oh shit, that article. The only article is interesting because the only article versus what article, what else is going on in August that they are not saying we don't place articles. So again, interesting responses. Warren then texted Abel the minute the article was published to alert her that it had gone live. Warren to Abel, story is up. Thank you again for your help. That's directly from the reporter. And then sent a link. Business Insider, Stephanie Jones, Joneswork PR clients, Tom Brady, Jeff Bezos is the headline in the link from August 15th. Immediately after the article was published, Abel texted Nathan a link to it. Abel also sent the article directly to numerous industry contacts, including many of Jones's clients and employees. Did you see this? Did you see this? Did you see this? T. The article published by Business Insider on August 15th was highly critical of Jones, including by referencing and amplifying the anonymous disparaging website StephanieJonesLeaks.com, which had been recently posted online by John Doe defendants. And this is why there's John Doe's. There's John Doe's because they don't know yet who is behind this website and are going to include them into the lawsuit because there was a whole leaks website. Do I think they'll find them? We'll see. StephanieJonesLeaks.com, which had recently posted online by John Doe defendants and accusing Joan of having a reputation for aggression and having recently been dropped by high-profile clients. Footnote 6. See Katie Warren and Jack Newsham, who's afraid of Stephanie Jones from Business Insider. The court's not going to do that. Given that Wayfair and Baldoni were longtime clients of Joneswork, the clear and false implication of the article was that Jones was responsible for the aggressive media tactics that were being employed by Baldoni against Lively. Unsurprisingly, the negative article about Jones shared a strikingly similar tone with the negative coverage against Lively appearing in the press at the same time. This is not related at all, to the employment lawsuit. This is all a response of, and they did a smear campaign on me too. So they're saying that the tone from Business Insider was similar to the tone from the Daily Mail. In the same vein as the gendered Mean Girl coverage about Lively that followed the weaponizing of feminism script set out in the strategy memo, the Jones article was premised on the same principles, manifesting an equally sexist critique of Jones, they say, who was cast as a tyrannical boss who could quickly turn combative rather than a successful executive in a high-profile and high-pressure role. Everybody's a bully is what they are saying. That is the brush that's going to be used. When all you have is a hammer, everything looks as a nail. They go on to say this article had serious negative repercussions on Jones's business and negatively impacted Jones's standing and connection with Joneswork clients, making them more vulnerable to poaching by competitors like Nathan and Abel. Hey, you put some blood in the water, the sharks are going to start to circle. Just days later, on August 25th, Business Insider turned the media storm surrounding Baldoni and Jones more pointedly to Nathan's advantage, publishing a second article that favorably touted Baldoni's hiring of Nathan to shepherd him through this crisis. The article, which on information and belief was orchestrated by Nathan, noted that the negative attention on Lively was a gift to Baldoni. And so then the allegation here in all of the tea is that Business Insider, they are alleging, smeared Stephanie Jones, made it so that her clients wanted to jump ship because now it looks like, from Baldoni and Wayfair's perspective, there's this article about they say, aggressive tactics of your PR at the time that social media is looking at Baldoni and Wayfair going, are you doing this to Blake Lively? And they're like, we have to distance ourselves. We have to cut ties with this PR. And then that puts Nathan in a position to swoop in and say, I've got you, boo-boo. I'm going to help you get through this crisis, because the crisis is really that your old PR was running amok. And then you need us to fix it because you weren't doing any of this. And the allegation is that this was all orchestrated as the way that this would work. Just all of the finger pointing, and that noted that the negative attention on Lively was a gift to Baldoni. What footnote is that? Footnote 7. This is a Second Business Insider article saying the Blake Lively backlash has been, quote, a gift for Justin Baldoni after he was forced to hire a PR crisis manager amid rumored It Ends With Us feud, PR expert says. Ooh. Okay, more websites. In parallel with these articles, Doe's, they say, and this is on information and belief. So they are saying, we think they were working with Abel and Nathan. They're going to need to get through discovery to know more about this. They believe that Abel and Nathan were behind others putting up these websites, Stephanie Jones Leaks, which was hosted by a hosting company, and that website was taken down in September 2024, and that the defendants created and posted a webpage, Stephanie Jones Lies, which was hosted by Namecheap and remains publicly available. Both websites were viewed and continue to be viewed by numerous third parties, including residents of New York, which is how they're trying to tie it in. And tying that into, were these websites part of this coordination? It's odd that a Kill article comes out the same time these websites pop up, right? So it's just wild. Let's see. Someone, Davis B said so many bots in the chat. It happens with this topic more than I've seen with any other topic. It happens with this topic. We've got mods, and if we need to go to a longer, Miguelina, if you're seeing it a lot, if you want to go to a longer subscriber mode, we can, to try to cut it down. But yeah, it's what we see with this topic. And we've seen it. I've seen it more with this topic across both my channels than, almost anything else we've covered. It's wild. But there's a lot of that. And it happens. So let us continue. So thanks, Miguelina. It'll help cut down on the spam. So Beach, sometimes it's both, but we can tell if anybody's ever commented on the channel before, amongst other things. I'm not going to give the whole tea, but it happens. So chat, I know you guys are seeing it. It happens, but we will, we'll just turn on a longer subscriber mode and it'll cut down on some of that. So, but we get some of that. And sometimes it's not bots, it's just trolling. That's perfect. Thanks, Miguelina. So yes, sometimes it's just trolling, sometimes it's not. But we can see if people have been on the channel before and regularly have been on the channel or not, whether they started their YouTube channel 6 seconds ago or not. So some of that. All right, let's keep going, shall we? Thank you, mods. So can we tell the difference? No, it's just, non-regular law nerds. So they're saying that both websites contain identical facts, harassing and defamatory statements about Jones and Joneswork, including but not limited to statements that Jones bullied Joneswork employees, that Jones and Joneswork interfered with employment prospects of former employees, that Jones and Joneswork leaked confidential client information. I think we're going to see more of those allegations in a counterclaim, especially with the fact that these text messages are out and there are allegations that those were released without proper subpoena. Look, that's going to be easy. That's going to be easy to determine whether or not it was a proper subpoena. So we'll see what happens. That Jones and Joneswork coerce clients into taking actions that are not in those clients' best interest. I mean, that's all going to be opinion. That Jones and Joneswork interfere with their clients' ability to do business. I imagine we'll see some of this in a countersuit. It goes on to say each of these statements is false on information and belief. The people publishing the defamatory websites were publishing it without knowledge of their falsity, or with knowledge, sorry, of their falsity, or at a minimum with reckless disregard. Look, this is the public figure standard. All of you are like, oh, there it is. That's the malice standard just being repeated. When you're looking at defamation of a public figure, you need malice. Malice is not like ill will. Malice means that you have a reckless disregard for the truth or knowledge of the falsity. That is very specific language that we're going to see again. They said that Abel began making arrangements to leave Joneswork with confidential information and clients in tow on July 19th. While still employed by Joneswork, Abel filed the paperwork to create RWA Communications, the competing public relations agency she intended to start upon her departure, created a website and social media accounts for the competing firm, all while still employed and under contract. At least as early as July 22nd, Abel created a new email account. That's the email account. She forwarded dozens of proprietary messages. That's just dumb. This is the thing with this lawsuit. This lawsuit is saying that Abel has been playing like 3D chess, that she is planning stories, that she is playing the long game, that she's planning stories about Stephanie Jones to separate Jones from her clients, and that she is manipulating perception with that. And then she's emailing herself proprietary documents from her work email to her new email. Like the easiest thing to track ever. So you're playing like, soccer XD. You're playing 5D chess, and then you're emailing yourself proprietary documents in violation of your employment contract. Okay. It just, okay. So they allege, and this would be, again, easy to prove if you were emailing from your work email account to your new email account, dozens of proprietary messages from Joneswork, including client information, work product, and information specifically regarding the work for Wayfair and Baldoni, and hid the theft of the confidential documents and information. I mean, was it hidden or did you just not look? How hidden was it if it was emailed? They said Abel surreptitiously, really forwarded all of the emails from her work email. That is just, okay. They say Abel surreptitiously continued stealing documents and client information while also secretly contacting Joneswork clients to pave the way for her departure. As her planned departure neared, she boasted to Melissa Nathan that the damage she was doing to Joneswork, her then current employer. Nathan goaded her on. This is from August 13th. We're going to war. I feel so alive. Going out of JW with a bang. They've put these in multiple contexts throughout this lawsuit. So, okay. They say, indeed, when Joneswork information technology personnel disabled Abel's access to the servers after discovering the unauthorized downloading, Abel boasted that she was still able to steal all of the documents and information she needed. I don't know who Alicia Jessup is, but from Alicia to Jennifer, oof, did you get everything you needed before she did all of that? And that's on August 20th. I mean, the IT is not going to lie on some of this. For all of you saying, I can't wait for the Netflix movie on this. This is wild. I just want all the documents. I just want to read all the documents. Jennifer Abel said on August 20th to Alicia, yes, pretty much. I have my way around that shit because I have like hundreds of different emails for each domain that I own, so she can suck it. This stuff is important to the employment litigation lawsuit that we are in. This part, this is not just shade. This goes to the allegations. Look, not only is she stealing all of these documents and proprietary information, but then she's bragging about it and is like, bitch, I got my ways around that. This actually goes to this lawsuit. They say Abel further coordinated with Nathan. I want to see the rest of these texts. I need all of it. Abel further coordinated with Nathan and Baldoni to ensure that Wayfair and Baldoni would leave Joneswork and come with her as clients for her newly created company. Well, after that article came out, it kind of seems like they have to. Like, it kind of seems like they have to go with her, because after the article comes out about Joneswork's tactics, if Baldoni is being looked at like, are you doing all this to Blake Lively? Don't you have to formally cut ties with your PR agency that's being blasted? Isn't that just preservation? Melissa Nathan to Jennifer Abel. Just had a nice conversation with Justin, just him and me. Okay, we've seen these before. This is from August 19th. Now at least we have more timeline context about it. I ended it with, and this is from Melissa to Jennifer Abel, and I'm just going to step out of line before I go to bed and tell you, Jen is amazing. She's so loyal. She loves you so much. This is why they put the talking shit emails or the talking shit text messages in there, because Melissa's like gassing up Baldoni, being like, Jen is so great. She's loyal to you. She loves you. You have to go with her. And he was like, oh my God, of course I'm going with her. Don't kill me, Kay, bye. But this has more context now in light of the timing of the documents and the timing of the drop of the article regarding Stephanie Jones. Because after that article comes out, if you're a client, don't you kind of have to go? And then you've got Melissa Nathan scooting in going, just go with Jen. She fucking loves you. She's loyal. Like, these hoes ain't loyal, but she is. Let's go. So, I mean, there you go. Are these the rest of these? Let's see. Haha. Oh my God. Love you. Thanks for chatting with him. Okay, bestie, we're going to just go make money together, which is why the shit talking stuff isn't here. On or about August 21st, Jones learned about Abel's ongoing efforts to steal dozens and dozens of proprietary documents, sensitive client and business information that Abel had no legitimate reason to access, including 4 major brands and clients that Abel never worked on. If that is in the IT download, that will be provable, and this will be the key of the employment litigation. If this is as represented in the lawsuit, easily provable, kind of cooked. If this is not as represented, then my opinion would change. But if this is as represented, like, you'll be able to see it. The tech is going to show you. Monica said this feels like high school drama. This feels like high school drama, but in adult world with a lot of money. Yeah, and a lot of people's lives. But where are the receipts? They are the ones that leaked and created the articles. How can you prove it? In this article, they included the text messages back and forth with the journalist from Business Insider. The other stuff is on Information and Belief, so we'll see. But the one with Business Insider, they are back and forth talking about it in pretty specific terms. So this is very Housewives to me. But this messes with people's lives, right? Bernie asked, how will you condense all of this for the conclusion of what we've learned today? We're not even done. We're only one lawsuit in at 2 hours and 30 minutes. There are 3. I need to talk faster and stop soliloquying. But this one has, I think, the foundational information for the other 2, and I think they all need to be looked in context. Look, on Monday, we're going to see how I do it when QuickBits comes out. But this is a mess. This is like a game of Survivor inside the workplace. And have any of you worked in a workplace that acts like a game of Survivor? And then you find out later and you're like, oh shit, that's what everybody else was doing? Damn. Sometimes I just like do my shit and don't recognize that there are games being played. I'm like, oh fuck, there were games afoot. I didn't know. I didn't hear the whistle. I was just trying to do my work. Stupid me. I just wanted to work. You guys are saying it took Runkle 8 hours to go through. God, we're going to have to do it faster than that after yesterday. No, we're not taking 8 hours. I'm knocking on the desk that is now wood. It goes on to say so Abel's IT department was like, hey girl, hey, Joneswork immediately terminated Abel. This is the first time we get a date. That's August 21st. Joneswork immediately terminated Abel. As part of her termination paperwork, Abel falsely signed a statement purporting to confirm that she had not removed any electronic confidential information from Joneswork, but of course she had. and that signed statement was untrue. I mean, this just goes to the employment litigation suit really against Abel. They say the damage was done, and with the encouragement and assistance of Nathan, Baldoni, Heath, Abel stole Wayfair and Baldoni as clients. Look, I don't know if I blame Wayfair and Baldoni in this, because it seems that Wayfair and Baldoni in this believed that Jones was responsible for some of the negative articles. And then there was an expose article on Jones. It seems that they didn't have much of an option, right? So it seems like they didn't have much of an option here. As a result, Wayfair and Baldoni ceased working with Jones despite being under contract with Joneswork. I mean, we'll see. I think the heart of this lawsuit is Joneswork versus Abel, right? The rest of it is kind of a sideshow. Abel proudly admitted to Nathan that she was shaking Jones down to extract as much as she could from the company before her departure. This is from August 21st at 15:26 UTC plus 0. Am I going to do the conversion? No. BTW, I'm having my offboarding this morning with our chief of staff, a joke, because Steph won't face me. And you should see the list I have made of things to bring up. This is just tea. Ellipses. I need the list. If your friend was leaving work and told you this, would that not be immediately your response? Like, tell me everything about your offboarding. Like, wouldn't that immediately be your response? I think it would. Jennifer Abel says to Melissa Nathan, holding them hostage. I'm curious about what else happened in that meeting. But again, this will all be documented because it was an offboarding with the chief of staff. So all of this will be documented. Holding them hostage. It's wild. Melissa Nathan says exactly how business should be done. Nor was Abel only content to steal documents, clients, and confidential information from Joneswork. On August 14th, Abel also attempted to encourage Nathan to poach a valuable Joneswork employee. And then Abel and Nathan are talking about somebody who wants $200K. He will come work for you. Told you he's pricey. The ellipses again. Do you think you serious? And he would do it. Okay. Abel also encouraged at least 6 other Joneswork employees working for her in the Los Angeles office, almost half of Joneswork employees at that office, to leave the company, including by bad-mouthing Jones to those employees and sending the employees' resumes to competing public relations firms. It's like, boo-boo, let me help you find a new jobby job. You should leave. Who's coming with me? I'm going. Who's coming with me? Burn it. Like, who's coming with me? Oh, boy. As a direct result of these actions, 2 of these employees ended their contracts with Jonesworks and left to work for competitors. Here's the thing that's going to be difficult for this, depending on what's documented digitally. Are they leaving because clients are leaving because of the hit piece article? Or are they leaving because of Abel? Or is it a combination of the two? Or is Abel being like, hey, after that article, some of our really high profile clients are leaving. Your career's it's not going to look good for you to still like be here. Right. So if you want to move up in this kind of dog eat dog world of PR, you probably need to be somewhere else. And then is that because of Abel? Is that because of the article? But is the article because of Abel? Is it 5D chess? We'll see. This has nothing, by the way. This has so little to do with the movie. This has to do with the behind the scenes maneuvering, and that fascinates me. They go on to say on Information and Belief, since terminating from Joneswork, Abel has continued attacking Jones within the industry, using her tried and true playbook to preemptively discredit any sources that might shed light on her own misdeeds. Abel has falsely stated to other participants in the public relations industry that Jones... Can you imagine the group text that must be happening in the PR world? Can you even imagine the amount of Girl, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine the conversations behind the scenes with the people who know all of these individuals, because that is where the scorching hot tea must be. I am sure that those are fire. And then everything's coming out. This is also probably serving as a reminder to everyone that if you're using your work phone, it might end up in the New York Times. So they're saying that Abel has continued attacking Jones within the industry. They're alleging that she has used her tried and true playbook to preemptively discredit sources that might shed light on Abel's own misdeeds. This is exactly what is being alleged by Lively as well. In that complaint that we went over on QuickBits, they say Abel falsely stated that other participants in the public relations industry that Jones was attempting to distribute doctored text messages purporting to be from Abel as retaliation for Abel's departure. She has also tried to point the finger at Jones as cover for her own role in the campaign against Lively becoming public. But Jones has never doctored any text messages, they say, and has no reason to do so. Abel's text messages were forensically extracted directly from the company phone that Abel used during her employment at Joneswork and voluntarily returned to Jones upon her termination in the presence of an employment lawyer, Joneswork's chief of staff, and an IT specialist. Well, so this meeting, this would have happened, I think, at the offboarding meeting with the chief of staff that she was saying she held everybody hostage. So the employment lawyer was there, the chief of staff was there, and IT was there. And they're like, hey, you're offboarding, give us your phone. We're going to go ahead and extract all of that. It's surprising to me that they gave it back to her. But maybe that's where the text messages come from in the lawsuit that we're going to look at next, because those are screenshots. They go on to say it's become glaringly apparent that the text messages are themselves enough to condemn Abel and Nathan without any need for doctoring. They're like, who needs to doctor text when you say all this shit? Here's the thing. Everyone thinks they're Olivia Pope and they're just not. You're just not. Look, you're just not. You're just not Olivia Pope. Also, that's a show that's written. Well written, but you're not. So, all right. So the exit interview included the forensic download of the phone. They go on to say the misconduct by Abel, Nathan, Baldoni, and Wayfarer has had a significant negative effect on Jones and Joneswork business and reputation. I can understand why they wanted to bring Baldoni and Wayfarer into this lawsuit. Did Baldoni and Wayfarer breach their contract? Did they have cause to breach their contract? Do they see this as Stephanie Jones breaching the contract first? That contract issue is separate from this employment issue, but the way this story gets out is bringing Baldoni and Wayfarer into this lawsuit and suing them all together, because it does seem that Abel and Nathan, from the way this is alleged, they are alleging that Abel and Nathan, part of what they wanted to do was take Baldoni and Wayfarer with them as part of their breach of the employment contract. But the way this story gets out in the media is because you bring in Baldoni and Wayfarer. This employment dispute between PR agents isn't really coming to light, except that it now has context with all the other lawsuits. And didn't this give us a ton of context, or their context? I mean, there's going to be a response to this. So this gave us their perception of what's going on. And wild. So as a result, Jones and Joneswork has been left with no choice but to bring this lawsuit. We are left with no choice. Right. If we were in scandal, people would die. All right. These are the causes of action. First cause of action, breach of contract against Jennifer Abel for the employment agreement. Second cause of action, tortious interference with contract, which is alleging that Melissa Nathan, Wayfarer, and Baldoni interfered with the contract of Abel. Third cause of action, breach of contract, Wayfarer. Hey, you left, you didn't give us 90 days, you didn't pay us. You breached your contract. I imagine they're going to countersue and say, You did. You breached your contract, and therefore we left. This is how they tie them into this lawsuit, by the way, that they had this $25,000 per month agreement. You would think most, I don't know, in a PR context where the PR agency becomes the focus of negative attention at the same time the client is focus of negative attention, you would normally think that the agency would be like, I get it. You preserve yourself. You've got to go. I get it that you need to separate. Go. But it seems that because they believe that Abel was behind all of this and caused the problem, that is not the tack they are taking here. Fourth cause of action, tortious interference with contract Wayfarer agreement. And this is suing Abel and Nathan for interceding, and they are alleging driving really the wedge to breach the contract with Wayfarer. So they jumped into the middle of it and interfered with the contract is what they're saying. Fifth cause of action, faithless servant. Again, New York. Hi, New York. You've got your own little causes of action. Faithless servant against Jennifer Abel is like, you owe us a fiduciary responsibility as an employee, and you were feckless and faithless. But the way that this is titled in New York is so dramatic. I love it. I just love the drama of the faithless servant cause of action. Abel was an employee at Joneswork from 2020 to 2024, and during that period owed Joneswork a duty of loyalty. So this is your fiduciary cause of action. Abel breached her duty of loyalty to Joneswork through her actions as described in this complaint by inducing, among other things, acting against the best interest of Joneswork, accessing, using, and taking for her own purposes the company's proprietary documents. Look, that is not going to be as hard to prove as everything else. The rest of it is going to depend on all of the communications. But if you're taking stuff from your employer, that's going to be easier to prove, just IT-wise. Sixth cause of action, breach of fiduciary duty against Jennifer Abel. Again, this is a similar twist on that faithless servant or vice versa, that you need to act in accordance. Defamation, again, hey, you've been talking your shit and it's false. The defamatory allegations here are saying that Jones doctored and falsified text messages purporting to be from Abel and was attempting to distribute them to third parties in order to harm Abel and paint Abel in a false light. They are saying those statements are untrue and defamatory per se because they go to Jones's ability to do her business and her work. We've seen this in the TikToker defamation suit, that you can have defamation per se, depending on which state law it is, that goes to talking about someone's ability to do their job. And then you don't have to prove the damages. But you still have the public figure stuff that you have to account for. And if you want a thorough breakdown of defamation, public figure defamation, going through all of the TikToker defamation lawsuit, that one, we talk about it quite in depth. We're not talking about it as in depth today. Eighth cause of action, defamation against the people who put up the website. Once they figure out who put up the website, that's going to take some discovery to do. Prayer for relief, make them pay for shit. Demand for trial, go to trial. Law firm here, Quinn Emanuel. So when you're like, who's Quinn Emanuel? You know. What's up, Hogue? Good to see you, friend. I know you were covering the New York Times article on this yesterday. I haven't had a chance to watch it, but I can't wait. So good to see you in the chat. Quinn Emanuel is the law firm where Spyro, not Dragon, but Spyro is representing Jay-Z and has represented Alec Baldwin. So when you see Quinn Emanuel's name pop up, you will see them a lot. They are Quinn Emanuel is just like making it rain over there. They're just like, they're loving the press. At some point, we're going to have to cover Spyro's press conference regarding Jay-Z. We don't even have time. We don't even have time. But Quinn Emanuel, there we go. Filing this in New York. busy, Quinn Emanuel. They're like, this publicity is our favorite. Quinn Emanuel's like, this publicity is our favorite thing ever. You know, they're loving it. So let's try to briefly describe this lawsuit and then go to the New York Times lawsuit. And then we will briefly go over the Lively lawsuit because we've already gone over that. And I will link it down below. My quick bits on the Lively complaint. The New York lawsuit is same. We'll go over it quickly. We just finished going through the entirety of the Joneswork PR lawsuit against the two PR agents that we will see in other lawsuits, Jennifer Abel and Melissa Nathan, as well as Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer. This is at its heart an employment lawsuit with lots of allegations and shade, lots of text messages, but we learn in this lawsuit that Joneswork took Jennifer Abel? Damn it, the names are going to get rough. Well, yes, Jennifer Abel and Melissa Nathan. I'm going to try to do it. Took Jennifer Abel's phone, her work phone, when she separated employment from Joneswork, and that's when they did the forensic download of the phone. They say in this lawsuit that they turned that over subject to subpoena, which we will see in the other lawsuits being disputed. But that's where the forensic download came from all of the text messages that we saw in the New York Times article and in the complaint by Blake Lively. Those came from Joneswork, who had employed Jennifer Abel, who was the point PR person for Justin Baldoni and Wayfarer, as the Daily Mail articles and others were coming out about Blake Lively. During the premiere of the movie, It Ends With Us. But at the heart of this is an allegation that Jennifer Abel, along with Melissa Nathan, stole clients from Joneswork, worked to plant stories about Stephanie Jones to induce clients to leave, to allow clients to be poached, and to drive a wedge with Baldoni to take clients with them, with quite a lot of text messages back and forth between the author of a Business Insider article about Stephanie Jones and a lot of conversation about that article. So the allegation from Joneswork is that Jennifer Abel seeded that story with Business Insider to damage the reputation of Stephanie Jones and then use it to drive a wedge between her current clients and her firm, and then steal those clients when separating from employment, in addition to allegations that documents were taken and the rest of it. There's also quite a lot of shade thrown in there with text messages where Jennifer Abel seems to be, or is purported to be, talking shit about Melissa Nathan and Justin Baldoni and the rest of it. Those are thrown in there to say, look, she doesn't even really like these people, but she was still taking them to strike back at Joneswork PR for that negative story about Joneswork PR that they say was damaging. So that's the heart of the Joneswork PR lawsuit, but it goes through in depth what they allege to be the inner workings of how this campaign worked to allow Jennifer Abel and Melissa Nathan, as they say, to steal clients, to branch out from the employment of Joneswork, where Abel was employed and Melissa Nathan was brought in as a contractor, and to take Baldoni and Wayfarer away from Joneswork with other clients and go run the PR campaign that they were running while damaging the reputation of Stephanie Jones and blocking Stephanie Jones' sources from being able to come forward and protect her, similar in the way that this is alleged in Lively's lawsuit, similar allegations of how it's operated. And they are saying, look, Stephanie Jones is painted as a bully, as a aggressive, tyrannical boss, and they are using that same brush to paint Blake Lively negatively as well. So they are saying this is the playbook. That's what this lawsuit alleges. This is the playbook, and it was played on me, and it was played on Blake Lively. Let's take a look at the New York Times lawsuit filed by Justin Baldoni, where they say, playbook? What playbook? We don't know anything about a playbook. So let's take a look at that, because that lawsuit references all of these things. All right. Let me make sure we've got the right one pulled up in our trilogy of lawsuits today. But that complaint, chat, let me know. Was that complaint illuminating in the gamesmanship that they are alleging? Was it interesting? And I'm not here to pick sides on any of this. There's no team anything. Team transparency, team, I want to know what the fuck is going on here. Somebody get me a whiteboard with colored markers, but was that interest helpful to see the way that the gamesmanship is being alleged? So let me know. All right, let's see what is being alleged against the New York Times. First, we're going to have to address which version of the lawsuit we're covering. There are two options here. I think we're going to pick the shadier one today. What do we think? I'll let the chat vote. Hold on. I'm going to put up a poll. I'm going to tell you what we're voting on. Let me type it up so I can put it up the second I say it, because the second I say it, y'all are going to start saying it in the chat and I won't see a poll. All right. Are we going to be petty? Maybe. Maybe not. I'm going to tell you what's going on and then you're going to help me choose. So this is the second filing from the Baldoni lawsuit by Brian Freeman. This is Wayfarer Studios et al. Versus the New York Times. But this is the notice of errata. This was filed on January 2nd, 2025. This is what the notice of errata says. And this is just a, hey, correction, Your Honor, this is the version we want to use. The complaint contained language and images on pages 14 through 16 and 20, subject to the reporter's privilege. The privileged language and images have been omitted per request in the corrected version of the complaint attached. Do we cover the redacted version or do we cover the publicly filed, not redacted version? Because that was filed. Do we go with the unredacted version? Yes, no, I'm going to ask you. Or do we go with the redacted version? So, no one said, so whose side are people on at this point? We're side, let's see what the PR machine does. That's what side I'm on. I'm on, let's see what the PR machine's doing. I'm on side, let's watch and see. Because there's no way to pick sides in any of this. There's only questions at this point, or at least that's how I see it. I see questions at this point. All of you are like, unredacted. All of you just asked about what shade I am wearing. This is Lawless, and the lights are changing as the light outside changes. I know it does. This is Lawless. What shade is it? It is Velvet. So that is what we are wearing. All right. Chat has voted for give me all the tea. I agree. So they did redact things. I'll tell you what's redacted when we get to it. Let's do that. So I will tell you what is redacted when we get to it. This is the lawsuit from Baldoni, the $250 million lawsuit from Baldoni to the New York Times. All right, let's get to getting. So this is filed by Brian Freeman. You've probably seen him all over the news because he has been talking about this quite a lot. Is there anything wrong with that? No. He will say, I'm sure, that he is responding to the New York Times article that they published first. So what he is doing is responding to what they're saying, and that is his right as an attorney. Here's what I appreciate about California. I really like that they list the complaint for damages for the causes of action first. I love that it's in the title. I think that it's incredibly helpful. So now we know. What are they suing for? Libel, false light, invasion of privacy, which is a different type of defamation, promissory fraud, and breach of implied in fact contract. We'll get to why promissory fraud and breach of implied in fact contract is interesting, but the thing that they complain of in that generally is that the New York Times said, hey, you have till this time to respond, and then published early. I mean, we've seen that a ton with outlets. We saw this a bunch during Depp Heard, right? It was like, hey, we asked for comment. No, you didn't. Or, hey, we sent this at 11 p.m. asking for comment by 8 a.m. Like, this happens. I imagine that this is more the usual and less the unusual, that it's a, hey, can you please respond to 7 pages of questions in the next 15 minutes. And if not, we're just going to run with it. Okay. That happens all the time. It's interesting to me that they chose to file against the New York Times in California. My question from the jump, seeing where this is filed, is, will the New York Times fight jurisdiction in California? Or will the New York Times say, fuck jurisdiction, don't care, let's go directly to fighting anti-SLAPP? So there are two options here. If they want to fight anti-SLAPP, they have to cede jurisdiction in California. If they want to fight jurisdiction, they can fight jurisdiction first and go through the motions to dismiss on jurisdiction first and try to move jurisdiction to New York, where they have a pretty strong reporter privilege. I would need to go through the two privileges in California and New York more closely. New York's is incredibly strong. I think California's is too. I don't know which one. I can't say which one is stronger because I do not know. But California has a very strong anti-SLAPP. So do I think the New York Times, I think we'll see one of those two things. Either send us to New York or fine, we'll stay here and we're going to fight discovery. Because what we know about the New York Times is that the New York Times is going to fight discovery till the fucking ends of the earth. Till the ends of the earth. That is what they are going to do. Complaint for damages, libel, false light, promissory fraud. This is a lot of plaintiffs. I can understand Wayfair, Baldoni, and Heath, who all work together, being plaintiffs. The joinder for me is odd. I don't know who Steve is yet. We'll see who Steve is. If he works for Wayfair, it makes sense to me to bring Wayfair or Baldoni and all of them into it. But bringing in Melissa Nathan, the agency PR group, Jennifer Abel, RWA Communications, and everyone else is interesting to me instead of having those be separate lawsuits, because the joinder on that is interesting to me. So we will see. It's just an interesting joinder. But again, their choice. I don't know if the New York Times is going to fight joinder on that. So these are all the plaintiffs. Here is what they are alleging. At 9:46 p.m. on Friday, December 20th, 'twas the night before Christmas, kind of. At 9:46 p.m. on Friday, December 20th, also on a Friday, of course, New York Times reporter Megan, is it Towie, requested plaintiff's response to an imminent 4,000-word bombshell story concerning their alleged orchestration of a smear campaign targeting Lively. I wonder who they emailed. Did they email everyone? Who did they email? We'll see. A 4,000-word bombshell story concerning their alleged orchestration of a smear campaign targeting Blake Lively, purportedly in response to Lively's disclosure of concerns about the working environment on set of the film. It ends with us. The film's production company, Wayfair, its principals, Baldoni and Heath, and its public relations representatives, Nathan and Abel, were asked to provide on-the-record comment and to notify the Times of any inaccuracies by noon EST the next day, December 21st. This doesn't surprise me at all, that it's like, hey, can you respond now? The unrealistic timelines are kind of classic, not just to the New York Times, to media in general. So that doesn't surprise me. They go on to say that plaintiff's representative prominently denied Lively's promptly. I was like, that's a weird word there because it's not the right one, Emily. Again, I will link this in the app. And yes, I will always scroll up at what I'm reading, but it's going to cover it up a little bit so we can talk about it. Don't worry. As I build out what I want to be able to move the document over just a little bit. I just can't with the way that it's set up in StreamYard. Well, the way that StreamYard works. They say that they had a mere 14 hours overnight. Yeah, that's a close timeline. So when did they get the email? 9:46 p.m. EST on a Friday. Respond by noon tomorrow. Overnight on a Friday. Plaintiff's representative promptly denied Lively's accusations as reported by the Times and criticized both Lively and the Times' reliance on, quote, cherry-picked and altered communications, stripped of necessary context and deliberately spliced to mislead. And that is the theory of their lawsuit. Look, this is defamatory because you had, and the New York Times said, we reviewed everything. You had everything, and yet you went with not the truth. And you had the truth, and you distorted it willfully, intentionally, and with reckless disregard for what the truth is. What will the New York Times say? The New York Times will say, well, no, we didn't. We read everything, and the way we interpreted it is this, and we told that story. So do we have to include every single text message? No, we reviewed them, and this is the story we chose to tell. So those are going to be the competing sides on this. Despite its claims to have, quote, reviewed these along with other documents, the Times relied almost entirely on Lively's unverified and self-serving narrative, lifting it nearly verbatim while disregarding the abundance of evidence that contradicted her claims and exposed her true motives. So this is that they're talking specifically about the complaint, the administrative complaint that the New York Times published in connection with the article. I mean, at least they published the source material so we could take a look at it. I appreciated that. They say the Times did not care. Given the breadth of the article and the coordinated drop, it was readily apparent that the Times had been quietly working in concert with Lively's teams for weeks or months. I don't know how long they had been working together, but they got the documents from somewhere. Somebody gave them the documents. So somebody gave them those. Notably, Lively chose not to file a lawsuit against Baldoni, Wayfarer, or any of the plaintiffs, a choice that spared her from the scrutiny of the discovery process, including answering questions under oath and producing her communications. That decision, or this decision, was no accident. Okay, well, what day was this? This was filed December 31st. Hold on, let me go and look at what date the other one was filed on real quick. This was filed December 31st. I think the other action was also filed the 31st because she did sue them in federal court in New York on the 31st. So yeah, she did sue them in New York on the 31st. So whatever complaints they have with, she didn't even sue us, she doesn't even go here, she did sue in federal court on the 31st. And she did have to go through, if she's going to sue in California, and get the right to sue letter. And that's not going to happen in 4 days or the fucking holidays. You joking? No. That's never going to happen. So the California administrative offices are like, cute, put it on the pile. All right. So they say, despite the claims of having reviewed these along with other documents, the Times relied entirely on Lively's, no, this was better. Relied entirely on Lively's unverified and self-serving narrative, lifting it nearly verbatim, and coordinated the drop. They say they had been working with Lively's team. Look, somebody gave the New York Times the text messages and the complaint. That otherwise they wouldn't have had it. Is anyone in the chat shocked? Chat, are you shocked that people give media information? I'm so shocked. All of you are like, no. Ty said she was waiting for her right to sue. Exactly. Like the fact that she didn't sue is not the biggest serve in this lawsuit, but that's what they open with. Shocked Pikachu. Exactly. I am so surprised. But again, this is Baldoni's complaint. So all of the complaints are like shake fists in anger. Shake fists in anger. So, okay. She said she was trying to spare herself from the discovery process, including answering questions under oath, that this decision was no accident. First, her administrative complaint is rife, they say, with blatant falsehoods and egregious misrepresentations that would have subjected her to dismissal, if not sanctions. Well, she filed almost verbatim the same complaint in New York. So we'll see if there are dismissal and sanctions, because now they've got to deal with the other one. Second, pursuing formal legal action would have derailed her true objective, an orchestrated campaign to rehabilitate her public image. They have said that this was exactly what's happening the whole time. Bernie Haven in the chat said, shocked. Will the source be revealed ever? Very unlikely, based on the privileges to reporters in protecting their sources. The New York Times is going to fight all of this. This one is probably going to have the least legs. This is going to get caught up in litigation in California forever. The New York lawsuits are going to move faster. They say, instead, Lively filed a request for a right to sue letter with the California Civil Rights Department, a procedural formality that does not require pleadings. That's true. Remains confidential unless leaked, as it was here. I mean, it was given. Yeah. And crucially, does not subject the complaint to discovery until it's filed. Yes. While such a letter can precede a lawsuit, it is clear that litigation was never her ultimate goal. And she laughed in suing you in federal court. Her real intention was to weaponize the appearance of legitimacy conferred by a numbered legal document to launch salacious, headline-grabbing allegations and reshape her public persona at the expense of the plaintiffs. No one can say that the writing is going to be boring in any of these lawsuits. The lawyers are like, let's go. Whole thesaurus. We're just immediately gloves off. Immediately gloves off. Your Honor, it is salacious. And you know what's going to happen? These judges are going to be like, y'all need to calm the fuck down. Immediately calm down. Immediately calm down. While such a letter can precede a lawsuit, it's clear that litigation was never her ultimate goal. Well, now you're in litigation. Lively found willing allies at the New York Times, which uncritically embraced her CRD complaint as fact and disregarded the plaintiff's emphatic objections. Without even waiting for the response deadline of noon on December 21st, the Times rushed to publish its inflammatory article, "We Can Bury Anyone Inside a Hollywood Smear Campaign" or smear machine. I will just say, do I think that when the New York Times comes to you, let's take the New York Times out of this. Do I think genuinely that when a publication comes to you and says, we're publishing this 4,000 word article, here's all of the shit that we think you've done, would you care to respond? Do I think that that response is ever going to change the tide of what they're going to write? No. No, never. No. There might be a line that says, we reached out for comment and the parties deny all allegations, or request for comment was not responded to. That's it. They're not going to change their mind. It's not going to help. It's just not the way that things are working at the time. Should that be different? Yes. If you are journalists, should the quest be both sides? I would hope, unless it's an opinion piece that seems to be investigating. But this didn't come across as investigative. This was like, hey, look at what we've got. This is what they say they're doing. So I don't think it's going to change. I don't think it's going to change things if you respond. But I'm not a PR expert. Ask those that work in the media more, because I don't think responding is ever going to help other than a denial. I think more information's, once they're going this direction and have a 4,000 word article they're ready to publish, all you're going to get is a denial. In an era where public trust in the media has reached a historic low and legacy outlets are increasingly criticized as biased and agenda-driven, the Times has chosen to double down on sensationalism and oversimplified narratives, Rather than striving for accuracy and balance, it has prioritized hollow signaling over substantive reporting, further eroding its credibility and exasperating. No, yes, I can't put those letters in the right order with that word ever. The very mistrust it claims to combat. Like, hey, New York Times, fuck you. Hope you got your clicks. They go on to say the article's central thesis, encapsulated in a defamatory headline designed to immediately mislead the reader, is that the plaintiffs orchestrated a retaliatory public relations campaign against Lively for speaking out about sexual harassment. That is what it did. That is an accurate recitation of what the headline insinuated, or at least that's what it insinuated to me. They go on to say, if the Times truly reviewed the thousands of private communications it claimed to have obtained, its reporters would have seen incontrovertible evidence that it was Lively, not plaintiffs, who engaged in a calculated smear campaign. The complete communications demonstrate beyond question that plaintiffs had no intention of destroying or burying Lively through aggressive tactics. On the contrary, Baldoni consistently expressed his desire to avoid harming Lively and protect the film, but also recognized a legitimate need for public relations protection in light of Lively's false and damaging claims. And now we're going to get into the screenshots. So it is interesting. They're filing directly against the New York Times. And lawyer Brian Friedman has said, and says it in here too, like everybody's catching a lawsuit, like catch these papers to everyone. We'll see in what form they do, but they are saying, look, if you really did read all of the communications, it would paint a different picture. And that's the basis of their public figure defamation. If you had all of this, then you willfully disregarded the truth. The difficulty comes in with what is open for interpretation. And that's going to be difficult in this. And is it opinion? And where is the boundary of opinion? These are, I think, good and interesting questions. The difficulty with this suit and lots of celebrity defamation suits is the celebrity defamation suits become so polarized that it becomes team versus team without asking the questions of where is the boundary of opinion? Where are text messages opened for interpretation? What is the obligation of the New York Times to present both sides in a piece? Is it an opinion piece? Is it investigative journalism? Is it being promoted to the audience as fact? Is it being promoted as opinion? The headline of the New York Times was, here, let me pull it up just so we have it. We Can Bury Anyone, I think, was the title here. Let's see. We Can Bury Anyone Inside a Hollywood Smear Machine. Private messages detail an alleged campaign to tarnish Blake Lively after she accused Justin Baldoni of misconduct on the set of It Ends With Us. What I want to know immediately off the top, because I don't remember, and I think I have this screenshotted somewhere, was alleged always in that title? I don't know. But is this a look at what they're saying happened? Or is this this happened? Can you believe it? And there's a difference in defamation, but that requires nuance. And that's what Brian Friedman is saying, is they lost all the nuance, and that's defamatory. So let's see. Published December 21st, updated December 22nd. Do you know what I hate? Tell me what the fucking update was. What was the update? What was the update? I don't know if it says it at the bottom. Let's go. We're going to go through 9,000 ads of some shit to see what the update was. I just want to see if they put in a note. Let's see. A version of this article appears in print on December 23rd of the New York edition with the headline, Alleged Effort to Strike Back at Star Actress. Order reprints. They do say both of them are investigative reporters, and they don't say at the bottom what the updated for what. So I fucking hate that so much. I hate it so much. If you update an article, delineate what you've updated. This article has been updated to correct this name, to change this title. Just saying it's updated doesn't fucking help anyone. It's not transparent. Ugh. Tell us what the update. Okay, I'm done complaining. All right. So this lawsuit, and I've gone through it because I talked about it on the Vile Files. This lawsuit is going to center on the New York Times, but use the paper to also clap back at some of the allegations made in Lively's complaint. And Lively's complaint, again, is focused on employment, but says, hey, I complained about sexual harassment on set and listed out those complaints. We had we had an HR meeting about those complaints. We went through all of these steps to resume filming, and then I was retaliated against with a negative press campaign. That's the core of that complaint. They are saying here, no, we never retaliated. There was no harassment to retaliate against, and we didn't orchestrate any smear campaign that you're saying is retaliation. We didn't do what you're saying that we did. And the New York Times just took your side, and they had evidence in their hot little hands that shows, in fact, what they're saying is not true. And that's where you get to the public figure defamation, right? You have to have that willful disregard for the truth or knowing falsity. So they have to have the information. Insert Titanic reference here, where they had the report in their hand. That's what the rough allegation is. These are screenshots. These sometimes are dated, sometimes are not dated. What's interesting to me is you see in here, Jen Abel old number. Is the old number the phone that got taken by Joneswork? Is that the old number phone? Like, that's the Joneswork one. This is Monday, August 19th. Melissa Nathan, good morning. Sharing with you a perfect example of why we don't use quote unquote bots. I wouldn't even worry to think they've hired a team as A, nothing defined. B, they hired an awful team, which I've sent to our guy to track and pull so we have evidence of it. The below should answer everyone's question on what bot team looks like when every single comment suddenly skews in her favor in a nonsensical way. And then they link an Instagram post in the screenshot. It says, at least sprinkle them in. She needs to fire her bot team. They are saying, just in response, how can we say somehow that we are not doing any of this? It looks like we are trying to take her down. Melissa Nathan, it doesn't. They are doing all of this themselves, and it's really obvious this is bots. And then they put in an Instagram comment. Justin says, and I think they are saying that this is in the same threaded conversation. They are saying, Justin says, okay, please monitor. Things I'm more worried about is that we are planting these stories, which is not true, obviously. Interesting wording, but we're going to question everything. That's what we're here to do. Jennifer Abel, old number, chiming in here. The people saying that there are bots and this is a PR play on your side is a minority voice compared to the thousands and thousands, redacted, who are calling it what it is and reacting to Blake's own actions and interviews. Again, the highlighting is all for the benefit of everyone reading this lawsuit. We never want the action of the minority to dictate what we do in our end. We have to always look at the big picture, which is still enormously on your side. But I do see a want and need from fans to move on. People are now commenting that they are bored with the many articles still coming out, about this drama. When we move on, they do too. So we need to find ways to keep elevating not just the DV reaction, but also the other things in your life, like family, being back home, and Wayfarer. That's not tone deaf, in my opinion, but sends the message that you are focusing on what really matters. And that's what we will help with and that's what will help with the Blake narrative too, my POV. These are all screenshots from someone's phone. This says JBPR without JB. So is this Baldoni's? This is like the Not Courtney group chat with tag team. I can't say it. Look, just know every time I have to say tag team, which seems to be one of the PR teams, every time I say it in my head, it immediately just goes back again, check it to wreck it. Let's begin. I'm not going to do it every time. Party on, party people. Let me hear some noise. DC's in the house. Jump, jump, rejoice. But in my head, every single fucking time, can't help it. Can't stop, won't stop. So these messages look different. Nova Clover made a comment in the chat saying this looks like proper messages. These messages are screenshots. The other messages are forensic extractions. So that's why they look different. Forensic extractions are going to look different than screenshots of a phone. These are screenshots of a phone. I don't know whose phone they screenshotted. They might have had access to multiple phones, but they screenshotted. These are screenshotted. So tag team, JBPR without JB. It ends with us. Sony chief praises Blake Lively for advancing the conversation around domestic violence. Somebody sent this from the Hollywood Reporter. They messaged me 5 minutes before this went up. Exclusive Blake Lively was really impatient on It Ends With Us, set as drama rumors swirl. Tension was so obvious. We don't know who sent this message because it's redacted. Heath says, so glad Blake was praised. Let her get a win. It would be nice to have a Sony executive praise Justin. This seems to be August 27th. The dates are different, but this would have been right around the time that we saw in the last lawsuit that Abel left Joneswork. So removed Jen Abel do not use from the conversation, added Jen Abel new number to the conversation. The do not use number has to be the Joneswork number, right? Don't accidentally text the phone they're going to forensically download, even though I think they downloaded it before this. They say the article is predicated on Lively's CRD complaint, which references text exchanges between Nathan and Abel as purported evidence that Nathan planted a negative story in the Daily Mail titled, Is Blake Lively Set to Be Canceled? Lively's portrayal is categorically false, misleading, and devoid of factual basis, yet knowingly endorsed by the Times, which claimed to have reviewed, quote, thousands of pages of text messages and emails. Look, the Times said that. And if the messages paint a clear picture about an opposite or contradictory narrative, and the Times had all of those, if we get to the heart of that in this defamation suit, that's where they're going to say, look, you knew it was false or recklessly disregarded it was false, because you even said you reviewed thousands of pages of text messages and emails, so you had it all in your hand. They say the smear campaign hinges on August 16th text exchange in which Nathan allegedly shared a link to this article with Abel. The text exchange shows Abel responding, wow, followed by, you really outdid yourself with this one, to which Nathan allegedly replied, this is why you hired me, right? I'm the best. These messages constitute the entirety of the purported evidence underlying the allegation of a smear campaign orchestrated on behalf of Baldoni. I love that they kept flags in here. So they screenshotted, it looks like Melissa Nathan's phone because her texts are in blue. So they screenshotted one of the plaintiff's phones and then put the flags in there so everybody is highlighted too, what's happening with what, right? So they say that the extraction included the Blake Lively be canceled. Jen Abel said, wow, you really outdid yourself with this piece. They highlight the upside down emoji, which we will get back to. They say that that's why you hired me, right? I'm the best is included. And then they say this is excluded from the New York Times article. I don't know if any of this matters. Heading to the airport and there is a drive through the jungle that's going to be no reception for around 24 hours. Joke. 45 minutes. The joke to me goes to the I'll be offline for 24 hours. Jen Abel said, I'm sorry, you being offline for 45 minutes was not included in the scope. Unacceptable. Also seems like a joke. They're quipping with one another. They say that the original lawsuit did not include the upside down smiley face emoji. So they say the Times, however, was aware that these messages were unscrupulously altered and selectively edited, enabling both Lively and her team and the Times to propagate a false, quote, smear campaign narrative designed to destroy plaintiffs, specifically in the immediately preceding text exchange on August 16th. Nathan forwarded a screenshot of a message from a reporter informing her for the first time of the Daily Mail article. In response, Nathan wrote, damn, this is not fair because it's also not me, followed by everything now looks like it's me, conclusively refuting her involvement in the creation or dissemination of the article. So they are saying that there is additional text message. We don't have all of it, but the screenshot within the screenshot says canceled. The Mail is going nuts. Damn, this is unfair because it's also not me. Everything now looks like it's me. Maybe not to you. No, it totally does look like his side. Cool. Thanks. So they're saying that the Times had all of this. I would want to see the forensic report on how much of screenshots the forensic report grabbed, because the forensic report showed the digital link to this, but not the image. And the forensic report, does it show this screenshot? Because this is a screenshot within a text screenshot. Does it say that? I don't know. So I don't know. It goes on to say further evidence of the Times' complicity arises from its apparent endorsement of the criminal alteration of these text messages with Lively. Criminal alteration. After Nathan forwarded a screenshot of the article link, Abel responded with, you really outdid yourself with this piece, upside down smiley emoji. They say the upside down smiley emoji indicates the sarcastic nature of the message. Are we going to see a court arguing over the meaning of emoji? Yes. Yes, we will. Give me 1 second. Sorry, this is family with an appointment for tea. Okay. All right. Sorry, kiddo is on his way doing stuff. So are we going to have the courts having to evaluate what an emoji means? Yeah. What does that emoji mean to you? Like what? There isn't like a dictionary of emoji, but emoji court is going to happen. What does that emoji mean to you? You really outdid yourself with this piece, adding the upside down smiley face to indicate irony, sarcasm, joking, or goofiness or silliness. So they are saying that in the complaint, I'm going to zoom in on these. In the complaint, they have the forensic extractions, no emoji. And then these that were included have the emoji. I have a million questions about the Celebrite extraction because with the Celebrite extraction, you would generally see some type of indicator that there was an emoji. But they're often like a blank box, but it depends on the version of the iOS, and it depends on the version of the phone, and it depends on the version of Celebrite. So do I think this has been criminally altered? I don't have enough information. I need to know more about the Celebrite report, but these weren't screenshots. These are an extraction. So, I mean, do I think it's been criminally altered? I don't have enough information for that, but that's what they're going to say. So what I love is that they've titled this with the complaint and the truth from the screenshots. Also, them removing the being offline I don't know if that's incredibly persuasive. That's why you hired me. I'm the best is where this ends. Heading to the airport. I'm going to be offline. Okay. I don't think that the being offline alters the conversation to me. They are saying the text message does. We're going to get in, or the emoji does. We'll get into emoji gate later. We'll see. But again, I need more information about the extraction to know how it would be denoted if it was there or not there. They go on to say in her CRD complaint, Lively deliberately excluded not only the preceding screenshot of the text exchange disproving Nathan's involvement in the story, but also the upside down emoji, which alters the sarcastic tone. Again, I have questions. She is saying, damn, this is unfair because it's also not me. Everything now looks like it's me. Okay, so what was you? Like there are more questions here. And this is the difficulty with a defamation suit of this nature, especially with a public figure. Does it, and some of you in the chat said this is actually a really good point. I'm going to pull it up. Janet, this is a really good point. Janet says, for me, it shows the tone they were texting. So Janet says it gives context to the sarcastic nature. Damn, everything now looks like me. And then it's like you really outdid yourself, lending to the sarcasm of the exchange, because it's like, damn, now everything looks like me. And it wasn't. So it gives credence to the sarcastic tone of the text messages. But could the New York Times look at that and say, and this is what they're going to argue, this is what the lawyers are going to argue. Can the New York Times look at it and be like, okay, so you're trying to disavow it's not you, but did you give them information on background? Are there other texts showing that you're giving them information on background, even though you didn't say, write this article, what else is there? And did the New York Times read this and make that decision or not? I don't know. It's going to depend. But this is the complaint from Lively with the truth. I love that we've done this in like a science fair presentation. I can just, the 3-page poster board, I'm ready for it. But they visually lay out their argument here. They say it was criminally altered. I don't know. I need more information. They say the omitted context is critical because it demonstrates that each subsequent message was intended as sarcasm. I think that's fair. That's fair of them to say, look, this knows it's sarcastic. What were the text messages preceding that, though? And that's going to be the argument back and forth. Are we going to be arguing in court ad nauseum over text messages? Yes. So further review of the text message exchange also is excluded from both Lively's complaint and the Times article unequivocally shows Abel and Nathan were engaging in a sarcastic and joking manner. I mean, it's all jokes until it's just text messages and then there's no tone, right? They were engaging in facetious juvenile banter, not conspiring against Lively. The Times relied on Lively's CRD complaint and based solely on this exchange intentionally duped readers into believing that Baldoni orchestrated a smear campaign, purportedly using Nathan and Abel as his accomplices. And what Lively's side is going to say is, okay, but what about all of those other texts saying, we need something more like this, showing, here, let me just pull it. We're just going to side by side this real quick, because I don't think I'm going to have time to get to all of the Lively complaint. So I'm just going to pull it up side by side real quick from the text. This is going to be the response on the other side, right? On August 5th, Baldoni set the narrative for the social media campaign, sending Abel a screenshot of a thread on X that had accused another female celebrity of bullying women. Baldoni said, this is what we would need. And this is a screenshot from a phone, not from a forensic extraction. that says it's from Justin with a screenshot of an article about Hailey Bieber. This is what we would need. Yes, I literally spoke to Melissa about this on the break about what we discussed last night for social and digital, focus on Reddit, TikTok, IG. So that's going to be the back and forth of this, right? All right, back to the New York Times. Jumping back to the New York Times defamation lawsuit. So that's going to be the back and forth. They're saying the Times used just this one thing to say that there was a smear campaign. Lively's team is saying, no, it wasn't just this one thing. It was multiple one things. June said, will this become an actual lawsuit? There are 3 of them now. June, there are three. There are 3. This is one of 3. The Times relied on Lively's CRD complaint and relied on that to support the salacious and unfounded smear campaign narrative. This calculated distortion underscores the article's lack of credibility and its reliance on sensationalism over substantive truth. You're telling me that the media relies on sensationalism over substantive truth? What? I am shocked. It goes on to say, any negative press about Lively was unequivocally a consequence of her own actions. They're both going to say this. You wrecked it for yourself. Like, just, I need to, I need to put Scott on the soundboard saying you lost it for yourself. But that's where it is. They're both going to say you did this to yourself. And Lively's side is saying, no, that was heightened as part of a social media campaign by their PR team. And their PR team is saying, look, the press went in. We didn't do anything. The press went in. So they went in. And we're not going to know any of this more until we have discovery to know really what went in, if then. So they're saying any negative press about Lively was a consequence of her own actions and her public missteps, which was detailed in an article saying it ends with us, the press tour drama explained. In it, the reporter observed that Lively's promotion of the movie has included a push for her new hair care line, discussion of the clothes in the movie, and a response to questions about abuse, which have been criticized as shallow and tone deaf. Baldoni, by contrast, has emphasized the importance of raising awareness of domestic violence and providing resources for those in similar situations. Footnote 1, and then it lists a bunch of articles criticizing the press tour of the movie. This goes on to say, this is apparently a text with TMZ. Reporter says Blake Lively's little bump taunt felt like a bullet. TMZ, so whichever reporter they were talking to with TMZ, they were talking with someone at TMZ. LMAO, we invited her to. Let me find that interview fucked her. Melissa Nathan, when LOL. Also, what the fuck? Why am I in this too? So that interview is up on YouTube. It's been discussed much. So we'll keep going. All right. So TMZ is talking about that article covering that video that was released on YouTube, and talking to TMZ about it. Again, this is a screenshot seemingly from Melissa Nathan's phone. TMZ saying, you're a starlet, fuck this week. How was the stunt? Winky face. They say Lively's marketing efforts, which included encouraging audiences to, quote, grab your friends, wear your florals while promoting hair care and alcohol brands, were widely criticized as insensitive. This was particularly glaring given the World Health Organization statistics showing that 55% of domestic violence incidents involve alcohol. Her actions naturally triggered organic public criticism and unleashed a cycle of negative coverage, including, as is common in the digital age, the resurfacing of old unflattering content. So they're saying, look, you did it to yourself. Lively's complaint said the marketing plan was set by Sony. So that's what Lively's complaint said. The marketing plan was set by Sony, and it was meant to focus on resilience. The marketing plan included doesn't talk about how to co-brand hair care and alcohol, though. And that is something that I saw a lot of criticism about, and the timing seems odd to me too. I'm sure it seems odd to you too. So is the smear campaign organic? Is it social being social? Or is it making sure that the media is highlighting certain stories and downplaying other stories, which is what Lively's complaint says, is that PR was actively and aggressively suppressing other stories. But isn't that what PR does? And is that retaliation? If they're saying, hey, you don't really want to run with the Justin narrative, like it's not really proven, like why aren't we just running with this? Or why do we just not run with that at all? And that's the balance on the retaliation lawsuit, is what is happening here. But this lawsuit is about the New York Times and what they did. So Tag Team, these are seeming screenshots from Melissa Nathan's phone. These are edited in that they are lining in who's talking to who. We don't have any dates on any of this, so I have no idea when this was. Tag Team member, we don't know who it is. We didn't tell Jed to go after the idea that her promo was inappropriate. That happened organically because people saw the actual movie and were like, wait, this is a movie about domestic violence that they wore florals to. Which is also crazy to me that, I don't know, did people just look at the movie and not know about the book? I don't know. Zoe sent me this on Saturday and goes, this is a crazy way to market this movie. So this is the team, they say, talking about the natural response on social. And then let's see, there's like, come on, we had nothing to do with that. Somebody from Tag is saying. So this is the grab your friends, wear your florals. It ends with us now playing. And in Lively's complaint, she says this was done by Sony. This was Sony's decision. Far from being the product of a calculated smear campaign by plaintiffs, the backlash against Lively, they say, was the inevitable fallout from her own tone-deaf messaging and self-promotional tactics, amplified by her inability to read the room in addressing such a serious subject. Melissa at Tag, they put in that this is from Justin Baldoni. Again, these look weird to me because they've been inserted in, but they're trying to keep the anonymity of other members of the team. This is from Sunday, August 18th. This is not us, correct? Assuming the guy we brought in would never do this. And then they tag a Perez Hilton TikTok. Melissa Nathan says, none of us would ever do this. Also, no one even pays any attention to this person past 2005. And then they go in to talk about Perez Hilton. It's organic. She's blown herself up by her own actions. There is another screenshot. I don't know if this follows because I don't know. Another screenshot with a another screenshot of text messages with a screenshot of an article from the Daily Mail about an unearthed interview of Lively's. They're saying this just ran. Obviously, none of us knew about this either, but once media goes in, they go in. And this is really the heart of their case against the New York Times, saying, we didn't do any of this. The media was like, oh, the internet's shitting on Blake Lively? Great, we'll just shit on Blake Lively. That's what they're saying. They're saying the media organically was like, is this what's getting clicks? Let's get clicks. Let's go. They're saying once media goes in, they go in, and the best thing we can do right now is be quiet. Let's get through this week together. I don't know what date this is. I don't know if this is still that August 18th date. The best thing we can do right now is be quiet. Let's get through this week together, then just move on and back to regular planning with Instagram posts and thoughtful ideas and messages. The content creators are on fire, and Justin, she has handed it to them on a plate. They're talking about Blake. Just concentrate on the success of the movie and your family and your next project. I have this weird feeling that she's going to reach out to you for a conversation in the next couple of weeks, or he will. And I don't know if they're talking about the screenshot that they included or if they're talking about Blake and Ryan. We'll see. This is another screenshot from the Tag PR group chat. Saturday, August 24th, Blake Lively fearing for her career amid it ends with us backlash. God, I'm so over this. I'm sure Leslie thinks we placed this one as well. Leslie is referring to Lively's PR person. I imagine there were conversations happening there. Yeah, I imagine there were conversations happening back and forth at some point between the PR teams. I want to see those too. Let's just see it. Lori and CT said, didn't Blake's character own a floral shop? Yes. Yes. Let's see. Melissa Nathan said, yep, same. The article also deliberately ignores that Lively's publicist, Emily, just fucking keep reading. Leslie Sloan of Vision PR once backed Harvey Weinstein. Again, they're gonna just be like, boop. Here's the boop. We're gonna just sprinkle stuff in so that you know. It's just the pebbles to create the ripples. Is that needed for the lawsuit? No. Is it shade? Yes. Are lawsuits allegations and shade? Yes, 100%. So they're saying that Leslie Sloan of Vision PR, once backed by Harvey Weinstein, seeded stories critical of Baldoni, including that Baldoni was a sexual predator ahead of the film's release. Sloan did so even while Nathan was attempting to cooperate in good faith. So more of the, nuh-uh, you did it. Let's see. What? Miguelina, can you ask Chris to just see if 4 o'clock would work? So I have a little bit of time. Thank you. Sorry, Emily has an interview to do later today. We're just going to push it by a little so we can get through this because I'm still talking at almost 4 hours in. So thank you, Miguelina. Will you just ping Chris or Chris if you're watching? Either way. So what page are we on? We're on page 14. So we're going to get into the redacted pages next. They're saying Leslie Sloan says, and the truth. The way that this is screenshotted and underlined and circled, this is so anyone skimming through this lawsuit can see what's important to them. If you are just scrolling through this suit, you're going to see the arrows and the circles and all of it. This is done in this way so it is easily digestible. Let's see if I can. These are screenshots from They Say Leslie Sloan. Yes, please. All this info is all wrong. She didn't require script runs, nothing to do with this. She produced the film and got a cut. What the fuck is going on? The whole cast doesn't like Justin. Nothing you do with Blake or nothing to do with Blake. And then I don't know who they got these screenshots from. James, maybe. Like I said, though, the reporting is that there were issues between her and Justin as well as others, and that Justin found it difficult to work with her. One of these reporters known is close with Steph Jones because they used to always get Tom Brady, Giselle shit, and Steph reps him, I believe. I told them she is awful and to not rely on anything she says. I think that's talking about Steph Jones. By the way, that's that last lawsuit, the Joneswork lawsuit that we looked at. They're saying Leslie Sloan says, I'm telling you she's a liar. They are panicking as the whole cast hates him. So they want to run something based on this reporting, and I want to shut it down, but need something to shut it down with. I know she's a liar. I just need to get my editor on board because she has 3 reporters feeding her bullshit, 2 from LA. So this looks like the PR team fighting about what the other PR team is doing. Leslie Sloan says, I promise she is lying. This will not look good for your site. The entire cast, I will have to go on record. Who is James? Is James a reporter? James must be a reporter. Let's see. Where does it say who the fuck James is? Why are we reading these texts before we know who the fuck James is? James, a reporter with the Daily Mail. Good. Okay. Glad we cleared that up. What? We should have cleared this up before all the text messages. That's why they wanted to pull these out. And because they are saying that these are protected by reporter privilege because James is a reporter from the Daily Mail. Okay. So these are texts that somebody gave to Baldoni's team, possibly James, that that are between Blake Lively's PR and the Daily Mail. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. This is why they said that there was reporter privilege stuff that they wanted to pull out and pulled some of these conversations out. So this is part of what's redacted. I'm sure James got this lawsuit and was like, what the fuck? You can't use my text messages to sue the New York Times and put them in a lawsuit. But they filed them in a lawsuit. So here we are. So this is Blake Lively's PR talking to a reporter saying, the entire cast and I will have to go on record. James says, can you give me anything at all on what the issue is? Then if it's not her and it's him, Leslie's son says, no, I'm on a plane and this needs to hold. Well, you're texting just fine. Who said pumptini in the chat? Not that. Definitely not that James. Not that James at all. Oh. So somebody screenshotted this while they were on a phone call. It looks like James. Jesus Christ. This is a screenshot of James's text messages with Melissa Nathan, where he screenshotted his conversation with the other PR. Jesus. Okay. So Melissa Nathan screenshotted her conversation with a reporter from the Daily Mail, James. And James sent screenshots of his conversations with Blake Lively's PR person, Leslie Sloan. And then those all ended up in the lawsuit, which is why I'm sure the next pages have been redacted, because the reporter is like, what you can't do is put in a lawsuit that I'm sending text messages of conversations from one PR agent to another PR agent, because it's messy. If you think anything you text is confidential, okay. So this is James on this side. They say the truth. This is James on this side telling Melissa Nathan, oh my God. And then he told Melissa, like, she said the whole cast hits Justin. This has nothing to do with Blake. I think that means hates. Justin has nothing to do with Blake. And now she's saying that Blake was sexually assaulted. Why wouldn't she say anything about that then? I mean, did you see any of that in any of this? Because assault and harassment are different. She knows she is full of shit. She told me that the whole issue was that everyone hates Justin. Nothing about Blake and Justin. She says it has nothing to do with Blake. Bullshit. Brooke, we went through the last lawsuit, how they got the PR texts. In the last lawsuit, that'll be timestamped. In this lawsuit, Melissa Nathan is one of the plaintiffs. And these seem to come from Melissa Nathan's phone. Okay. So let's get into page redacted. This whole page has been redacted out. These are conversations with two people. Anything you have is helpful. Thank you times 1,000. This is Brian Friedman. Thanks, Melissa. Brian Friedman, really appreciate it, James. So it looks like now Brian Friedman, the lawyer, has been connected to James from the Daily Mail through Melissa. James from the Daily Mail was like, get me the fuck out of here. And these are redacted in the new filing. This filing still exists. James, Daily Mail, said yesterday, whenever yesterday was, at 9:22, Brian, it will be easier to send you the screen recording of our conversation, which I scroll through slowly. In the conversation, you can see that Leslie bashes Melissa, tries to get me to say that Melissa was planning stories in bad-mouthing Blake. She also goes off calling Steph Jones a liar, and never once did she mention anything about the sexual harassment. Here is the screenshot recording. The next screenshot says, these are terribly screenshotted. Conversation had with Leslie. We talked for a while. During that conversation, Leslie asked me who it is that Melissa reps, who is with Tag PR. what happened with that, I think, Hill situation, what happened with that Hill take situation. She also told me that Melissa is not a real PR agency and that they don't have any good clients. So they're like, and now Leslie is shitting on Melissa. Like, this is what they're saying, that she's saying. So you guys, James said that Leslie said that Melissa isn't even like a real PR agent. Like, she doesn't even have any good clients. Oh my God. This is a lawsuit against the New York Times. This is a lawsuit against the New York Times. This is a lawsuit against the New York Times. And what we've got is PR agents shitting at each other to a reporter from the Daily Mail over a movie premiere. Like what? Let's see. We talked for a while during the conversation. Leslie asked me who it is that Melissa reps, who is with Tag PR. She also told me Melissa is not a real PR agency and that they don't have any good clients. She told me that she did not take Melissa on multiple occasions. And we passed on her. We wouldn't even hire her. She also told us to something redacted, who does not work with us anymore. She also asked about Steph Jones, which is the last lawsuit we covered, who she was, what she did, and where she works, who she works with. She called her a liar too in that text message. Also, she has a history of lying. This is a clear example. She gave me information on a story about redacted and the real reason that he got off stage during a performance. She gave me the info. We printed the info. Blank didn't like it. So she comes back and says the following. And then James says something in conference we'll discuss. So this is now James and Brian Friedman, the lawyer, discussing the conversation from Blake Lively's PR person about Melissa Nathan. Okay. However, they didn't give any they gave little bit of context for Leslie Sloan. They gave no context for who James was. Okay. And then this has all been redacted now, so whatever. Something was redacted. That's probably Brian Friedman talking to James, I would imagine, because Brian Friedman redacted his own text message to James because he's the lawyer on the case. James said many times she gives us information and then her client gets mad and then she comes back and says that she never gave it to us and it's a lie. I had many conversations with her about Blake and never once did she say anything about sexual assault. I had a 3-way call with her and Melissa and she never said anything many times. And she never said anything about it either. I hope this helps in some way. If nothing else, it shows she doesn't like Melissa and she tried numerous times to get me to say that Melissa was planning stories or that Melissa was bad-mouthing Blake after I told her countless times it was not the case. She kept going. And then there's another screenshot. I'll call your boss. She's a piece of work. There's another screenshot, presumably of, do they give a bigger screenshot down here? Damn it. Now I want to see what the I'll call your boss. Like, now I want to know. Can I zoom in on this anymore? No. But this seems to be another screenshot, presumably from Leslie with the I'll call your boss. She's a piece of work. This is, again, Brian Freeman and James from the Daily Mail talking about Blake Lively's PR person, Leslie. Look, man, the lawsuits are just tea at this point. It's just everybody pointing the fingers at each other. Rachel in the chat said, where is the burn book? I mean, it's crazy. This is with TMZ and Melissa Nathan. TMZ said, I figured I got some video from May 17 of Blake and Justin on set in Hoboken. They are in an animated conversation, so wanted to see if they want to give any background or context. Between us, the video isn't really great, mostly doing it because all of the speculation about the feud. TMZ is like, this is kind of nothing, but it could be something. That's how I read that. Melissa Nathan says it's not even between us, LOL. It's a I don't know. TMZ, people's story about JB, false about cast crew hating him. We are told cast crew find Justin a nice guy. Don't take as harsh of sides behind scenes as it's being reported. This is from TMZ to Melissa Nathan. At this point, we're told it's being milked for publicity. Justin's over it. It really was creative differences between Blake and Justin, but wasn't nearly as bad as reported. Blake, huge ego, etc. is the reporting. And then something is redacted. So TMZ telling Melissa Nathan that it's creative different. Okay. Melissa Nathan says, I'm in a hurricane in PR. Oh, and then whoever put the text on these put in Puerto Rico, just so we're not confused that they're talking about public relations. Just so we're not confused. Whoever edited the screenshots to add in so we can follow is wild. TMZ, oh my God, are you okay? Yes, and I just ate a poke bowl. Yum. I'd be so ill. From the poke bowl? From the hurricane? Do you have sources? BL Camp keeps thinking it's us placing and we are. Where's the rest of that one? Oh, damn. Jesus. Back to these screenshots of text messages. Do you have sources? Blake Lively Camp keeps thinking it's us placing and we are doing F all. TMZ, yes, on production. They've had a producer working overtime and spoke to people on production in post. Wait till I tell you the whole story. That's Melissa Nathan talking to TMZ. We are legit saying source says it's all Blake's ego. You have no idea. You think you do. You do not. In my whole career, I've never come across this situation. This is Melissa Nathan. And then TMZ says, but why aren't people saying the real story? If known, can I call you back? Okay. So they are saying that the New York Times had all of these messages. Here is my question. It seems to me that what the New York Times had was Jennifer Abel's phone. And these are all from Melissa Nathan's phone. So other than these being included to refute the narrative in Blake Lively's complaint, did the New York Times actually have all of these? Because they don't have Melissa Nathan's text messages. They only had the extraction from Jennifer Abel's phone. So I don't know that everything that's been included here is something that the New York Times had. I think they are purporting it to be. They're saying, look, this all shows we weren't doing it. But they don't have Melissa Nathan's stuff. So chat, you're all like, yeah, agreed. So I don't know if the New York Times would have had this. This is being used, I think, more to refute the narrative in the New York Times article than to show that the New York Times had all of this. Kyle B said, PR, is a lawsuit good or bad or indifferent? It depends how the public responds. I don't know. That is a question for PR. I think all of this, I don't know, chat, how do you feel? All of this is kind of like, ugh, we'll wait and see what happens. Or at least that's where I'm at. We'll wait and see what happens. It's messy. It's messy and everybody's pointing the fingers at each other. And I'm just like, let's see what happens. I don't think any of us know all of anything. We weren't there. So we're getting, right now we've just got complaints, and the complaints are a one-sided version of what happened from each person's most favorable version. We haven't gotten to the point where those all link up yet. These are screenshots from Leslie to James, the reporter from TMZ. No, the reporter from the Daily Mail. Leslie Sloan, the PR agent for Blake Lively. This is all just tea. This is like a Housewives reunion still. Leslie Sloan, good for you. I know you are friends with Melissa. James, yes, we are. Or yeah, we are. Leslie Sloan, I'm not paid to take people down. I'm honest. James, she hasn't done anything literally anti-Blake. Leslie, KK, I don't know what date this is from. It's really annoying. she told me the same thing that she told you, which is she said that Blake's backlash is organic. Leslie Sloan said it's not. She did nothing but help get a movie make tons of money. Justin makes tons. Chat, tell me how you read this. Tell me how you read this text. I see it two ways. Is this text, it's not, she did nothing but help get a movie make tons of money. Justin makes tons. Is that referring to Blake Lively? Because he says Blake's backlash is organic. She's saying it's not. She did nothing referring to Blake, but help get a movie make tons of money. Or do you read that it's not, she did nothing referring to Melissa Nathan did nothing? Which way do you read that text? Can you see it both ways? And some of you in the chat are saying, no, neither. It's them saying Blake did nothing, and so the backlash is not organic. Because I think that text is not saying Melissa Nathan did nothing. I think that text is saying it's not she did nothing but help get a movie make tons of money. It's two texts, but I think that is one sentence. Blake did nothing but help get a movie make tons of money. I think that's what the whole sentence is. I think that's two sentences. Sorry, I think that's one sentence about Blake. I think they're trying to purport this as Blake's backlash is organic. It's not she did nothing. And then he's referring about Blake, I think, as she's kind of off promoting it as if it was Barbie. It's just based on things that she said directly. And then this is an email. Again, they're just putting in screenshots. This is an email from Jennifer Abel to Melissa and others. Ford statement for TMZ. Jamie Heath and team, FYI. This is from Charlie Neff to Wayfarer Studios regarding TMZ. Hello, I'm a reporter for TMZ. I'm reaching out to get a statement regarding some information. We are being told that there were at least 3 HR complaints filed against Baldoni on the set of It Ends With Us. And again, if that happened, those will easily come forward in discovery. We wanted to see if the complaints were investigated and what the results were. Thank you, TMZ. Okay, what day was this? August 14th. Okay, then these texts are from August. We're now just in pages and pages and pages of text with no writing in this lawsuit. It's just Wednesday, August 14th at 9:14 p.m. Reporter, a source close to set says they don't know of an investigation, but there was an intervention. Quote, we heard there were multiple HR complaints from crew and cast starting from the first day of production. Wayfarer is the studio. It's unclear if Wayfarer Studios performed an investigation into the claims against themselves. Separately, we are aware that there was an intervention with Justin Baldoni midway through production based on a pattern of inappropriate behavior by him towards cast and crew. So that's what the reporter is bringing to the team. Tag team, back again, says off record. The only complaint, which not confirmed if it was an official HR complaint, was a guy up for a gig on the crew complained. The younger guy who got it did so because of ageism. There was an investigation and found no wrongdoing. There are no other complaints. And again, if that's true or not, should be pretty easy to discover in discovery. There was not an intervention on set or with members of the crew. We did see a pretty long HR document in Blake's complaint. So I think that's carefully worded because I think the conversation with Blake that was in her complaint did not happen on set. It happened before filming resumed after the break because of the strike. And it was not with crew. It was production and it was Lively. It was Sony. Ryan Reynolds was there, was with Lively, etc. So I think that's carefully parsed. There was not an intervention on set or with members of the crew. It did not take place on set and it was with production, not crew. It would be false to allude to. Well, there was an intervention. It just wasn't with the crew on set. Blake and Ryan had Justin and his team over for a meeting where Blake expressed all the things she was upset about. This was not Justin versus the team behind the film. This was his team versus Blake and Ryan, more of a contentious meeting. The way it reads now reads as if it was a proper intervention with the cast and crew, not true. So that is parsing it down to no, the cast and crew wasn't involved. The reporter said, thank you. Just sent IM. I'll keep you posted. What is the email for Wayfarer? I need legal to reach out. This is another screenshot of a text between, it seems, Leslie and Melissa Nathan. Melissa, happy to. I landed in less than 2 hours. Thank you. I landed in less than 2 hours. Thank you. Have a safe flight. Just also, I am not doing one thing without speaking to you. I am not answering one email about the situation. I told everyone to not do one thing, plant seed, even speak to one reporter, even on background. Now I'm involved. There will be no shock surprises to you. So this is between Melissa and Leslie Sloan. This is between Crisis PR and PR. I don't know what date that's from, but the next messages are from August 8th. Leslie Sloan said, me either. Leslie Sloan said, tried you. Hi, need to chat. That's on August 8th. Hi, I can't wait to get to a place. I want to get to a place where I can call, said Melissa. Oh, we're back from the photos, back to the lawsuit. To assert that plaintiffs orchestrated a premeditated smear campaign is to disregard objective evidence that unequivocally contradicts such claims. My question remains. The New York Times seemed to have an extraction from Jennifer Abel. All of the text messages that they are sharing are from Melissa Nathan. So did the Times have those? Even a cursory investigation by the Times would have exposed the baseless nature of Lively's allegations and the lack of factual support for her narrative. Most troubling, they say, however, is that the Times' deliberate omission of critical player in the manufactured controversy, Stephanie Jones. Once Baldoni and Wayfarer's trusted public relations representative, Jones not only had intimate access to the communication strategy and crisis management surrounding the film, but also played a pivotal role in leaking private communications cited in the article. Her betrayal, driven by a quid pro quo agreement with Lively, appears aimed at shielding herself while aligning with Lively to curry favor and secure future opportunities. That's the lawsuit we just covered. So let's see. It says, and again, that's why we covered the Stephanie Jones lawsuit, because we've already covered that. Let's see. These are screenshots, emails. Stephanie Jones to you, Wayfarer Studios. Don't know what day. Let's see. These are around August 8th, maybe. Call for comment. That looks like something's redacted. Blank has been nice and fixed things for us in the past. I can give her a call. This is a nothing burger. Jennifer Abel wrote, team, please ignore, thanks. August 8th, Stephanie Jones wrote, left word for, I'll leave word. Who's really? Left word for blank. She's been very nice in the past, so we'll get this fixed. This is August 8th. Jennifer Abel, call for comment. Hi, I'm a reporter for Daily Mail, and I'm currently working on a story surrounding the recent rumors that there was a feud between It Ends With Us co-stars. I'll leave word. They say the Times compounded its journalistic failures by uncritically advancing Lively's unsubstantiated claims of sexual harassment against Keith and Baldoni. For example, the article based on Lively's CRD complaint sensationally alleges, how many times are they going to use sensational? That also, this has, it just does not follow. Okay. For example, the article based on the complaint alleges that Heath showed Lively a video of his naked wife, with Lively's CRD complaint even labeling the footage as quote unquote pornographic. This claim is patently absurd. The video in question was a parentheses non-pornographic recording of Heath's wife and baby during a home birth, a deeply personal one with no sexual overtone. To distort this benign event into an act of sexual misconduct is outrageous and emblematic of the lengths to which Lively and her collaborators are willing to go to defame plaintiffs. However, I think the other side of that in an employment lawsuit is that in an employment law context, videos of anyone naked could be a problem. So it's going to depend on context. It's going to depend on more information. And again, it's a still of a video. More context is needed, right? They are saying that she has blown this out of proportion. It's really going to depend, but it just depends. It just depends. Because again, workplace, if it is a appropriate context in the workplace, getting ready for a scene, that would seemingly be something that everybody would have to be on board with. Or is it someone who has given birth multiple times, Lively, who has 4 kids, saying, no, I don't need to see anything, and somebody going, no, look, this is our home birth. I don't know. I don't want to watch anybody else's birth. Like, nope, sure don't. Not even when it's foisted upon me in like episodes of the Kardashians. Nope, don't. Nope, good. I'm good with mine. Thanks. But this is a still of the video referenced. It is a still of the video referenced. Okay. So, Chad, I agree with you. I don't think videos of a birth are pornographic. I think there can be workplace issues with a video. So we'll see. They say the Times' failure to scrutinize these claims or even provide a balanced account of the events further underscores its role in amplifying Lively's falsehoods. And the Times is going to say, unless there are other things. While abandoning its responsibility to truth and accuracy, the video was shown to Lively as part of a creative decision in preparation for a birthing scene in the film. Heath informed Lively that his wife condoned his displaying the video. Did Lively? Any suggestion that Heath engaged in the exhibition of pornography or inappropriate content is false. We will see. They're saying adding to the sexual harassment narrative is the article's parroted accusation that both men repeatedly entered her makeup trailer uninvited while she was undressed, including when she was breastfeeding. What Lively, they say, and the article fail to mention. Notice that Lively comes first in these. They're suing the New York Times. Lively comes first. We're going to see all of this again in probably a counterclaim. What Lively, they say, and the article fail to mention is that Lively invited Baldoni into her trailer while pumping. Again, pumping and breastfeeding are different things. To work out their lines. Okay, so did this happen another time? Again, questions. On May 26th, there was a text, Blake, sorry to hear you and baby are sick. I know it's literally the last thing you needed right now on top of a tough week. I pray it comes and goes with mild symptoms. They say Blake Lively responded June 2nd. Our mistake. Molly did get new pages at 11 p.m. last night. She didn't realize they were new, but the new pages can always be sent to me as well, please. X. June 3rd, Blake Lively, I'm just pumping in my trailer if you want to work out lines. Again, pumping is different. But again, if you're the New York Times reporter, are you reading this going, okay, so someone was invited into your trailer once while you're pumping, which is easier to cover or can be easier to cover. That's different than when you're nursing. And does an invite in one time mean every time? Like, that's where the parsing of facts in a defamation suit is going to get all the way into parsing of the facts. So they are saying, look, he didn't just walk into her trailer while she was breastfeeding. She invited him in. Here's the text message. This seems to come from Baldoni's cell phone. I'm just pumping in the trailer if you want to come work out our lines. Copy, eating with crew. We'll head that way. Take your time. I'm here. I'll meet you in HMU. Sorry, just seeing this. Here's a shorter version of Christie's original. And this is lines. Likewise, they say the allegation that Baldoni inappropriately described Lively's character's attire as sexy is exaggerating and misleading. The text exchanges between Baldoni and Lively show that Lively had insisted that her character's clothing be much sexier. In Lively's complaint, they talked about an incident with another member on set. I don't think they were talking about Lively unless there's two incidents, but they were talking about referencing how another cast member was dressed. So maybe there's both. They say the text exchanges between Baldoni and Lively show that Lively had insisted that her character's clothing be, quote, much sexier. When Baldoni later used the word sexy, he was just responding to her creative input, not objectifying her personally. Lively set the tone that Baldoni heeded during the creative process. Let's see. This is from May 17th. We'll show you both ways, but Beanie is much sexier. It's the look, feels TV without, especially with a crop top in the snow. It justifies the rest of the skin, and also is a girl I would check out walking down the street because it washes the effort of the rest of her look. The next day, Baldoni said, "Good morning. If you don't have time to listen with morning craziness, here is text. Just want to make sure you're okay with throwing the jacket on from yesterday." And then they go through that. But they're saying, look, she used the word sexier. Is that, because in Lively's complaint, it is him commenting on a crew member's, that the crew member's pants are sexy. Is that different? And they're saying, no, we were using the word sexy. It was fine. Context is going to matter. They're saying that the New York Times ignored context. Again, my question remains, did the New York Times have Lively's texts, or did they only have the forensic extraction from Abel's phone? Question remains. Miguelina, yes, the second one, please. And thank you. And tell him thank you. Yes, yes. Yes, later. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So again, there are two. Chat was asking, I thought the one complaint, Baldoni was calling Blake Lively sexy. You know what? Let's just go to that complaint real quick and take a look so we can just clarify context, because, let's see. I'm trying to control F. Oh, don't tell me it's not OCR. Gosh, darn it. Let me see if I can find it. If I can't find it quickly, we'll go through it. But that complaint I will attach the link to, because it is, oh no, this is the wrong one. I need the other one. Let's see if I can find it in the California complaint real quick. In the New York Times linked complaint. All right, we're just going to go through this real quick. And yes, it says Lively and other women. All right, we have just jumped to the complaint that was attached to the reporting for the New York Times. It says, Baldoni objectified Lively and other women by commenting on or criticizing their bodies as sex objects. Baldoni often referred to women in the workplace as sexy. When they expressed discomfort, he would deflect or try to pass it off, which undermines Lively and others' concerns. For example, on one occasion that Lively observed, he told a female cast member that her leather pants looked sexy when she arrived on set. When she rebuffed his comment because she was uncomfortable, rather than apologizing, he brushed it off with, "I can say that because my wife is here today." Lively, felt embarrassed witnessing this kind of commentary, as did others. And yes, you can bring a sexual harassment claim for things that happen between others. Anyone who's been through sexual harassment training in California will be like, yeah, a conversation between coworkers can be the basis of a harassment claim. So we will continue. They say another day, Lively wore a low-cut dress to facilitate breastfeeding, but had it covered up with a coat. When the jacket briefly popped open at one point to reveal the dress, Baldoni commented on how much he liked her outfit, which flustered Lively. Later that day, Baldoni pressured Lively, who was in her pre-approved wardrobe, to remove the coat in front of the crew and multiple background actors in a packed bar. He said he wanted to see her onesie under the coat because it was zipped low to reveal her lace bra. Consistent with past practice, he said, "I think you look sexy," in a tone that made her feel ogled and exposed. With other female cast present, she said, "That's not what I'm going for." He bristled and replied, "I'm sorry, hot." Deeply uncomfortable, Lively said, "Not that either." And he responded sarcastically, "I guess I missed the HR meeting," and walked away. So they're going to the no, we were using this language. And that's what they are saying in their complaint. Like the New York Times should have known that there are two sides of this. And so in their complaint, they're saying, no, Lively said the beanie is sexier. And that obviously you should know that this undermines the complaint. They go on to say, misleading. The article draws on Lively's assertion that Baldoni improvised unwanted kissing and discussed his sex life. However, both the Times and Lively, they say, intentionally excluded that Lively refused to meet with the intimacy coordinator to plan out the film's sex scenes. Baldoni, and I have no idea what is the standard industry practice for this. Do both actors meet with the coordinator? Is that something that's between the coordinator and the director and not the actors? I don't know. I have no idea what the standard of practice is for any of this. It all seems uncomfortable. They say Baldoni in turn was forced to meet with the coordinator alone and relay any suggestions. But he's the director. Was he meeting as the director or was he meeting as the lead actor? I have questions. They say, notwithstanding Baldoni's reluctance, he and Lively would later sketch out the scenes together, absent the intimacy coordinator. As part of these creative discussions, Baldoni and Lively sought to personalize and develop their characters, and in doing so, engaged in conversations about their individual experiences. The Times, taking Lively's CRD complaint as true, characterizes this discussion as an inappropriate attempt by Baldoni to talk about his sex life. It was not. They say Baldoni consistently acted at the direction of the intimacy coordinator. These baseless accusations do not constitute sexual harassment. This is a screenshot of a text. This is Baldoni screenshotting his phone with a screenshot of a text between him and Lively. Ugh. Baldoni said, I need to make this a little bit bigger. Just hired intimacy coordinator who I love. Will set you up to meet, FaceTime with her next week for intro. Lively says, I feel good. I can meet with her when we start. Thank you, though. Baldoni said, just FYI, just wanted to tell you about this. Seems she doesn't want to meet intimacy coordinator until we start, which may mess up workflow, but I can still meet with her. Okay, is chat? Questions. Is that a refusal to meet? Or is that I'll meet with her when we start up? You tell me. So he's screenshotting this to another producer saying, just wanted to tell you this. She seems she doesn't want to meet intimacy coordinator until we start, which may mess up workflow, but I can still meet with her, of course. Producer, that's fine if she doesn't want to meet her now. You'll just have to walk her through what you and the coordinator are thinking. I don't know. That doesn't feel like a refusal to me either, chat. They say despite it, and this is where a defamation suit is difficult because a jury's going to do the same thing. Hey, the New York Times said that there wasn't an intimacy coordinator, but the New York Times ignored that Blake Lively refused to meet with the intimacy coordinator. And here's a text message between Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively that I don't think the Times had based on the information we have at hand saying, I'll meet with her when we start up. So I don't know what time period this is. And when we start up, is this during the strike? Because then I have other questions. Which of all of the Hollywood organizations does intimacy coordinator fall under? And was it one of the ones that was striking? Because they took a break during the strikes. So I have a lot of questions about when this is. So we'll see. They say, despite its effort to craft a distorted narrative, the Times fails to address a glaring contradiction in the CRD complaint. After the execution of the protections for return to work production agreement in November 2023, Lively herself acknowledges that the film was completed, marketed, and released safely and successfully. While Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath disagree with Lively's rationale for requesting the document, many of its provisions were already standard practice. They chose to comply for the sake of the film and ensure Lively's comfort. This goes to that long document. And there is disagreement of interpretation of that document. They say, crucially, Lively concedes that neither Baldoni nor Heath engaged in any quote unquote harassing behavior following the agreement in November 2023. All right. I'm going to stand up real quick. We're going to do this together. We're going to stand desk. Why? Because my back hurts. We've been streaming for a long time. Too long. We've been streaming a very long time. So we are going to stand. Lori in CT says, intimacy coordinator belongs to SAG-AFTRA. Who was on strike? All right, let's get the chair out of the way. Oh, that's still in shot. All right, now it's out of shot. There we go. We've just produced. I want a producing credit. I have produced. Okay. It goes on to say, crucially, Lively concedes that neither Baldoni nor Heath engaged in any harassing behavior following the agreement in November 2023. Following the agreement. Could things have happened before the agreement? Further, she admits that her stated concerns were sufficiently addressed at the time. Okay. This admission directly undermines her allegations of retaliation and strips her claims of credibility. I don't read it that way either. Because whether or not harassment happened is separate from whether or not retaliation happened. And they're alleging in their complaint that the retaliation happened during the press tour. So that was August 2024. Again, is the New York Times going to come in and say, well, right, after the meeting and after the agreement, things ran more smoothly? That doesn't change what happened before the meeting and the complaints made at the meeting. This is the thing. We have to just ask questions. They go on to say, furthermore, she admits that her stated concerns were sufficiently addressed at the time. This admission directly undermines her allegations of retaliation and strips her claims of credibility. Without the fabricated smear campaign narrative propping up her CRD complaint, Lively's retaliation claim collapses under its own contradictions, exposing it as yet another ploy to salvage her public image rather than pursue any legitimate grievance. And that's what they've continued to say. So figuring out, Casey said, I thought they weren't supposed to be filming during the strike. They weren't. They were on break during the strike. But the meeting happened before they returned to work from the strike. And so I'm not sure if when the coordinator came in was at that time during the strike, before or after. I just don't know. They go on to say the fact that Lively embarked on a hostile takeover of the production strong-armed Sony into blessing her with ultimate control as they became increasingly frantic and unsettled by the usurpation of their roles. Baldoni remained resolute that they continue to take the high road and be proud of the, quote, beautiful baby they had all made together. I assume that's referencing the movie. So this is the continuing of the Blake took over production, and that's what really caused the fractures on set and in promoting the movie, and not that there was harassment on set and retaliation and a smear campaign. So that, and they're saying the New York Times should have known that and misrepresented that, and that is defamatory. They go on to say, Lively waged war on Baldoni, weaponizing innocuous interactions from May to June 2023, long before there was any tension between them to vilify and discredit him. At the time, Baldoni and Lively had a solid working relationship, and Lively expressed no unease around him. Only after the writers' strike had ended and filming was set to resume did Lively express any concern about returning to set. In response, Wayfarer and Baldoni agreed to all of Lively's demands. Text message with whoever the dream team is. Baldoni said, just curious if you guys have peeked at her cut and if anything has changed. Editor 2, or whoever they identify as Editor 2 in this text change says, I have just been told that we are not permitted to look. And Baldoni says, wow, when did that happen? Editor 1 said, as per Sony. Editor 2 said, this evening through redacted name. Baldoni said, wow, okay then. The editors and director isn't allowed to look at an actress's cut. Got it. Well, here we go. We will keep taking the high road. So they're saying, again, this shows that the New York Times, if they had all this in their possession, would have known that the issue was Lively taking over creative control and not what Lively says. Okay. Continuing on, they say to suggest, as the Times does, that plaintiffs engaged in dark arts. Oh my God. Somebody's Voldemort in this situation. Engaged in dark arts to destroy Lively's reputation is to ignore that Lively had longstanding reputational challenges and that plaintiffs' public relations efforts were rudimentary, above board, and entirely defensive. Dark arts. Dark arts? That's wild. Oh my God. This is it's really funny. Well, you know, there's not going to be a lack of spice in these filings, right? They say that the Times willingly omits any meaningful discussion of the true source of tension between Lively and plaintiffs, which was Lively's brazen and calculated effort to expropriate the film. Not appropriate, expropriate the film. And so this again is the look, the New York Times ignored what the actual tension on the set was. Nothing in this so far has said to me that the New York Times had this information. They're saying the New York Times had thousands of text messages. Is that just the forensic dump that we've seen in 2 other complaints? Because we don't know exactly what they are. I don't think the New York Times had all of this. Because why would Melissa Nathan give the New York Times screenshots of all the internal communications from tag team back again? Somebody redacted said, like, come on, we had nothing to do with that. Melissa Nathan said, this is crazy. Hey, this is crazy. And we're still here 4 hours later. This is crazy. She doesn't have a good reputation. All of this is organic stuff from real people making TikToks, not bots. Exactly. If it was just comments, I'd be like, oops, but it's not, LOL. Blake Lively is slammed over how she styled younger actress. Okay. This is screenshots from the Dream Team that were referenced above. Editor 1 from February 25th. Hey, just checking in. Hope you're hanging in there. We're going to get through this. Damn it. Justin Baldoni said, thanks for checking in. I've sat with it, and I think the best path forward spiritually and what's best for the movie is that I suck it up and let her in. I've sent a message requesting that it start on the 18th, and then we would just let her in until she leaves, and then her cuts and updates until she leaves, and then her cuts and updates throughout the process. I'll let you guys know what she says. Thanks for being awesome, Dream Team. Editor 2 says, we've got you. Editor 1 says, I think this sounds like a very good plan on all fronts. Baldoni says, we made a beautiful baby together. The baby might not grow up tone to exactly who we thought, but it's still beautiful. That's what I'm holding on to. Very proud of us. Editor 1 said on July 1st, wow, I can't say I'm shocked because I was hoping that you were going to be able to not let this beat you down. It sounds like you have achieved that. And yes, the movie we handed her was so good that even if it's been screwed with, the base work will still shine through. The last I heard was that she was putting back a fair amount of our version, just not sure of what entitled or to what extent, or what that entailed or to what extent. I guess you'll find out today. Hang in there, and we'll all catch up when the wounds are not quite as fresh. Sending love to you both. I don't know. I don't know what role as producer Lively had. I don't know if your role as a producer then encompasses you producing. I just don't know. We saw Alec Baldwin saying, I was a producer because money and name. I didn't deal with any of the, I didn't deal with any of the other stuff. I was a producer. I gave money. My name was on it. And I was the lead actor. So I don't know what that entails in this film. I have so many questions that are not answered yet. They say the Times' assertion that plaintiffs orchestrated a campaign to tarnish Lively's reputation blatantly disregards her bizarre behavior at the time and misrepresents plaintiffs' actions, which were modest, transparent, and defensive. The article entirely sidesteps the real source of conflict between Lively and plaintiffs, Lively's calculated and audacious attempt to seize control of the film. They've said that like twice now. Are we going to get more screenshots about it? Yes. These are the weirdest looking screen. Where are these from? Apparently from Jen Abel on June 3rd. These are to Heath. Let's see if I can make this bigger. No, apparently not. It just doesn't want to. It's like, no, we can't. We will not. I'm trying to embiggen so I can read the texts. Because texts. Jen Abel says to Jamie Heath, it seems these are I don't even know what these screenshots are. Hey, Jamie, hey, I don't know who this is to. Hey, Jamie, I'm assuming Heath just filled me in about BookCon. I know this is devastating and such a kick in the gut. It's petty and childish at this point. I'm just making sure you're okay. We will get through this. Eye on the prize. Her attending BookCon is a win for the film ultimately. And if she wants to drag her ass to Texas, then let her. You can be home with your family, which is important. That's probably to Baldoni. She kicked me out officially from the film now. She's finishing it all. I can't be involved. Music, sound, VFX, everything. I'll make it through somehow. Just need to feel it all. And then that says June 3rd. This says February 23rd at the top. And these look completely different than all the other ones. Hey, can we get a call in the books to discuss overall strategy and also the sensitivity of what we are going into with the release? I'd love Steph there as well as Jamie and Tara. Tara's with Wayfarer. Steph, I think, is Stephanie Jones of the Jones PR lawsuit that we already went over. Absolutely. Steph is still recovering from surgery and likely not available for this until another week. I can check with her schedule and come back to you with dates. We talked about the sensitivity and importance of what we can say about the No More partnership on the last touch base we had with Heath. And I don't know who Ashimi is, as we need to hone in on that messaging and start planting those seeds as we get closer. Also, any word on if it has been proposed yet to Sony about pushing release into July. And again, if the New York Times looks at this and goes, okay, well then, what seeds are they planting? Justin Baldoni says, no, this is sensitivity about Blake. Oh, copy. Give Jamie a call right now. He can update you on what's happening. Oh boy. Okay. Calling him now. Just spoke to him. What a horrible person, but nothing we can't handle. What's important is that you do what you need to do and have the space to make a great movie. I'll touch base with Steph and get a sense of her recovery and when she will be up for your call. All of this is just, okay. Again, allegations and shade. Does any of this go to the New York Times defamation? This part? No. Does the New York Times have this? No, it's not alleged anywhere the New York Times has this. Notably absent, they say, from the Times narrative is Lively's insistence on obtaining editing privileges and demanding her own version of the film. I have so many questions about how that happened. Like, I have so many questions about how that happened. Like, so many. They say that's a departure from industry standards. Even more egregiously, Lively leveraged her promotional commitments to pressure for the release of her cut. Evidence about Baldoni's efforts to accommodate Lively's demands include a series of text exchanges with editors who were later replaced by Lively in favor of her husband's editor, underscores the extreme lengths Baldoni went to in order to preserve the film's integrity. The Times' willful omissions of these critical details not only distorts the truth, but also perpetuates a false narrative that conveniently absolves Lively of her own culpability in the unraveling of professional relationships and the upheaval surrounding the film. Here is my question. A, how did any of this happen? I have so many, how did any of this happen? I have so many questions. But for this lawsuit, does the New York Times know this? And how do you prove that the New York Times knows this? What information do they have? Because it doesn't allege that the New York Times has X, Y, and Z. I have so many questions. But the creative control part is something I have a lot of questions about. I hope we get some more answers. The Dream Team says, redacted, Blake wants to know when you could be there next week. Editor 2, I can fly on Sunday, Monday. Up to you guys. Baldoni, they say this is from. And would you prefer to be there or edit from home? Editor 2, don't have a preference. Editor 1, so it begins. Baldoni said we could push for you to stay home. It's up to you. Editor 2, both have pros and cons. I want Blake to feel like she's getting what she wants so we can move on from this need of hers. For the record, this is Baldoni texting. For the record, she's been getting what she wants this entire movie. Editor 2, I understand. And she's getting to edit, which is what she wants. Let's remember that. Editor 2, yes, and yet, true. Editor 2, I don't want to give her any opportunity to say, well, because blank was in LA, we could only work certain hours. So I need more time and didn't get what I needed or whatever it may be. Baldoni says, point is, if you feel it's best and you want to go there, no problem at all. And also, if you would like to stay home, that's something that we can say. I just want to do what's best for you. Was this provided to the New York Times? This says they are showing it at Book Bonanza. I don't know if that's the Book Con that was previously referenced. Editor 2, the whole movie. Baldoni, yep, hers, underlined. Editor 1, wow. Baldoni was supposed to be ours, and then I was uninvited. Whole thing is pretty cruel and intense. Editor 1, unfucking believable. Editor 2, sorry, Justin. Justin, I love you both. Editor 1, red hearts. Editor 2, purple hearts. Editor 1, I just hope you love or at least stomach the cut that is going out into the world. And then Baldoni says, I haven't seen it, can't yet. Which is wild. Like, wild. I have so many questions about how all this unraveled, but all of this unraveling can also happen at the same time that stuff is happening on set. Like, I want to see where, I don't think this is necessarily one or the other, but the point of this lawsuit against the New York Times, A, is to publicly respond and release more information about what they think about Blake Lively, but also 2, to say, look, the New York Times should have explored this more. Tensions on set weren't because of Blake Lively's complaint and allegations of sexual harassment. It's because of a takeover of the film and creative differences. So it's interesting to see 2 completely different things happening. And I have questions about where there's overlap, because they're saying, no, she framed this whole thing wrong. And her complaint is like, no, it's framed like this. There's a lot going on here. And I don't think one negates the other necessarily. Also missing from the article is Lively's demand for an unearned producer credit and coveted PGA mark, a demand that Wayfair and Baldoni were forced to concede under duress, as documented internally. This seems to be an internal email from June 27th within Wayfair. Hey, everyone. I'm writing to all of you regarding a letter that I wrote on behalf of Justin and myself addressing the Producers Guild. As you know, look, I just produced my desk. I'm teasing. Producers, I know you work hard for your credit. As you know, we have received a request to write a recommendation on behalf of Blake for her to receive a PGA mark or the PGA mark. This isn't my industry, so this is a lot. As you know, we received a request to write a recommendation on behalf of Blake for her to receive a PGA mark. This was a request that we feel was unreasonable and cold-hearted. Essentially, the movie IEWU has been taken unjustly from Justin as a director and essentially from Wayfarer's control due to the extortion of Blake. So they say they are being extorted back in June over the film. Without going into all the details of events that have transpired over the months, Justin and I ended up agreeing to write the letter due to feeling trapped. She continues to hold a threat over our heads, and every time we try to hold a line, she uses that threat either directly or indirectly to get us to fold. Make no mistakes, I'm not suggesting that we were literally forced to acquiesce. Then what are you suggesting? How else do you read that? What? Without going into the details of the events that have transpired over the months, Justin and I ended up agreeing to write a letter due to feeling trapped. She continues to hold a threat over our heads, and every time we try to hold the line, she uses that threat either directly or indirectly to get us to fold. Okay, you say you're being trapped and extorted, and then you say, I'm not suggesting that we were literally forced to acquiesce. What? Then what are you saying? I'm not suggesting that we were literally forced to acquiesce. You use the word extortion. But given the high profile of the movie, the partnership with Sony, the amount of money invested, and the need to complete the movie, we have written a letter on her behalf, omitting the truth of how and why she was able to contribute in the way we listed. There is nothing to do with this letter now. It only serves as a way to memorialize why the letter was sent in the first place, should we ever need to explain it. Thank you. Okay. So you're going to have one side saying, well, why did Lively continue with the film? If she was feeling uneasy on set, why did she continue with the film? So you're going to have a side saying, if these things happened on set and she felt uncomfortable, why continue with the film? And I imagine the response is going to be, well, we had a meeting. We had a 30-point memo that's in the complaint. Everybody agreed on how things would be going forward. And the amount of time invested, jobs, the high profile, the partnership with Sony, there was a need to complete the movie. And then if you look at Wayfarer's side and say, okay, well, why did you give somebody a letter for a PGA credit if you didn't believe it and you didn't think it was earned? Then why would you do that? And they're saying the amount of money invested, the need to complete the movie, and the partnership with Sony. Okay. There is so much middle that isn't in any of this yet. But those that are like, well, why did Blake continue with the film? I think we need to ask both sides that. If both sides are, this side is saying she's extorting us and we're trapped. And she's saying I was being harassed on set. So everybody was like, okay, we're going to try to make it through to get this thing done the best we can. And then this is the letter to the Producers Guild of America from June 26th. We hope this letter finds you well. We are writing to inform you of the significant role and contributions that Blake Lively has played in the making of the film It Ends With Us, based on the best-selling novel by Colleen Hoover. This film has meant a great deal both personally and to our company, Wayfarer Studios, as we optioned the property nearly 5 years ago. As such, we've been directly involved in overseeing every step of development, from adapting the book to the big screen to bringing on our co-financier, distributor Sony, and of course, casting our lead. From the time Blake was brought on, she has had an instrumental voice in many different aspects in the making of the film. Her contributions have been impactful as she was consulted with many of the casting options. She helped to refine the script. She redesigned her own wardrobe, as well as gave notes on others. She contributed to the production design and set decoration and had influence on how many of the scenes were shot. Okay. Blake has been very involved in the post process as well. She has had an active role in the edit, the sound mix, and has made decisions on the music selections and score. She also continues to find creative ways to promote the film so that it can achieve its greatest success. Since contractually she began the movie with an EP credit, our earlier submission to the PGA did not include her as a named producer, but we both feel her contributions have warranted a revised credit and consideration for a Producer Guild of America mark. On behalf of Wayfarer Studios, Baldoni, and Heath. So were they just bullshitting to the Producers Guild? I think that's what they're saying. Okay. They go on to say, and again, do we know that the New York Times knew that or no? I don't know. I don't know. Moreover, the article fails to address the fact that Baldoni was systematically sidelined from the marketing of his own film. From the very beginning, Baldoni assisted on marketing the film with the focus on domestic violence and its survivors, a message that was integral to the film's purpose, yet Lively drastically limited his input and deliberately steered the promotional campaign away from its societal message. I have questions about this too, because when we look at the Sony document in the complaint, the Sony document in Lively's complaint very much says that that was directed by Sony. I don't know how deeply connected Lively and Sony are, or if Sony's like, this is what we're doing, or if this is what the author of the book wanted. I don't know. But Baldoni feels that this was directed by Lively. Lively said this was directed by Sony. Okay. They say Lively limited his input and deliberately steered the promotional campaign away from its societal message, further undermining his role. Lively initially refused to permit his attendance at the film's premiere. Only after significant pressure did she reluctantly agree to allow Baldoni and the Wayfarer team to attend, but under humiliating conditions. This is all so strange. The Wayfarer team and their families, including Baldoni and Heath, were segregated from the main cast, barred from the exclusive after party, and forced to organize their own event at additional cost. What is like? I have so many questions. They own the property, produced the film, are the studio, and he's the director and lead. It's wild. Chris said, why did it take you so long? Because I was on winter break and this was all filed on New Year's Eve. So that's why. I have so many questions. They say Baldoni's participation on the red carpet was cut short. His family and friends were confined to a makeshift holding area in the basement before being escorted into a separate theater after Lively's departure. Not only had Lively stolen the film, but she also robbed Baldoni and his team of any genuine opportunity to celebrate their hard work. These are screenshots of something from sometime. Jen Abel, again, they say these are screenshots, but nothing we can't get through together. This film will be successful. She has already promoted heavily. So if she backs away now, it looks worse on her. And you just focus on the bigger picture and how the film is going to change the game for you and the studio. Baldoni said, just find ways to keep me busy when she gets everyone together. Obviously, if the whole cast is making content together, that's her trying to clue people onto there being an issue. Everything she does is calculated, yet also manic. Jen Abel said, I hear you, and we are already ahead of this with Sony, who has our back here. I feel good about that, and they understand the larger issue. If fans start poking holes, that doesn't benefit Sony either. Baldoni goes, she says she doesn't want to be the bad guy, so she'll find a way to say it without saying it. Jen Abel said, and that's why we just stay ahead of it. Baldoni said, attempting to rewrite history and like, I'm not the one who developed this and spent 5 years trying to make it. And like, there's an issue with me. It's just mean and hurtful. And she knows exactly what she's doing is what he says. Are those, I don't know where those screenshots are from. They look strange. These are more texts between the dream team. Date unknown. Hey T. Good to see you. Baldoni says infection in my spine, pretty serious. Again, dates would help. Infection in my spine, pretty serious. Great doctors caught it early. Blank had a feeling, or redacted had a feeling my body has done too much stress. We'll be in the hospital probably until Tuesday now. Then IV antibiotics via PICC line for 6 weeks. That sucks, which means can't travel. Editor 1, damn, then just take care of yourself. If Blake is so determined to handle the marketing on the movie, then just let her. I mean, perfect time to look out for number 1. And I, again, explaining, yo, I'm in the hospital, I can't do marketing, seems like a realistic explanation. And that's the truth. Hey, I can't do marketing on the film because I have an infection in my spine and I'm in the hospital. Most people would be like, oh, well, yeah, that seems reasonable. Why isn't Justin Baldoni with the rest of the cast? Because he's in the hospital. Okay. I don't know when these, I don't know. There's no dates on these though. Baldoni said, if you think about it, we didn't even finish our director's cut because she intervened. So ideally at some point we can just take a week and all just do it together for ourselves. But that opens up a can of worms. So we'll need to let this play out for a while before we pull that card, and your door will be knocked on. The amount of women who feel seen, that it's reaching people all over the world, that men are remembering their own traumas and having conversations with their partners. That's why we did this, and it worked. Still the dream team. And then they said, incredible, the best news. Exactly, the most important thing. So Kyle B, I think that hospitalization probably is an excuse to be missing on set. I do. I think hospitalization does count, especially when they're talking about marketing. I think that counts. But they were very worried. Here's why I'm asking that question. Because in the other messages we saw from the New York Times article and from Lively's complaint, they're trying to figure out how they're going to explain that all the cast is not together. For me, if part of it is like, I can't travel because I'm on a PICC line, that seems like part of the explanation. But again, we don't have dates for this. So, because they're talking about marketing, that's why it came up in my mind. Dream Team, Editor 1, unknown dates. Too late, Redacted and I talked earlier and agree we couldn't be in the same room with Blake. The last day to get our tickets was August 2nd. So this, I presume, is after that. We'll be loving all of the red carpet looks from you, Justin. Baldoni said, long story, we won't be in the same room. I was asked not to even come to the premiere. I can't figure it out. Editor 2, I'm glad you're going. You did the work, or you did all of the work. Editor 1, that was the main reason we didn't go, because we were under the impression you wouldn't be there. Baldoni says, well, if you decide to change your mind last minute, let me know and let's figure it out together. I'm going to be there. That's just different timing and holding areas and theaters and all the things you can imagine. It's still our film. Editor 2 said, it would be very hard for me to sit and watch the final film for the first time at the premiere. I can understand that. Just cheer for us when our names come up, sending all the love. Okay, I haven't seen it either. Editor 2, crazy times. And that's crazy to me. So absolutely wild. I don't know where these screenshots are from, but they purport to be August 10th with, I hope they got somebody's permission to put these in the lawsuit, but are these DMs? Maybe, I don't know. Honestly, it's hard to tell, but this is from somebody saying, as a DV survivor in my teens and now my 40s, this movie gave me the strength to leave despite warnings. He continued with his raging tone. I'm heartbroken, but I've endured this for 6.5 years. And then it looks like this is purportedly from Justin, this one lined in red. This is why we do this. This is why I make the film. Can I reshare somehow to amplify stories? Maybe. It goes, which these screenshots don't follow everything else that we just talked about. So it's out of context for me. When Wayfair and Baldoni hired Lively to appear in the film, they did not anticipate that she would execute a hostile takeover of the entire project. Lively's cynical abuse of sexual harassment allegations to assert unilateral control over every aspect of the production was both strategic and manipulative. They say simultaneously her public image suffered as a result of a series of high-profile blunders, which she tried to deflect by blaming plaintiffs for the public's prying interest into the foibles of an A-list celebrity. This is nothing but an excuse. Fame is a double-edged sword, but Lively's tactics here are unconscionable. They say along with the Times, remember, the Times is being sued here. The Times is being sued here. So they're talking about Lively tactic. They say then, along with the Times, she orchestrated a malicious attack on the reputations, careers, and personal lives of plaintiffs. Well, if she gave that information to the Times, sue her. Subjecting them to public humiliation, threats, and vitriol, this lawsuit seeks to hold the Times accountable for its role in this defamation campaign, but plaintiffs are not done. There are other bad actors involved, and make no mistakes, y'all, make no mistakes. This will not be the last lawsuit. It does not end with this lawsuit, folks. But wait, there's more. And then these are messages and death threats. I'm not going to read these. And don't send people death threats. It's so fucking weird. You read an article in the New York Times and then you're going to threaten people. It's so weird. Like, what? Weird. It's weird and I hate it. Don't do that. So that is in their 87-page complaint. That is their line out of the facts of how they believe Blake Lively manipulated the New York Times and that the New York Times was a willing participant that ignored everything that says that what happened on set was Lively's fault and that the allegations she is making of harassment are cynical and untrue and are being weaponized, and that everything that the Times had should have indicated to them that the story that they were telling was not the truth. That is their line out of all of that. Hey, this isn't what happened. And the New York Times should have known that and we're suing them for defamation. But apparently it's it's the beginning of all of the lawsuits, because as this suit says, we're gonna have to wrap up soon because I am tired at 5 hours in. Make no mistake, this will not be the last lawsuit. Look, man, the second the other ones drop, let me know. I'm sure there will be more. Will they be lawsuits? Will they be countersuits? We will see. I think each of the lawsuits that we've talked about today will have a countersuit. I don't know if the New York Times will countersue. I think we'll see a lot of litigation about jurisdiction and or anti-SLAPP first. But I think we will see a countersuit in the Lively New York lawsuit that very much mirrors the complaint that the New York Times published and the PR lawsuit with Steph Jones. I think we will see countersuits in both of those for sure. So as we get to the parties in jurisdiction, it's interesting to me that they're suing the New York Times in California. And they're going to have to prove that the New York Times has such circulation in California we'll get back into the international shoe and the minimum contacts of it all. Then we get to jurisdiction and venue and facts to all causes of action. Is there more? Yes. Is there going to be an entire, this will be all of the resume of Baldoni? Yes. They say, again, that Lively used unsubstantiated claims to bully Wayfair and take over the film, that this was not what Baldoni envisioned. But they've already laid it all out. Wayfair partnered with Sony to co-finance and distribute the film. That agreement included at Wayfarer's and Baldoni's assistance a requirement that 1% of the film's proceeds be donated to survivors of domestic violence. That 1% was ultimately earmarked for the organization No More, with which Baldoni had wanted to partner as early as September 2022. On December 31st, 2022, Lively agreed to take on the lead role of Lily Bloom. As part of the subsequent negotiations, Lively was granted an executive producer credit, a title often associated with talent of her stature. Wayfarer did not request that Lively contribute to the film in any capacity beyond her performance for this credit. They talk about Lively taking over wardrobe. Lively went so far, they say, as to purchase items for her wardrobe, albeit at her own expense, without the approval of the director or producers. Who was in charge of wardrobe? And was that, I imagine, not okay with them, but they're saying that Lively is stepping outside of her scope of the role, ignoring the director's vision for her character and disregarding the weeks spent by the entire team shopping and thoughtfully crafting her wardrobe in preparation for filming. Lively would send hundreds of images to the film's costume designer during all hours of the evening, pointing them in the direction of the appearance she wanted for her character. The costume designer then had to reshop her wardrobe, far exceeding the allocated budget and diverting time and resources. At one point, they say Lively insisted that her character, quote, had money and could afford $5,000 shoes, which had Baldoni rethinking the entire script that had been worked on for well over a year and had been approved by both studios. Lively also, they say several times, refused to participate in wardrobe fittings at the production office a mere 15 minutes away from Lively's Tribeca residence. So this was filmed largely in New York as well. So why are we suing the New York Times in California? Instead, she insisted the costume department pack up the wardrobe department and deliver all the wardrobe items to her. Loading the wardrobe department on trucks and delivering them to Lively's residence for fittings added both time and production schedule and expense to the film. Two things productions work hard to avoid with careful planning. They say Lively herself, having a further obligation to the studios as an executive producer, paid no mind to the budget and the months of planning that had already occurred. So taking over wardrobe. On the first day of principal photography, paparazzi captured and published photos of Lively in character wearing her self-selected wardrobe. These images were described as unflattering and sparked backlash from the film's distributor, Sony. What? Baldoni received direct criticism from Sony, who voiced concerns about the impact of the photos on the film's public perception. I want to see that email too. Following these events, Baldoni approached Lively in her trailer to discuss necessary wardrobe adjustments. The conversation, while professional, took considerable time and was later grossly misrepresented in Lively's CRD complaint, falsely characterizing the exchange as a lengthy outburst that delayed filming and caused the crew to wait for hours while Baldoni cried in Lively's dressing room, footnote 3. This account, later published by The Times, is false. It sounds like it was a lengthy conversation either way. Footnote 3 is the CRD complaint, which is attached to the New York Times article and that I covered on Quick Bits. They say following these events, Baldoni approached Lively in her trailer to discuss necessary wardrobe adjustments. We went through that. They say Lively begins rewriting the script. During a red carpet interview at the New York City celebrated premiere of the film, Lively stated the iconic rooftop scene, "My husband actually wrote it. Nobody knows that, but you now." This revelation came as a surprise to the film's credited screenwriter, who, when later interviewed, graciously responded, "So if I'm being told that Ryan wrote that, then great, how wonderful." Don't you have, anyone who's worked on set, don't you have to like give script pages to people? Doesn't a director have to direct it? Like, doesn't more have to happen for someone to actually rewrite a scene? Like, that's not just something done in editing. That has to be like, I don't know, print it out and like put into the shoot day and given to the director, who's Baldoni. I have so many questions. Or is that bullshit? Because that statement could also be bullshit. So the script supervisor said, "So if I'm being told that Ryan wrote that, then great, how wonderful." The screenwriter further acknowledges, "There were a few little flourishes that I did not write, and if those flourishes came from Ryan, I think that's wonderful." Is it rewriting, or did I just have questions about all of this. Is it rewriting, or did Lively make acting choices with her husband for her character and then aggrandize that in talking to a reporter, making it seem like it was more than it was? I just have questions about that. It just doesn't make any sense. So if there are little flourishes, are those acting decisions, or was it a rewrite? I don't know. I have so many questions. The script supervisor is going to end up in like a 4-day deposition on all of this. You know? Ugh. All of this is a mess. Let's see. They go on to say this is the first time that plaintiff learned that Reynolds, who had no formal role in the film's production, made unauthorized changes to the script in secret. How do you secretly edit a script and slip it by the director? I just have questions. Is it, or was it acting choices made by Lively on set to improvise parts of a scene? Okay. They say Lively herself began altering the script daily. Does that happen? Do actors say, hey, I think my character would use this word, not that word? I have questions about all of this. The crew is going to be critical in this, and what the crew saw, heard, said, did. Those are going to be the critical depositions in this. You're going to have to just take Lively and Baldoni out of it and see what the crew has to say in depositions. That's what we're going to have to see. Furthermore, Lively herself began altering the script daily. The frequency of Lively's revisions alarmed the producers, director, and studio, who anticipated that her interference would persist every day of the shoot and disrupt the production schedule. Each shooting day was already intricately planned, and her constant changes introduced significant stress on the production crew and financial strain. And if so, the crew will come in and talk about that, won't they? Each shooting day was already, I did that. However, weeks prior, Lively's husband, Ryan Reynolds, had aggressively berated Baldoni during a meeting at their penthouse in New York, accusing him of fat shaming Lively. Baldoni, in an effort to avoid further confrontation with Lively and Reynolds and rebuild rapport with his co-star, continued to bend to her will. Is that the same meeting with the 30-point document? Like, is that the same date? We'll see. Danielle said, just joining now, can't believe Emily is still alive. Neither can Emily. Neither can Emily. Neither can Emily. We need depositions. Yes. We need depositions. We need depositions. Yes. Yes, we need depositions. We do. We need depositions. Reynolds and Lively's inappropriate and humiliating berating of Baldoni, delivered perhaps intentionally as other celebrity friends were coming in and out of their penthouse, was prompted by Baldoni's reasonable inquiry into critical information needed to ensure safety and avoid injury in a scene. Baldoni, while training for a physically demanding scene in which his character, is it Riley? Is that how we say it? Riley, Ryle, something, would lift Lily, and his trainer, who was introduced to him by Lively and oversaw his training for the film, he asked his trainer how much Lively weighed. Now, they've said in the other complaint that there was no such scene. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Like Kyle Ryle. Thank you, chat. Appreciate it. Like Kyle Ryle. Perfect. Appreciate it. So they say there was no such scene. He says there was. Again, the script supervisor will know, and the script supervisor will be able to say it was in and then it wasn't in. Just the script supervisor will answer this question. Was there a scene? Was there not a scene? It seems like that could have all been sorted out with, hey, I just had a baby. Why don't we use a stunt double? I don't know. The confrontation that followed was so aggressive that Baldoni felt compelled to offer repeated apologies, despite his question being entirely reasonable and made in good faith. Following this incident, Lively refused to perform the lift scene, even though it had already been rehearsed with a stunt double. Well, then why can't the stunt double do it? I've got questions. In fact, they say Lively threatened to quit the production altogether despite her contractual obligations. Lively gave Baldoni an ultimatum to either cast someone else to work with her in the way she works. It was her way or the highway. But in light of her allegations, I have questions about that too. Because in light of her allegations, is that an interpretation of, hey, this is the 30-point memorandum of what's acceptable on set to us or not? Or is it more than that? Questions? Chat, shh, we're not streaming. We can't stream for 8 hours. My voice is tired. But we are at 5. We've got to be done soon. It's just a mess and we haven't gone over all of it. So we have to. They go on to say that recasting would be detrimental to production, sever Wayfarer's relationship with Sony, and cost millions. So was Sony like, we're with Blake, like ride or die? To highlight the effects of masterful gaslighting, Baldoni and Wayfarer also truly believed that in an effort to save herself from the backlash of being recast, Lively could leak that she felt fat shamed by Baldoni, which he thought would ruin his career. Let's see. Notably, it appears he was not wrong, and despite his efforts to do everything her way, she still tried, continues to try, and arguably did, with the help of the Times, ruin his career, reputation, and well-being. Okay. Reximoto in the chat asked, did they bring this lawsuit to throw shade at Lively? They're using it as such. To respond back to the New York Times article with the disclosed complaint of Lively's. So they're like, you disclosed all of this shit in an administrative complaint to the New York Times, so we're going to tell our side of it, and we're going to sue the New York Times saying you should have known. You should have known. You should have known that the version that you were putting out was untrue. So yes, it's a back and forth. And at this point, I'm at everybody's going like this. Everybody's like, but you did this. They go on to say that beyond the script revisions, Lively extended her influence over the film in other areas, frequently challenging decisions and asserting control. She not only rewrote her own dialogue, but also made unilateral changes to other characters' lines, effectively altering the script on a broad scale. And again, if this all happened, this will be easily provable, right? Because there are a lot of people on a set. They're not all going to be happy to be in a lawsuit. We saw that in Rust, but there are people who take their jobs incredibly seriously. Script supervisors are those people. You want to talk about somebody who's detail-oriented and has a memory? Find a script supervisor. That's who I want to hear from first. Where are they? I want to know. The script supervisor is like, oh no, let me tell you what. That's what I want to hear. Over the months leading up to the film's release, Lively and her collaborators constantly scrutinized interactions with Baldoni and employed tactics that fall squarely within the definition of gaslighting. So Lively et al.'s being accused of gaslighting, Baldoni et al.'s being accused of astroturfing, the New York Times is being accused of defamation, and the rest of us are like, these lawyers are just getting in to all of it. They say this behavior pressured Sony, Baldoni, and Wayfarer into ceding control to Lively at every turn, resulting in her domination of nearly every aspect of the film's production. I have so many questions. Lively set the stage for coercion by drafting a protection letter that intentionally misrepresents the nature of the conversations had between Baldoni and or Heath and Lively, and demands Wayfarer parties sign for Lively to return to work after the industry strikes. We've seen this in the other lawsuit. Sorry, I was messing with my footrest. We've seen this in the other scenes. Alicia said, thank you, Emily. I feel appreciated. Dude, script supervisors keep everything running, man. That's who you want to ask these questions to. So let's see. Principal photography began on May 15th, 2024, from mid-June to early November 2023. Wait, that can't be right. That has to be 2023. That has to be a typo. From mid-June to early November 2023, production was suspended due to industry guild strikes. When the strikes ended November 9th, production was eager to resume filming to make up for lost time. That same day, however, Wayfarer received an unsettling and unexpected email from Lively through counsel containing a 17-point list of non-negotiable conditions that must be met before the return to work. We saw that in her complaint and in the article. The Wayfarer disagreed as to the basis for requesting these conditions, which insinuated the demands were the result of inappropriate behavior by Baldoni and Heath. The terms were agreeable and some were already in place. For example, Lively demanded an intimacy coordinator be present at all times when she was on set. In fact, an intimacy coordinator had already been engaged during the first half of production, so Wayfarer took no issue with this request. Contrary to Lively's assertion, it was she who refused to meet with the intimacy coordinator to plan out scenes. And again, that's not what that text shows to me. They said, look, this text shows she's refusing. And the text said, can we do it when we come back to work? Let's see. This is well documented and handwritten notes Baldoni took during meetings with the intimacy coordinator. We've seen that text message earlier in this complaint. They say the dated handwritten notes from his meetings with the coordinator, which again, Lively declined attending, were read to Lively at her penthouse, where she insisted she and Baldoni meet to write sex scenes together. As it was, the scenes were not written, and it was always Baldoni's intention for them to be written with input from both the intimacy coordinator and Lively, the quote-unquote female gaze that Lively distorts in her complaint, which the Times then publishes. They're like, look, remember, we're suing the Times. We swear, we swear, we swear. We really are. We really are suing the Times. In response to a proposal from the intimacy coordinator that Ryle oh my God, really? We're going to go through who was scripted to orgasm and when. Okay. I get. Oh, okay. Script supervisor would know. Just do depositions. Does this need to? Okay. In response to a proposal from the intimacy coordinator that Ryle not orgasm after he satisfied Lily, Lively remarked, I would be mortified if that happened to me, to which Baldoni, following Lively's lead in what seemed like an attempt to connect and develop their characters, remarked, those have been some of the most beautiful moments with my wife and I. Lively again distorts this both in the protections for return to work product she made Wayfarer, Heath, and Baldoni sign, and in the complaint, which the Time publishes as fact without any investigation whatsoever. Can you imagine the Times reporter being like, can you please tell me who was supposed to come on set and when, and how you decided who would orgasm in which scene? Can somebody just explain that to me? They say, first, this suggestion did not originate with Baldoni, and Lively knew this. Second, it was Lively who first personalized the scenes. And third, perhaps most importantly, they were writing scenes for their characters. Lively claims that Baldoni made her feel unsafe when he used the word sexy while discussing a wardrobe adjustment. They go beyond that in the complaint that we looked at earlier. Lively herself had previously indicated both verbally and in a text message shown below, shown above, that she wanted her character's wardrobe to be sexier. The text message says the beanie is the sexier option. Is there a different text message? Tell me if we'll show you both ways, but the beanie is much sexier. This is where the languaging in a defamation suit makes defamation suits hard. Did Lively say she wanted her character's wardrobe to be sexier? How do you interpret the text? Or does the text say the beanie is the sexier option? Again, this is going to get in. Lawyers are going to fight over the meaning of words, the meaning of emojis, and the meaning of text messages. Yep. And this is why everybody just has to get into a deposition, be sworn, and be asked questions about it. What did you mean by this? What did you mean by that? We've talked about the onesie. We've talked about the coat and the onesie. Let's see. Notably, in a separate text exchange, Lively herself used the word sexy to describe one of her character's outfits. We've seen that text. Lively established what language is acceptable to her and what is not at the very outset of the relationship, just 2 days into filming. So he's saying we were using the word sexy. It's a double standard. They go on to say to generate a list of demands that insinuate he and his business partner acted inappropriately and refused to work unless they agree not to do it again is calculating and even extortionistic. So we are back to it's extortion. They are saying this is not sexual harassment. This is not retaliation. This is a faked claim used to extort control of the film. And they are saying, and the New York Times should have known that, and they ran with not the truth, and that's why we're suing them for defamation. They go on to say, but to then use Wayfarer, Baldoni, and Heath's agreement to not do something they already did not do, were not doing, and had no intention of doing, as the basis to file a non-public complaint against them and release it to the public herself in order to ruin their reputations is defamation, and the Times was complicit. So sue both of them in this. Sue both of them directly in this. Sue the New York Times and Lively then. There is going to be so much more in this, because what we have right now is 3 lawsuits written in the light most favorable to the persons who are filing them. And all of them have vastly different perceptions of what happened. So Discovery, just everyone go to Discovery. Let's see. Lively also established very early that it was acceptable to be present while Lively was breastfeeding. Both Heath and Baldoni have children and are comfortable around breastfeeding mothers. It doesn't mean she is. They say she seemed equally comfortable. In fact, Baldoni's wife co-founded a company that makes a breastfeeding garment, a prototype that originated with his mother when he was a baby. Okay. But 2 weeks into filming, her saying, I'm just pumping, you can come in, is different. I just have questions. We already went through that text, so we're zooming. In the CRD complaint published by the Times, Lively suggests Heath walked into her trailer unannounced while in a state of undress and topless, which is false. They say he was invited into her trailer along with a female producer, Baldoni, and a Sony representative for a meeting requested by Lively. They arrived to see if Lively was ready for a meeting, and after knocking and being invited in, saw that Lively was breastfeeding. She was not topless. She was having makeup removed from her collarbone while fully covered. Again, this, if others were there, this will be easy to prove. Bring in the Sony representative and the female producer who's not part of any of this and say what happened. Again, we will see. Heath asked if they should return at a later time. Lively said no, they could move forward with the meeting as initially planned and would meet them after she finished removing makeup. Roughly 2 weeks later, Lively announced that she had seen Heath make eye contact with her. Heath immediately apologized and said he hadn't even realized he looked her way, in response to which Lively remarked, I know you weren't trying to cop a look, a reference to an incident conveniently showed up on a document months later, distorted like the others out of context, in a list that the Times later published as fact. The Times, you guys can look at the Times article and let me know what you think. Did they publish it as fact, or did they say this was a document in this complaint? I don't remember off the top of my head. So they are going through those bullet points and say, no, this document was saying, stop doing this. And they're saying, okay, fine, but we're not doing that, but we're just fine. Just sign it and get back to work. It's like what they are alleging. And I don't want to make light because the allegations are of sexual harassment and workplace impropriety. But what is being alleged by Baldoni and Wayfarer is that someone is sitting there going, I'm not touching, stop touching me, stop touching me. I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. And they're like, fine, I'm not touching you. Just, can we just move on? That's what they are saying. And Lively is saying, no, this workplace was inappropriate. You know who's going to tell us the heart of all of this? Everybody that was on set. That's where we're going to end up getting the details, is from everybody that was on set. And then you go down the middle with the people on set. If other people were made uncomfortable on set by Baldoni's comments, that'll come out in depositions. If other people think that Blake was taking things out of context and not as they were, then they'll say that. There's a lot of people on a movie set. It was agreed that filming would resume January 5th. On the evening of January 4th, Baldoni, Heath, producers Todd Black and Alex Sachs, and a representative of Sony and the film's first AD were invited to Lively and Reynolds' house in New York, or penthouse in New York. They arrived eager to discuss plans for filming, prepared with production materials. Instead, they say they were blindsided by Lively and Reynolds, who presented a list of grievances that were both unanticipated and troubling. And Lively's complaint says that they had been bringing this up and kept getting rebuffed by Wayfarer. If that's true, there will be emails. They say Reynolds launched into a tirade berating Baldoni in what Baldoni later described as a traumatic encounter. Well, again, whoever the Sony rep is going to be in a deposition for days. Reynolds launched into a tirade berating Baldoni in what Baldoni later described as a traumatic encounter, stating that he had never been spoken to like that in his life. Reynolds demanded an apology to Lively for actions that were mischaracterized and demonstrably false. See below. When Baldoni resisted apologizing for what he had not done, Reynolds became further enraged. Everyone, including the producer, Lively, had asked production to engage, and a representative of Sony that was in attendance left that quote-unquote meeting in shock. The producer offered that in his 40-year career, he had never seen anyone speak to someone like that in a meeting. And again, this will all be provable when you start asking everyone that was there, because more people are there. Let's see. The Sony representative mentioned that she would often think of that meeting, and her one regret is that she didn't stop Reynolds' berating of Baldoni. Again, we will see. On the first page of her CRD complaint, Lively inaccurately claims that a list of 30 items was agreed upon during the meeting. This assertion is categorically false. That is asserted in the complaint. They say the 30-point list is strategically positioned to appear as if it were a standalone written document. However, no such document was ever presented to Baldoni, the Wayfarer team. The complaint says it was agreed upon to move forward with filming. They're saying that suggestion misrepresents what happened and that document was never presented to Baldoni or Wayfarer or acknowledged. That's, again, the employment complaint. I'm going to scroll real quick because the employment complaint, and I've now switched to Lively's CRD complaint that was published by the New York Times, says during the January 4th meeting, the parties discussed in detail the inappropriate conduct that Lively, her employees, and other cast and crew experienced. After the list below was reviewed and discussed in its entirety, all parties present agreed that the outlined conduct would cease. And then the 30 points are included. So which is it? Then there was a contract, protections for return to production. It's attached. Hold on, let me zoom to the attachment and see if the attachment in here is signed. I don't remember if it is. And I just didn't want to make anybody nauseated while scrolling, because we're going to be scrolling fast and flashing pages on a screen is not a delight, because all of these lawsuits are so long. We're not even there yet. Page 56 of 80. Hold on. Almost. Where is it? Where is Exhibit A? Exhibit A. Let's see. Protections for return to production. This seems to be attached as an email. Is it this email? This was an email between attorneys. So if the attorneys from Wayfarer didn't present it to Wayfarer, we'll see. But this is the 30 points return to work that was sent between attorneys. It is not signed. It was emailed on November 9th, it says. But this, they say, came from the January meeting. So I have questions about that too. Let's see. And then this is where it is codified between Blake Lively and her representation and lawyers. So this went through the lawyers and was signed by Heath. So they say, look, this was never presented to Baldoni. Okay, well, the 17-point agreement codified the 30-point conversation. Okay. Again, it's going to get down to how you construe that. It goes on to say Baldoni and Heath left the meeting deeply unsettled by the implications of Lively and Reynolds' behavior and the power dynamics at play. Faced with mounting pressure and weighing the financial implications of what shutting down a film halfway through production would mean, Wayfarer made the difficult decision to resume production and finish the film despite fears that Lively was intentionally manipulating facts for her own gain. The stakes were extraordinarily high. Financiers had invested substantial resources. Hundreds of cast and crew members had endured months of work endured months without work due to strikes, and nearly 5 years of development had gone into bringing this film to life. So they are saying filming resumed without further grievances or references to prior disputes from Lively, a fact that Lively concedes in the complaint, that filming returned safely and successfully and production resumed. They say the lasting effects of the allegations left Baldoni uneasy. He and Wayfarer continued to make considerable concessions throughout production, all in the interest of successfully delivering its outstanding film. They're saying they were held hostage. Lively is saying she was retaliated against. Let's see. Lively takes over editing, fires the film's editor and composer, and creates her own version of the film at Wayfarer's expense, while the rightful director continues to edit his cut of the film. The Directors Guild of America mandates a 10-week protected period during which the director of a feature film is entitled to privately edit the film and assemble their director's cut. This period is considered sacred, providing the director with an uninterrupted time to creatively shape the final product, an opportunity to experiment, take risk, and refine until the film fully reflects their artistic vision. For Baldoni, this period represents the pinnacle of the filmmaking process, a time to immerse himself in the creative craft, free from external influences. Unfortunately, he was denied this essential experience. They say Lively requested to join Baldoni in the editing bay. As a seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience in the entertainment industry and having grown up in a family deeply involved in the field, Lively was fully aware of the implications of her request. In fact, her request explicitly acknowledged that it infringed on Baldoni's protected period. Could he have said no? I have questions all the way around on how this went down. They say, nevertheless, in the aftermath of the serious false allegations, so he's saying no, he felt coerced or under duress. Saying, nevertheless, in the aftermath of the false allegations she leveraged against production, they reluctantly agreed to grant her access to the editing bay for 2 days. Notably, despite her allegations that Baldoni made her uncomfortable, Lively sought to spend prolonged close time with him in the confined and collaborative space of the editing bay. I really have so many questions how all this went down. And they're saying this is exactly how it went down, but there's just context missing for me. Let's see. They say what began as a 2-day collaboration extended into 10 days, during which Lively sought to work alone in the editing bay without Baldoni. Despite Baldoni incorporating 7 pages of her notes into his own edit, the very onset and 7 pages at the very onset and consistently keeping her involved in every subsequent edit, Lively expressed dissatisfaction with mere collaboration, asserting that she too deserved the opportunity to see her creative vision realized. She requested exclusive time with the editors. He's the director, though. In response, Wayfarer flew Baldoni's editor to New York to assist Lively in the process. Eventually, Lively fired the film's editors. How did she have authority to do that? How? So, all of this is just how did all of this? It's so wild to me. And he's going to say, look, we were trying to finish the film and we were going to do whatever we can to finish the film. And she's going to say the same thing. Look, we were trying to finish the film. We had to finish the film. So everyone is saying the other side did this and it sucked, but we wanted to finish the film. But how this all went down is just challenging, because he's the producer, he runs the studio, he's the director, and he's the lead actor. But it seems that Lively created her own cut of the film, and I haven't seen anything that's refuted that. I'm curious to see what the other side of this is, because none of this is in the CRD complaints. I am curious. There is more to know here and how this happens. They say Lively created her own cut of the film at Wayfarer's and Sony's expense. Sony later informed Wayfarer that Lively would not promote the film unless her demands were met, which would violate her contract. Believing that Lively's edits would simply supplement Baldoni's work, he continued refining his director's cut. However, faced with the possibility of Lively refusing to promote the film or approve any work related to marketing materials such as trailers, posters, social media posts, which it sounds like her contract allowed her to approve or disapprove, a scenario that would have catastrophic implications, Wayfarer and Baldoni felt compelled to acquiesce. They included funding of friends and family screening of a version of the film they had not approved or even seen, entirely at Lively's insistence. Having already invested millions of dollars along with years of energy and personal sacrifice, Wayfarer and Baldoni were left with no viable alternatives. They're like, we're just in too deep. We can't do anything here. So what are we going to do? But on the same side, if Lively said, I'm not going to market the film, they would say, okay, but you're violating your contract. There just is more here that I'm not understanding. Just I need more information. I need more information. Wayfarer and Sony found themselves in an unprecedented and uncomfortable predicament. Two competing versions of the film created by two different individuals, one of whom has no contractual or creative right to edit the film. Right. Let alone produce their own cut. Right. So how did we get here? Faced with Lively's threat to withhold promotion of the film, I mean, at one point, don't you just say, contract? No? Faced with Lively's threat to withhold promotion of the film, the studio reluctantly agreed to do an official audience test of both versions, Lively's cut and the director's cut, once again at Wayfarer and Sony's expense. This decision was made with the understanding that Lively had agreed with Sony that if the director's cut tested higher, she would drop the matter and fully cooperate with Baldoni, and Baldoni could proceed finishing the film. Look, all of this involves so many people that the conversations will come to light. There's no way this is all going on with multiple studios without a fuck ton of emails and conversations and a lot of hands involved. So when you get to all the hands involved, this is all going to come out because there are too many people involved that this is not going to come out because people had to approve this. There is a lot of money involved. There is time involved. They say she's firing people. Like, this doesn't make any sense. But if this all goes down, there's going to be so much documentation of it. They go on to say, unsurprisingly, despite Baldoni's cut scoring significantly higher with audience, again, that would be easily producible too. But does the New York Times have all of this? Because I don't know if the New York Times has any of this. She insisted that her cut, they said, despite the film testing, the director's cut tested higher, she said, nah, don't care, not going to promote it unless it's my version. She insisted her cut be the version released to the public, even going so far as to claim that the author of the book would also refuse to promote the film if Lively's version was not chosen. Did they ask the author? Go ask her. Under immense pressure, Sony and Wayfarer once again conceded. And then she demanded a producer credit. We went through that earlier with the letters. They say it was under threat, but not under threat, but was under threat and extortion, they said in the letter. So they conceded on the PGA response. We saw that earlier in the suit. They go on to say that Lively's successful bullying tactics resulted in Baldoni's exile from his own film. They say consistent with a pattern of vindictiveness, as the premiere of the film approached, Lively instructed Sony that she and the cast would not participate in any marketing or promotion of the film alongside Baldoni. I want to hear what the cast has to say. Like, what does the cast have to say about this? She made certain that Baldoni was removed from all artwork for the film, posters included, and stripped him of his, quote, a film by credit. Again, questions. Did Sony just go, yeah, too bad? And his studio just went, yeah, okay. We're going to see, again, I can't imagine that happens, that all the film artwork changes without tons of email. Furthermore, Lively and Reynolds unfollowed him on social media, as did the author of the book, someone with whom Baldoni had maintained a 5-year personal relationship. And the author of the book, as I said in Quick Bits, has come out and said that she stands with Blake Lively in this. So the author of the book unfollowed him. That was someone who Baldoni had maintained a 5-year personal relationship with, and for whom Baldoni created this opportunity. I mean, she wrote the book. I understand that he was producing the movie and bought the rights to the book, but she did write the book. The author, for whom Baldoni created this opportunity, and other cast members, creating the false impression that Baldoni had done something wrong. It became clear that Lively was working diligently to contrive a narrative that would explain why she took over the film and exiled Baldoni. Baldoni had no intention of ever making this information public, ever. But Lively's side says, no, we weren't going to go public either. Lively's side said it wasn't until the social media, they say, retaliation happened that we had to then give our own information on this. So Lively's side says we weren't going to go public with this. We made the HR complaints. We had the HR meeting, and then we resumed filming, and we weren't going to say anything. And Baldoni's the one who wasn't with them because of the tension on set, because of the harassment, and the cast didn't want to be with him. And so then he created a narrative as to why. And they're saying, no, Blake created a narrative as to why. So, okay. They say Baldoni had no intention of making this information public. Blake's side says she never had any intention of making this public. It all became public. And it's going to get more public. It's going to be more public than anyone could ever imagine once this is all started. More public than anyone could ever know. Let's see. They said he wanted to move on. Lively refused to let it go. Baldoni later received word. It sounds exactly like those texts we were reading earlier. Baldoni received word that during the premiere of his movie Deadpool and Wolverine, that sentence is written odd. Baldoni later received word that during the premiere of Reynolds' movie Deadpool and Wolverine, Reynolds approached Baldoni's agent at WME and demanded that the agent drop Baldoni. Though I did see that WME came out and said that never happened. WME came out specifically and denied this, and said that Baldoni's agent wasn't there at all. They say the wielding of power and influence became undeniable, but WME does rep Reynolds and Lively still. They say Baldoni and Wayfarer grew increasingly fearful of what Lively and Reynolds were capable of, as their actions seemed aimed at destroying Baldoni's career and personal life. They say that Lively systematically excluded Baldoni from all marketing and promotional efforts, with her and the cast for the film. He was not invited to any cast promotional events, cast screenings, premieres, photo shoots, or other cast campaigns. He was marginalized from the marketing process and left in the dark about the purported marketing plan. And again, the CRD complaint says, no, this was Sony's marketing plan and everybody had it. He's saying, no, I didn't have Sony's marketing plan. That was created by Lively. So that's what they're saying, that Lively created the marketing plan and that was agreed to by all. I'm curious. I imagine, again, emails. It said, while in Sweden celebrating his wife's birthday, Baldoni was informed that Lively demanded he not attend the film's premiere on August 9th and further threatened that if he attended the premiere, she and the majority of the cast would boycott. It remained unclear what Lively had committed to or promised the cast, but they now also refused to attend if Baldoni was present. The poor cast seems to have like no agency in any of this. It feels, and I don't know if this is true or not, the way this is written makes it feel like the cast is just being used as pawns in all of this. I'm curious what the cast will have to say as this all gets down the road. And yes, some of you are saying, but I thought he was hospitalized. Apparently he was in Sweden. The timing is weird. It's just... Cleopatra said, no one knows the truth just yet. I'm still waiting for all the facts. We've got a lot of shade. We'll get to the facts at some point. We got a lot of shade. And we've got conversations and we've got a lot of things that can be interpreted multiple ways. We're going to see. They say that the fact that Sony advised Wayfarer to concede underscores Lively and Reynolds' immense power and influence. Is Sony going to come forward and say, we're not fucking with sexual harassment allegations, and these allegations kept coming to us, and we're not going to force an actress to go to a premiere with somebody where these allegations have come up? Is that, I mean, what's Sony going to say? I guess we'll see. They say Baldoni and Wayfarer refused to succumb to the bullying tactics aimed at preventing them from attending the premiere of their film, a project they financed, produced, and owned. This threat marked the culmination of a year-long campaign of intimidation and harassment. Although objectively egregious and shocking, the Wayfarer team had unfortunately grown accustomed to the bullying, fully aware of the immense power this couple wielded and the far-reaching extent of their influence. However, they refused to concede to this demand. Days before the premiere, Baldoni was still unsure if he would even be allowed to attend. His friends and family, many traveled from outside New York, were left in limbo, unable to finalize travel plans or book flights. Finally, through Sony, Wayfarer persuaded Lively to permit Baldoni and the Wayfarer team, along with their friends and family, to attend, though only under demeaning and humiliating conditions. Sorry, my brain has kind of stopped at like almost 6 hours in. We're gonna have to be done at some point because man, we just keep going and going. They say, as a result, Baldoni had to quickly organize and personally fund a separate after party. We saw that earlier. This is repeated allegations from the earlier allegations. It's like, if we don't get to all of it, we put it up above. That they had to hire their own fold-out chairs and held a separate party and do the rest of their party. That Baldoni was sidelined as Lively and Sony pressed forward with his original promotional strategy for the plan. This plan, outlined in his initial proposal to Sony years prior, shared with Lively and communicated numerous times to both Sony and Lively, centered on a partnership with the organization No More, founded in 2013. Again, this will be easy to prove. If there are emails going back and forth with Sony in these conversations for years, this will all come forward in discovery. He said he returned to the core reason for embarking on this project in the first place, his initial outreach to the author of It Ends With Us 5 years earlier, focusing on the film's message and its potential to create positive change. They say he poured himself into ensuring its success despite the mounting challenges. They say that the Times failing to do its due diligence before publishing the article, described these genuine efforts to bring attention to the serious issue as part of a calculated campaign to destroy Lively's reputation, and in doing so participated in destroying plaintiffs' lives. So again, you are seeing the New York Times and Lively's lawsuit saying this was all part of an orchestrated campaign to explain why the cast didn't want to be around Baldoni. They are saying the cast didn't want to be around Baldoni because of his behavior on set. And Baldoni's team is saying, no, this is Lively rewriting history to overtake the project and use the allegations of harassment to effectuate extortion of taking the film, and that they are not going to be dissuaded by any of that, and that the harassment allegations are cynical and being wielded to steal the film. And Lively's team is saying, and that is all part of the public relations smear campaign. So we've gone through quite a lot of these text messages already. They are talking now in text messages from Lively's publicist, between Lively's publicist and, well, we don't know who. Who is this conversation with? They're saying that the publicist for Lively was feeding false stories to the Daily Mail and New York Post, and we saw that earlier. They say that they were weaponizing Baldoni and Wayfarer, hiring their other PR. We've seen these were already put in the lawsuit earlier, so we already covered those, saying essentially that Stephanie Jones is a liar. We saw all of these earlier. So these are between Sloan and the Daily Mail reporter that we saw earlier. These are more text with, again, no context on these, but we saw all of these earlier because these are duplicative texts between Tag and the reporters. These are the articles that came out that were put in a footnote earlier. So now we're just getting to like add more in and add more in. Indeed, while Baldoni sought to focus on the film's central premise, Lively incensed audiences with seemingly flippant and tone-deaf remarks, encouraging viewers to grab your friends, wear your florals. Embarrassed by this self-induced backlash, Lively now seeks to vilify Baldoni in a dubious attempt to resuscitate her public image. And they're like, and the Times helped, because remember, we're suing the Times. Well, the Times thrusts allegations of an offensive smear campaign concocted by plaintiffs, the incomplete and misleading evidence supplied by Lively and on which the Times purports to rely proffers a warped view of reality. And then we see again the duplicative screenshots. Again, this at this point feels like you've made these points. We don't need to make them again. Thank you, Miguelina. Yes, I know. Our Team Baker is like, girl, we had a long day yesterday and we're 6 hours in today. I know, because these lawsuits are 87 pages each. And I thought the PR one was interesting, but now we are getting into the duplication of claims that we have seen. They are alleging that in the text conversations that things are being left out. These screenshots look different than the other screenshots, which is odd to me. The other screenshots are in color. These are black and white. But they are saying what was excluded is Jennifer Abel's old phone number, saying the truth is your defense. And again, the Times would probably have. You have done nothing wrong, and there's over a year worth of facts and paper trails and people who can go on background as your defense. This document is an overview, and I think as the situation evolved and as it has become realized, the great lengths she has gone to in order to cut you out of not just the film, but promo, premiere, etc., we need to prepare as if she will also go through or to any great lengths with the press. It's a good thing if we all prepare for the worst outcome, because then if and when it's not as bad, we are over-prepared. Okay. I don't think that changes the context of the conversation. And does it change it for you? I don't know. It's saying he wants to feel like she can be buried. And it's like, the truth is your defense. We're going to use that. We need to be prepared. They are saying that these weren't included. Some of these were, though. I can't write it down to him. We can't write, we will destroy her. Of course not. But I told him that's the point of talking, though. Does that change the context of the text? Because that's like, yeah, of course we can't write it down. That's why we get on the phone. Duh. He has to look at it as information document for us to be armed with. The work is not the document. The work is the fucking crisis. Lol. I don't know if that changes the context. If it's any consolation, he's like this with everything. Overthinks, stresses, high anxiety. He just needs to be educated on how the process works. You know, we can bury anyone, but I can't write that to him. I will. I'll be very tough. Does it change the context of that? Chronics Art Journal says, will the way this is written, having to remind people that it's against the times, cause the lawsuit problems in itself? This lawsuit's filed in LA. Filing it in LA is going to cause problems. I don't know if they really think they're going to go all the way with the New York Times, because this is an uphill battle. But this is a public response that got a lot of coverage to the very public New York Times lawsuit. So what's the goal? I mean, eventually we'll see. I don't know if this will continue going forward, if this will get dismissed and filed elsewhere, if this will get yeeted on jurisdiction, if we will go through the entire process of an anti-slap. We'll see what happens with this one. I'm more interested at this point to see what counterclaims get filed to the New York lawsuits than this. They're saying that, and again, this is taking aim at the complaint that the New York Times was relying on. They have to prove that the New York Times had reason to believe the complaint was false. And they're saying, look, this screenshot shows it's cherry picked. What did the New York Times have that screenshot? So they're going back and forth with what was in the complaint and not. This is incredibly blurry, but this we pulled up from the complaint, which is a screenshot of Baldoni sending a screenshot of a screenshot of a screenshot of people saying Haley Bieber is a bully and him saying, this is what we need. They're saying what's excluded is, yes, I literally spoke to Melissa about this on the break, about what we discussed last night for social digital, focus on Reddit, TikTok, IG. There was something excluded. She wants to interview me, want to have her email me. She's emailing. I said I would make it happen. Okay, well, you moving on in the conversation doesn't change the context of the conversation, does it? They're just like, look. And then they moved on and said, somebody wants to interview you. Okay. This is more compare and contrast of what is in the complaint and what they have in screenshots. Nothing here shows that the New York Times has these screenshots. This is the screenshot that was used. Hey team, so far extremely limited pickup on Daily Mailer page 6. We'll continue to keep an eye out and send pieces as needed. But so far it's been steady coverage on pure speculation. We've also started to see a shift on social due largely to Jed and his team's efforts to shift the narrative towards shining a spotlight on Blake and Ryan. Again, we'll continue to send links and screenshots, but want to send an update in the meantime. Okay, so what are those efforts to shift the narrative on social? And does that change anything? Jen Abel's old number says, thanks, Katie, we're seeing the same thing. Somebody else said, thanks, Katie, I'd like to have a quick Zoom today if we can arrange that with Justin. Jen Abel's old number said, I can join just running around, so I might not be on camera. Matthew Mitchell says, happy to jump on, likely off camera. No one needs to see this today. And Katie says, would 6 p.m. work? Does any of that change context of We are seeing a shift on social largely due to Jed and his team's effort. You guys, they excluded scheduling a Zoom meeting. Is that what changes everything for anyone? And they're saying that Lively's complaint changed that. The complaint says on August 10th, the day after the film's release, Nathan's teams reported that they had started to see a shift on social due largely to Jed and his team's effort to shift the narrative. And then they wanted to hop on a Zoom call. Okay. They're saying, I think people are bored. The majority of socials are so pro Justin, and I don't even agree with half of them. Oh, I agree. I'm just anxious per usual. LA Times, I presume, reached out to Justin's old assistant. It's okay. It's been too much press, too chaotic. I told you, People Magazine messaged me, and they messaged me again to say they're getting radio silence on everything. That was the request he sent, though. Nothing to me. And then Roger Friedman from Showbiz 411 called me, but I'm leaving it. Okay. So they're saying that the majority of socials are so pro Justin, and I don't even agree with half of them. Okay, they were putting that in there to shade Justin. Does the context that's excluded change what that means? To you, to me? Leche said, a Zoom meeting is basically, let's take this offline so it isn't in writing. I think it can be interpreted that way, and that's what the New York Times is going to say. Right, we didn't include it. We just interpreted it as we need to do this face to face. We're not texting this. So, okay. And then they're talking about who reaches out. Let's see. Nathan bragged to Abel that Baldoni doesn't realize how lucky he is right now, by which they're referring to their successful efforts to shut down stories, which would have revealed how Baldoni's behavior included sexual connotations on set, made the cast and crew beyond Miss Lively uncomfortable. And they are saying that what's excluded is E.T. just annoys me, and I saw Katie said limited pickup, but I've honestly not seen any from those pieces. That was in the New York Times article. They're not in the complaint. Just keep on giving nothing. Not one thing from those pieces. Does that mean they're doing nothing, or does that mean they're giving nothing on those pieces? I don't know. I mean, that was just a lot of work, just talking everyone off the fucking ledge for those two pieces. Literally, I feel like I've been hit by a truck. And then after the weekend, people are going to move completely past. It's boring now. Nothing came out for anyone. I bet you have that constant anxiety. Okay. They're all exhausted. And they're saying, hey, no one's giving anything from those pieces. Sure. Then this one has a red star from Jen, screenshotted from something saying, oh my God, yes, you will die. I want to know what the oh my God, yes, you will die is about. Yeah, you guys are like ET's just catching strays in the text messages. Yep. He doesn't realize how lucky he is right now. We need to press him on just how fucking lucky. The whispering in the ear, the sexual connotations, like Jesus fucking Christ, other members feeling uncomfortable watching. I mean, there's just so much. Doesn't matter if it's not true. Okay. They are saying that the heart on the text message is missing. He doesn't realize how lucky he is that somebody responded to it with a heart. I would have to go through and look at current Celebrite reports to see how that is captured in Celebrite reports. Does that shock and appall me? No, because a Celebrite report and a screenshot are two different things. It goes on to say, doesn't matter if it's not true. I don't think they get that. They think the truth wins. No, it doesn't. Okay, does excluding they think the truth wins, no, it doesn't, make anything better? And I'm like, we are dealing with a psychopath who literally called you a sexual predator. Let's all be happy with difficult. Okay. Okay. They go on to say that all of this is excluded, Let's be happy with difficult. I have it on text message, by the way. Unbelievable. Let's be really happy with difficult. And he told him we took out misogynist. Leslie can't possibly believe that. Let's give it a day to calm, and let's call Jamie Heath together tomorrow and we can explain to him a few things. And socials are really ramping up in his favor. She must be furious. It's actually sad because it shows you have people just really want, and that seems that you just have people really want to shit on women. That's a summary. That's not exactly what it says. That's the context of those texts that are pulled in the other lawsuit. I'm just so curious what the day is of these texts. But I think those can be read multiple ways. And if the New York Times had those, does it change things? All the socials are really ramping up. Is that because there's a social campaign, or if that's just an observation they're making of social? In his favor, she must be furious. Is that because they're doing it, or is that because that's what they're seeing and that's how the public is feeling? Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's actually sad because it shows you have people really want, and that is what's been used in both of those lawsuits. Let's see. And I think we'll see that in this lawsuit too. People really want to hate on women, something like that. But then they say the rest of the text thread in the other lawsuits is, okay, but then don't be a see you next Tuesday. So we'll see. In the article, the Times writes, Lively's filing includes excerpts from thousands of pages of text messages and emails that she obtained through subpoena. These and other documents were reviewed by the Times. I would love to know what the Times reviewed. They're going to fight like hell to not disclose that. However, the Times failed to review and or investigate the plethora of communications demonstrating that plaintiffs have zero intention of smearing Lively and every intention of simply promoting the film. Like this message that comes from some platform saying, good morning, team. So I was thinking about the response to this weekend, and I feel like we should do is make sure to emphasize the voices of survivors. It's going to be a lot of buzz, how much money the movie made, and I want to be the one that always direct the back to the survivors. So I would love to come up with some sort of video or carousel of messages from survivors in response to the film. And then we have more text messages about that. Wayfarer is a big studio now, propelled into tier upwards. Protecting you and the brand is something you need to do. You want to see this headline. People in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Do you believe, Leslie? Can you spin the crisis PR thing so it's actually factual? They have been lies put out up against powerful people, just protecting myself. TAG reps a lot of people, and the headline was just a smear move or two smear move. So do we say Blake and Ryan hire Weinstein or Harvey Weinstein publicist, which they did say in the lawsuit twice? Hey, tag team, I've been seeing some random IG comments on random posts defending me by people who are private with no followers and they feel like bots. Can you please confirm that we're not doing any of that? I really don't want bots defending me as it feeds their potential narrative. Somebody texts back, and I think this is probably Melissa Nathan, but it doesn't say. Somebody texts back saying, I can fully confirm we do not have bots. This is not also what we do. Bots look fake to anyone. The other team is doing something very specific in terms of what they do. That's very vague, isn't it? The other team that's seeing positive movement on social. Again, do we know that the New York Times had this? Don't know. Can this be interpreted multiple ways? Probably. Can the New York Times read that and say, well, they already said their social team was working. So if one person is managing a bunch of sock accounts, technically that's not bots, but that's one person manipulating a narrative with a bunch of sock accounts, but that's not bots. The other team is doing something very specific in terms of what they do. Vague. I know Heath and Jed connected on this. Jed was the one running that. Bots and fan accounts also run pretty organically by now with all the AI platforms and Google Analytics itself. There is no, quote, bot army that's a myth these days. Any digital team these days is far more intelligent to utilize something so obvious. There's other ways to do it. And then they are talking about that. We've seen this earlier in this suit saying, you know, she's using bots. She needs to fire her bot team, at least sprinkle it in. That's what they're doing, not what we're doing. They're using bots in their PR. We're not using bots in our PR. We're using SOC accounts. We're not using bots. We're using, Erin says she talks about AI, very specifically, not literal bots. Right. So the words are being parsed. Everybody's got a PR campaign going. Jen Abel, old number, chiming in here. The people saying that there are bots and this is a PR play on your side as a minority voice compared to the thousands. We saw that in the last lawsuit we covered earlier. Melissa Nathan, completely unsolicited story from TMZ. Blake has a huge ego. JB was liked by many cast and crew, and this is her ego being bruised, etc. We saw those texts earlier with TMZ. It's interesting. Completely unsolicited. Look, we didn't even ask. TMZ was just like, we got you. So let's see. I'm going to have to wrap up because it is late. I need to go check in with my kiddo. Gimme Sarah Moore said, oh my God, you're still live. I feel that way too. Yes, 6 hours in. Damn it. We have not stopped and I've got to zoom. They're saying that the Post has a similar tip, not from any of us, obviously. And again, then it's going to come back and say, okay, but the leak that was in the other text message, not from any of us. It doesn't mean it's not someone connected to us. And this is where it's going to get difficult with a defamation lawsuit, because at what point do they say, okay, well, it wasn't you saying it, but you had somebody else saying it. Just, you had someone else, right? There are clearly people on set coming out to defend JB, which is good. And we just let them do their thing. The reporter told me her rep is working overtime. And then this is a screenshot we've seen multiple times before. She just handed them to this on a plate. Just concentrate on the success of the movie. We're not doing it. Did you see these posts? This is all organic. Stupid, really stupid. And I can't believe she didn't mention working with a shelter or DV. None of this is your fault. It's breathtaking how tone deaf it was. So they're saying, look, she's wrecked herself. And then they're saying this is a good one to boost. Oh, that's so nice. I'll send it across to the team. So, hey, this is a good one to boost. Does that mean they go and flood that with positive engagement so it rises up? Maybe. Is that running a retaliation PR campaign? Probably not. So where are the boundaries of that? And that's why all of this is going to be such a mess. Where are the lines? Where are the gray zones? Is boosting something on social with people running accounts saying, hey, go share this, go share this, go share this. Is that coordinated? And does the New York Times even know any of this at all? Hey, tag team, I've been seeing some random comments on IG. This is repetitive of what we just covered. Can you please confirm we're not doing any of this? I really don't want bots defending me and their feeds, their potential narrative. I don't know why this is in here like 3 times now. This is an example of someone trolling Blake on all my posts, but doesn't seem like a real account. Yet it could also be an actual troll. They exist too. But yes, 100%, this is not anyone from your team whatsoever. So your team's not trolling Blake on my post. Let's see. Let's discuss at some point. We need to be careful not to put out any stories that look so placed. So is this them saying, hey, some of the stories we've done look placed? Or is this them saying, hey, we need to make sure when we are on background, we are gently nudging, but we are not placing? And the New York Times is going to parse all of this, which is why I think this lawsuit against the New York Times is going to be incredibly difficult, but I don't know if winning against the New York Times is the goal here. Let me know what you think the goal is based on the amount of information that's in here. They're saying, look, the New York Times didn't look at any of this. They've never said that the New York Times would have had these text threads unless these text threads are also on Jennifer Abel's phone. Definitely don't want to place stories and yet just want to change the narrative. I wish they would write that. I only said nice things about her and never spoke disparagingly of the cast. Though also, that's why they put in the text message of Baldoni saying, see, them calling Hailey Bieber a bully, that's what we need them to do. I'm not going to say it. We need them to say it. Carmen said the goal seems like mutual destruction. At this point, I think we're at mutually assured destruction for everybody. It's like everything. It's like, oh, we're putting it out, all of it's coming out. And we're all just going to be like, there's a lot of people working behind the scenes of all of this shit. What is real? What is real? Definitely don't want to play stories and yet just want to change the narrative. I wish they would write that. I only ever said nice things about her and never spoke disparagingly of cast. And so it's apparent the feud only works one way, and would love to start to move towards the future of what's next. Not sure when the time would be right, but announcing that I'm directing Pac-Man, I think would be a good move sometime soon. We totally agree. I think you can see the majority of press and Social Wise agrees with you as well. Worse still, they say there are documented communications overlooked by Lively and the Times that expressly refute Lively's erroneous accusations. Does the Times have them, and how do we know? Let's see. Throughout filming, Mr. Baldoni and Mr. Heath invaded Lively's privacy, including when breastfeeding. Oh, and then they put in the message where Lively says, this is the third time this is in here. Pumping, do you want to come in? Or if you want to work on lines, different than them talking about breastfeeding. Are these the same time? Are these different times? I have no idea. But does the New York Times have this text message between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni? We don't know. I don't think we can assume that they do. This is where we're going to see a counterclaim to the Stephanie Jones lawsuit that we talked about 175 years ago, because it's now dark outside and we started at like 11. Curiously, neither Lively's CRD complaint nor the article make any mention of embattled publicist Stephanie Jones. Jones, former publicist to Wayfair, now insists, as part of a separate lawsuit filed in New York, that she was swept up in plaintiff's so-called smear campaign. And yet, on August 14th, she sent an email to Heath detailing her recommended strategy. So again, Stephanie Jones was like, here's all the tea. And they're like, oh yeah, Steph, guess what? Here's the rest of the tea. Here's the rest of it. You want to talk about it? Let's talk about what you said. Flood the zone with positives. We need to ensure that we promote positive narratives that media outlets can't ignore. Currently, most stories are heavily biased towards Blake's perspective, leaving Justin unrepresented. It's crucial that we fight for every inch of every story, which requires far more effort than typical crisis PR want to put forth in our experience working with specialized crisis teams. Prepare alternate stories. We should mobilize a robust network of supporters and third-party advocates ready to counter the narratives on deep background, undetectable, on deep background. And some on the record making it clear that the claims being made are untrue and unfounded. They say Wayfair later terminated Jones for, among other things, having allegedly leaked information to the Daily Mail despite specific instruction from Wayfair not to. And what does Jones say? Jones say, it was Abel. I didn't do it. She did it. Nor KD said, EDB, I'm going to stream more days in 2025 so that we don't stream 4+ hours a day. That was the thought. And here we are. I know the mod squad and production team are like, yeah, I thought we were doing that too. Weird how that happened. I thought that's what we were doing, but here we are. They say that Jones is notorious for exacting her revenge on any client brave enough to escape her grasp. Footnote 6. What does footnote 6 say? Footnote 6 is probably that article, right? Of course it fucking is. Footnote 6 is the article, Who's Afraid of Stephanie Jones, from Business Insider, that Stephanie Jones says is a kill piece that was planted. Of course it is. Look, the article that Stephanie Jones says that Abel planted says that she's notorious for exacting her revenge. It's the circle, the fucking circle of the whole thing. They're like, see, Stephanie Jones is known to be like that. And Stephanie Jones is saying, see, they planted this story to steal my clients. The circularity of it all. Ah! They say it's hardly coincidence that all of the communications on which Lively and the Times now rely were purportedly produced by Jones's company, Joneswork, pursuant to subpoena. Footnote 7. Lively's CRD complaint states that she obtained the communications set forth therein through legal process, including a civil subpoena. Lively's legal representatives have since doubled down, quote, the subpoena disclosed and referenced in the complaint was served on Joneswork LLC. The internal documents referred to in the complaint were produced subject to that subpoena. We expect that further details regarding the subpoena process will be disclosed during discovery. So they are also questioning the subpoena, right? They're like, we call bullshit. This is where we're going to see a countersuit against Jones. We're going to see a counter lawsuit against Jones within that complaint. They say Abel, a former employee of Joneswork, was forced to relinquish her electronic devices when confronted by Joneswork security guard and an attorney upon her separation from the company 6 weeks after she put in notice and shared her plan to start her own business. Jones, they say, on the heels of a damning Business Insider article and hemorrhaging clients, they're not going to stop with the language, are they? They're like, all of you use sensationalistic language. So we're going to do it too. Jones, on the heels of a damning Business Insider article and hemorrhaging clients, insisted that Abel turn over her electronic devices to allow Joneswork to delete all confidential and proprietary information therefrom. Look, it's her. If it's the company phone, they can do whatever the fuck they want. They can wipe it. They can forensically download it. It's theirs. If it's not theirs, then we got problems. They insisted that Abel turn over her electronic devices to allow Joneswork to delete all confidential proprietary information therefrom. Though Jones initially agreed to release Abel's personal cell phone number, she later reneged. 4 months later, Abel's text messages are now subject of Lively's complaint. So it was like, hey, can I get my phone number back? And they're like, yeah, sure. And then they're like, nah. Now that we've seen your text, we're not giving you back your phone number, which is, I mean, petty. But there seems to be quite a lot of bad blood here. All of it. They say plaintiffs are informed and believe that Jones invited the subject subpoena to circumvent her confidentiality obligations to Wayfarer and inflict the most unethical form of revenge. This is where we're going to see that countersuit. They think she invited the subpoena. They're like, she was a friendly. It's not really a court-enforced subpoena. It's a friendly subpoena. The Times published false and defamatory article based on Lively's administrative complaint. Oh, we're talking about the New York Times again. Mm-hmm. All right. We're not going through the history of the New York Times. We've already seen it. They're going to repeat themselves. Look, over the last 20 years, Times reporters have ever more frequently veered spectacularly from their own journalistic guidelines. As a result, it has become commonplace to find New York Times stories containing egregious factual errors and infected with bias. Such lapses have contributed to public distrust of the Times and a landscape where partisan actors can cry fake news with some justification. They're like, look, mess. This is all a mess. They say that the Times has lost its way. And then here's the basis of some of those last causes of action with breach of contract. I'm interested to see if we even get to those causes of actions in the California suit. Is this a contract? Is this not? I'm very interested. Very interested. At 9:43 p.m. Eastern, on December 20th, 2024, the reporter for the Times requested plaintiff's response to its reporting regarding a crisis communication operation conducted on behalf of Baldoni, Heath, and Wayfarer to protect their reputations and harm Blake Lively's, as described in a legal complaint filed today. The reporter wrote, in part, quote, "We are seeking your response to the claims of retaliation through this PR campaign. We would welcome the opportunity to talk with you on the record. Please offer any on-the-record comment, as well as any other information you think we should know. Additionally, please notify us of any inaccuracies. We need to hear back from you tomorrow by noon Eastern." At 2:16 a.m. Eastern, plaintiff's legal representatives responded as follows. Quote, I love that they put the whole thing in here. They're like, let us tell you what we told the Times. Let us tell you. It is shameful that Miss Lively and her representatives would make such a serious and categorically false accusations. By the way, the Times did publish this entire statement because I have a screenshot of it. It was linked in the article saying that the response from Baldoni is linked in the article. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. What did they title it? Because I screenshotted it because it was linked. Where is it? Hold on. I changed my standing. So now, this is what was attached to the New York Times article. The New York Times statement to the New York Times from Brian Friedman, attorney for Justin Baldoni, Wayfarer Studios, and all of its representatives. This is the entirety of the statement linked. I don't think they put the entirety of the statement in the article. I think they just linked it. I read all of this when I did Quick Bits. It's shameful that Lively and her representatives would make such serious and categorically false accusations against Baldoni, Wayfarer, etc. They go on to say this is an attempt to fix her negative reputation. This was all linked. We already read it. They say it was also discovered that Ms. Lively enlisted her own representative, Leslie Sloan, with Vision PR, who also represents Reynolds, to plant negative and completely fabricated and false stories with the media, even prior to any marketing had commenced for the film, which is another reason why Wayfarer Studios made the decision to hire Crisis PR. They're saying, look, we hired Crisis PR because you went on the offensive. We needed defense. So we hired defense. At 10:11 a.m. Eastern on December 21st, the Times published the article, notwithstanding that the Times was made aware of the egregiously defamatory allegations, because they just linked this. They published the article and they linked the response. So the response came in at 2:16 a.m. and then at 10:11 a.m., they're like, okay, we have your response and we'll link it. And then they went live with it. They say it, well, what day? Does it say what day, 2:16 a.m.? I'm assuming this is 2:16 a.m. of the 21st, but I guess we'll see. At 10:11 a.m., because it was linked, at 10:11 a.m. on December 21st, the Times published the article, right? Because they had response from the legal team. Notwithstanding the Times was made aware of the egregiously defamatory allegations contained therein, it proceeded with publication without further inquiry. Yeah, and they added the statement. They're like, okay. Indeed, in its rush to publish one-sided, unsubstantiated story on behalf of Lively, the Times got it dramatically wrong. The aftershocks have been disastrous for plaintiffs, and they now reluctantly, and knowing the damage cannot be fully undone, bring suit to hold the Times accountable. I don't know if the courts are going to see that timing as a breach of contract. We need to hear back from you by noon. So they get an email that comes in at 2:16 in the morning and they link the entire statement. I don't know if that's a breach of contract, because it seems that the 2:16 a.m. comes in before the 10:11 a.m. Eastern. So the Times went, okay, you responded. Click. Do I think it's shitty that outlets give people like, hey, you've got 7 seconds to respond to a 4,000-page article. Good luck with that. Yeah, it's shitty. Is that what they do? Yeah, that's absolutely what they do. Is that a breach of contract? I don't know if the court's going to care. The court's like, but they responded. They responded. Run Emmy Run said, that doesn't seem like investigative reporting. Sure doesn't. They were like, oh, you responded. Okay. They denied it. And that's what they put. First cause of action, libel. Again, they are saying that the article purported to detail a campaign orchestrated by plaintiffs. They're saying that that's a lie. The article is fabricated, false, malicious, and defamatory. They knew it. They cherry-picked things out of context, and that Blake Lively wrecked herself, and so the article was defamatory. The article falsely portrays plaintiffs as motivated to harm Lively. They say that impression is libelous. They say the Times, without elaboration, dismisses this concern as baseless, treating plaintiffs' candid private discussions, which were never intended to see the light of day, as if it were a press release. In fact, as the Times should know from the voluminous confidential communications it apparently has obtained, plaintiffs' concerns were not baseless. Indeed, the totality of the communications obtained and reviewed by the Times, when not spliced dishonestly, cherry-picked, or stripped of critical context, refute the article's premise that plaintiffs were responsible for negative public sentiment towards Lively, and the implication throughout that plaintiffs were motivated to harm Lively and engaged in unethical behavior to do so. So they're saying that impression is libelous. They're saying as a direct and proximate result of the above described by defendants, and each of them, plaintiffs have suffered general and special damages not less than $250 million. Normally, I say that these numbers are to grab headlines. However, when we are looking at movies that take hundreds of millions of dollars to make, if a second movie can't get made by this because Wayfarer owns the rights to the sequel, if a second movie can't be made, this actually might not be a grossly exaggerated number. There's times we look at this and go, okay. But when we are talking about the monopoly money that is the movie industry, this is a headline grabbing number, but it's also not the like preposterous types of numbers we see, because if a second movie can't get made because of this, how much did this movie make? So that's, I don't know. It's a headline grabbing number, but it's not outside of reason like we see in some when we're talking about the context of the other film or the potential of the other film or not being able to make the other film. Let's see. Plaintiffs we've gone through that. Second cause of action, false light, invasion of privacy. So you have cast us in a false light. This is a similar but different to defamation, but been portrayed in a false light, says that we created a smear campaign. We didn't. You should have known better. You didn't. This was false. You could have known it was false. You've damaged us. Pay. Third cause of action, promissory fraud. You said you wouldn't publish the article by noon. Look, here's the thing. They said, we need your response by noon. And they got a response at 2:16 a.m. So they had a response before noon. They didn't say we won't publish it without your response. I don't think the promissory fraud's going to go anywhere. I really don't. Because the way I interpret that timing is that they responded before noon. Plaintiffs justifiably relied on the express representation of defendants that plaintiffs had until noon to respond. It seems like they responded at 2:16 in the morning. So if they already responded, then they responded by noon. Unless it was 2:16 the next day, but they didn't say that. And it doesn't say anywhere that they didn't have an opportunity to respond before printing. Plaintiffs strongly believe that the Times had not afforded them remotely enough time to meaningfully respond to the allegation, correct inaccuracies, or even verify the authenticity of their unlawfully obtained private communications. They fully intended to make use of that brief window to correct the record as best they could. Plaintiffs justifiably relied on the express representation to defendants in each of them that plaintiffs had until noon EST on December 21st, 2024 to do so. So if they didn't respond at 2:16 on the 21st, then why wouldn't you just say they responded at 2:16 a.m. on the 22nd? Sorry, but it doesn't say that. So that leaves a question in my mind. But they say that they didn't have enough time to respond. No, they didn't have enough time to respond. Of course not. They say the Times published the article without warning at 10:11 a.m., cutting off plaintiffs' ability to do so and catalyzing a feeding frenzy. Well, the Times said, we need you to respond by noon, assuming that the 2:16 a.m. response is the same day, the 21st, assuming that that's 2:16 a.m. the 21st, then you need to respond by noon. It's like, but you responded. Okay. So I can see why the Times is like, all right, they already responded. They're not going to give us any more. And that statement doesn't seem to say, this is our initial statement, more to come. We would like to provide you with A, B, C, D, E. Do I think that would have changed anything? No. Do I think they're going to be able to show that they were damaged between it being published at 10 a.m. versus noon? No. Do I think it's a shitty practice when it's like there's this huge hit piece coming out on you and you have 7 seconds to respond? Yeah, I think it's shitty. Fourth cause of action, breach of implied in fact contract. On Friday, December 21st at 9:45 p.m. EST, the reporter emailed that the publication was incoming and offered plaintiffs until noon the next morning to respond. Plaintiffs accepted the offer, which created an implied in fact contract. And if I'm going to be picky, I'm going to say, but if you responded by 2 whatever a.m., then you did in fact respond by noon, and there's no breach. So I have questions. Prayer for relief. Give us money. Give us justice. Give us jury trial. Give us everything. What this is going to give you is a bunch of jurisdictional fights. Okay. Almost 7 hours. Oh my God. Mods, I am so sorry. Production team, I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Law nerds, I'm not sorry. We're going through all of this together. Let's try to summarize, shall we? Oh, we need Lippy and then I need to go. Are we going to get through the second New York lawsuit by Blake Lively? No. When I tell you it is a mirror of the one I covered on QuickBits, it's a mirror of the one I covered on QuickBits. I'll link QuickBits below. And I'll link the complaint from the New York Times below as well, because we got to go. All right. Law nerds, let's see if we can summarize as best we can. Going through Justin Baldoni et al., because there are lots of plaintiffs in that suit against the New York Times, it's clear that they were using this lawsuit to strike back, not just at the Times article, but also at what was said in the Times article, saying, look, the New York Times knew that the things they were saying, that we had engaged in a smear campaign to harm Blake Lively, they knew that that was not true, and they proceeded anyway. But a lot of the text messages and screenshots within the complaint are from Melissa Nathan's cell phone, not from Jennifer Abel's cell phone. Jennifer Abel's phone was the one digitally extracted by Joneswork PR, and they say turned over by subpoena to Lively's team. Presumably that's what was turned over to the New York Times to review. So the things on Melissa Nathan's phone weren't necessarily reviewed by the New York Times. There's no allegations that those are things that the New York Times reviewed. We can only make assumptions. Of course, the New York Times did not say what they reviewed. They said they had thousands of text messages and emails. We can presume from all the other litigation that that is likely from the Joneswork subpoena, which means Melissa Nathan's communications would not be in there. So a lot of this lawsuit brings forward other communications and said, see, if they reviewed this, it would have shown that what they were saying was not true. But there's nothing in there that shows that those are things that were in fact provided to the New York Times. And this lawsuit against the New York Times was filed in California. There will either be jurisdictional challenges or an anti-SLAPP motion before this even gets to discovery. The Baldoni versus New York Times suit is going to move the most slowly. The Blake Lively versus Baldoni et al. Suit in New York federal court will probably move a bit more quickly, and the New York State Court PR lawsuit with Joneswork will probably move more quickly. I expect that we will see counterclaims or counter lawsuits in both of those lawsuits at some point. I know that the attorney for Baldoni Wayfarer et al. Has said everyone catches a lawsuit because it's in this lawsuit. Rest assured, more lawsuits will be coming, and more lawsuits will be coming. The lawsuit against the New York Times is an uphill battle, but it does put out into the public quite a lot more text messages and conversations saying, no, Blake Lively did not have a smear campaign run against her. They are saying Blake Lively wrecked herself. And in fact, her PR was aggressively going after Baldoni and Wayfarer. We hired Crisis PR to play defense. We did not go on a smear campaign. She bullied us, leveraged us, extorted us, and took over control of this movie. And the New York Times leaves all of that out, and that's defamatory. So we have two very different perspectives of what went down on this movie set. I want to know what everyone on set thinks. I have a lot of questions about how it went down, that Blake Lively ended up editing her own cut of the film. I have so many questions about how this all sorted out on set. There would have had to have been so many emails between Sony and Wayfarer and others for Justin Baldoni to be cut out of the film the way he's alleging. All of that's going to come up in discovery and will come to light. So whatever happened here, I think some of it will come to light. And I have a ton of questions. I just have a ton of questions. But I want to see the screen pulled back on all the PR. And right now, everybody, as I punch the mic, right now, everybody's just pointing fingers at each other saying, this is what they were running for PR. This is what they were running for PR. This is the article they planted. This is what they were doing on social. There's a lot of finger pointing, and there's a lot that we don't know. So as we are going through these lawsuits, they are going to be allegations and a fuck ton of shade. And that's what we've seen so far. Allegations and shade. The people who know what happened here are going to be deposed. And I think if any of this ever goes to a jury trial, the most persuasive voices in all of this are going to be the cast and crew. Not Baldoni, not Wayfarer, not Blake Lively, not Ryan Reynolds. It's going to be your script supervisor, your supporting actors, your wardrobe, your props department. It's going to be Crafty. We need to hear from Crafty. Everyone else on set who observed what went down, the editors. That is where we are going to start to sort out what happened here on set and how it went down. With the emails back and forth between all of this, there's going to be a lot of it. And we will see what those emails flesh out, because look, the digital's not going to lie. If they were all scrambling behind the scenes because Blake Lively was holding a movie hostage, the emails will show it. If Blake Lively was making repeated HR complaints to Wayfarer that were being rebuffed and ignored, and that's why she's like, we're not going back to filming until we sit down and address this, then it will be parsed out, because all of it's going to have a digital trail. So I am waiting till we see more of the digital trail and what happens. The litigation on this is going to be long, intense, and expensive. Do you know who's going to win in these lawsuits? The lawyers. The lawyers are going to win. Everyone else is going to lose. Everyone else is going to feel exposed, exploited, and raked through the coals. No one is going to feel like they win. So for us, the lawyers are going to get paid, the snappy writing's going to continue, and we are going to continue to have questions, and just keep an eye on what questions get answered and what puzzle pieces start to come together. Right now, what we have is an empty puzzle box with somebody showing you the picture on the front of the box going, this is what the puzzle is. We don't have those pieces yet. As this goes forward in litigation, we will start to get those pieces. But what we are seeing are two very different pictures from the different sides in all of this. And we are seeing behind the scenes what goes on in a Hollywood PR campaign. Whether it was a smear campaign or not, we are seeing the inside of Hollywood PR behind a major motion picture. And that is wild to me. So law nerds, let's zoom real quick, because I don't even think I can do a we have questions. We're going to say thank yous. And then I've got to go get some food, because I'm hungry. And then we mentioned Crafty, and now I am done. But I'm sorry we're not going to get to all of the questions. It is just wild. And Nia says the movie cost $25 million to make and made $300 million. I haven't looked at the numbers, Nia. I absolutely believe that that is accurate. But when we look at that $250 or $250 million number on the New York Times lawsuit, if they can't make another movie, that number really comes into focus if a movie made $300 million, right? This is just so wild to me. For all of you who gifted memberships, and I know so many of you did, 7 years ago, thank you for it. Anna said, working from home today, EDB stream, best life. Anna, you're probably done with work now. And congratulations. Congratulations. Because all of you who have lived a full workday while I've been streaming, all of you have lived a full workday while we've been streaming. Laura said, I made my mom read ACOTAR and Throne of Glass. Throne of Glass, just it's sitting with my heart because I just recently finished it. I loved all of the positive comments about Ryan Hall, y'all, and all of our other friends around the internet. Matt Bond, good to see you. Happy New Year to you too. Happy New Year, my spiffy Lego mumbo jumbo talkie sister from another mister. Hope to have you on my show when you have time. I know time has been a construct, Matt, but be sure to send us an email and we will find time. Brandon Meyer, when that time will be, I do not know. My team is like, do not promise shit. Your schedule is crazy. But Matt, we will find time. Brandon said, thank you for the gift of memberships. Did not say, but just gifted the memberships. Thank you. Thank you for all of us who are talking about our conversation earlier today about being neurospicy. I appreciate you. Talking about New Year's Eve, the best was Diplo microdosing on LSD. That was wild. They're like, what's the weirdest place you've ever done LSD? And he's like, on CNN right now. It was so wild. Potato, I know lots of people answered about the movie. I don't know if the movie's good, not good, or whatever. It's wild, wild, wild. Luna said, spent New Year's Eve in Pasadena, New Year's Day, cheering my niece marching Tournament of Roses, Pasadena City College Honor Band. That's so awesome. She was first piccolo. Her girlfriend was lead Herald Trumpet. Oh, Herald Trumpet is so cool. They're both only 15. That is such an incredible honor. Also, if everyone is still in Pasadena, stay safe. I'm sure much has changed since I started streaming this morning in California. Stay safe. Stay safe. Stay safe. Let's see. We are going to get to a few more. Ari said, don't forget media companies have special protections when it comes to discovery, shield laws, defense against subpoenas, burden of proof, etc. They do, but I don't know if PR companies are covered by that. The New York Times has some pretty strong shield laws in New York. I don't know if PR would count if we're talking about whether or not Joneswork had to give over a subpoena. I'm interested to see how that shakes out truly. So let's see. Doesn't Joneswork PR have a non-compete clause in their contract? Probably, LJ. That's the non-compete's not the biggest problem. A lot of those aren't enforceable depending on jurisdiction, and I don't know if it is in New York. So let's see. Bubbles said, this is all very high school musical. We just need song and choreo. I mean, and then we can just interpretive dance the lawsuits. And I don't want to make light because the allegations of treatment on set are very serious. But the circus of text messages is a lot. And I don't know if the circus of text messages is to get to the truth, if the circus of text messages is to distract from the 30 and 17 point bulletin of like, hey, these are things not okay on set. It will wash out. The thing that's going to happen is that by the time all of this comes to light, as this all litigates for years, is that everyone's going to have moved on. And it's all going to have moved on, and it's all going to have moved on. So that's going to be a challenge. So Mike said, 6 hours of streaming today. You missed us. I did miss you. We missed you. I missed you too. Thanks for the Devil Wears Prada quote today. You're the best. Thank you, Mike. It's so good to see you. And yes, I did miss you guys. And this is really the only stream that we're not in court today because we are streaming Friday for the Supreme Court talking about TikTok. So this was really the only day to just go through it. Tomorrow is a work on the other stuff type of days, but I absolutely missed you guys during the holidays. I know that Team Baker did as well. The rest was needed. The recovery was needed. Downtime with families is always needed. Time to read or reread, Fourth Wing and Iron Flame was needed. Am I going to stream on January 21st? It's going to be a short one. They're going to be like, Emily, where are you going? To read. But Friday, we will be back. Make sure you have the Law Nerd app because we will be talking all about the Supreme Court and listening in on oral arguments. I want to hear the questions. I want to hear what the arguments are regarding whether or not we are going to see TikTok banned at the deadline, whether there's going to be an extension to the deadline, whether the Supreme Court's going to get involved. I don't know. Music to my soul. I'm not sure what time we ride yet. I have not decided. I will keep you in the loop on the app. And Louise said it's going to be a short one. She said, lol, like today. I don't know if I said today was going to be short. I said I was hoping that today was going to be shorter. 7 hours later, I'm like, oh my God, I have got to go. It's 6 o'clock and I am hungry. Law Nerds, I appreciate you. It's good to see you. Team Baker, thank you. I'm sorry we were supposed to have a lighter week this week and now Emily just streams forever. Apologies, but it's good to see you guys. Law Nerds, you're the best. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android so I can keep you in the loop because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here and thanks for being a Law Nerd.